As we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, let's make sure that we are with titles and everything set up. Oh, that's funnily that sounds quite different actually. I just changed the pads on my headphones as I wash them once again, but these are actual fresh ones, so they sound quite different, or I sound quite different to myself. But yeah, that's also fine. Let's make sure everything's set up correctly. Public titles, everything's set up. And yeah, as the title says, we'll be doing some sheeting. We're doing some shooting. This is a sheeting. I'm turning a shooter looter into a sheeting looter. Spreadsheeting. To be clear, we're not no feces. But first, let's go play a little bit. It's like Heartbreaker. But yeah, first things first, let's actually play around a little bit first, and then we'll go from there. Oh, I need a Zimmy, I need a Dag, I need a Rob, I need a Chris. And yeah, everybody's doing good on this Sunday. So yeah, has anybody had this break yet in like open world stuff? I've been keeping our main account just the things on the whole time. The directives. Mine was stuck on modifiers, but the directives on the whole time, and I haven't had it bug out once yet. So I'm curious because somebody else said it was, but they weren't clear on if they were talking about Summit or not. Because later on they were talking about something about Summit and wasn't sure. Well, I will just try turning them off and on and see if it, one-time breaking is still broken. What's shaking? Or the milk coffee drinks, we're shaking those. Although I'm more like swirling it. Figured before. Bad jokes, gotta love them. Oh, are you going to put out a companion guide? Not likely. Not unless it becomes a repeating thing. I'll put out a season modifier, in-depth look, definitely. But not a written guide, but there's also not much to it. It's basically, hey, you know how drone works? You have an extra drone, but you don't have to put skill tiers in it and stuff. So that's basically the dude. But I'll definitely do an in-depth look into the modifier, and we'll discuss, like, the dude. Da dude. Darude. Yeah, let's go piss off some. Oh, nice. It's also. Oh, this character. I didn't grab this yet. Okay. Wait, is there other characters I haven't grabbed that yet? What? Maybe we're checking. Oh, that's the compensation one. I'm like, why did I get 2 exotic caches? But the other one was the compensation one. And this one, be sure to. I'm gonna do it also separately. The contents of that one is a 0 weight items.
Looking for something?
I'll actually keep it in the stash. I might actually make a short for 0 weight items. So I'll keep it in the stash to grab later. Okay. Oh, with the open world ones? Okay. That's annoying. Was hoping new season to not have that, but seems like it's still going. What is it to annoy outcasts? Eliminate outcasts, just 30. Okay, I can eliminate 30 outcasts. I can eliminate dirty outcasts. I can do it in DCD. Yeah, let's actually run around a little bit with just the modifier on. And oh wait, does this character have full passive? Don't remember which characters I did it on. Okay, so this one does have full passive. Kind of curious about this, especially as well. We'll turn that off, especially the skill efficiency on the tech tank as well on top. It's still, and you can run with global modifiers, but get the boost passives. I mean, yeah, there's some quirks to it and stuff, but like, thing is also like it's not gonna be worth to make a separate guide, like actual like in like that's also the thing. I'll make a video in-depth look, kind of like I did last season's. And likely as well, we'll do an in-depth look and then do an only tips. Because at the in-depth look, you know, we'll go like in-depth into all of the numbers, and then the only tips will come after and then be like just, hey, this is the basics, basically. Because yeah, I do want to do an in-depth look into like some of these and stuff. How much does it add and such, of course. The passive in multiple ways, exactly, with like not having the guy on, which is exactly what I'm kind of playing around here with. But just a specific like written guide, the thing is it's just for one season, at least for now. Maybe if they like repeat it or something. Because although at the moment as well, it's not well received anyway. People, the thing with companions is like the second you say companions and stuff, people go like, oh, you know, they build a whole version of that in their own heads. That's like not viable. from a realistic sense, right? Like everybody thinks towards like the good companions in some other games, but those are also like heavily crafted single player kind of stuff, like Alex or like Ellie or stuff like that. Like, or they think like it's gonna be super smart AI stuff because you know AI is in the thing now, but yeah, you don't have the server infrastructure to make that happen for every character or for every player actor. This is just globe play. I mean, not particular. Just doesn't like. It isn't very group centric. Yeah. Thing is, the second you're in a group, you might as well just take the passives and just, you know, your companions are now real and hopefully smarter than that's companion. Also, hopefully they yell less. You know. That is actually kind of interesting. They put in the ally thing, and then there's a bunch of exotics that are and gear that is more like group centric. Even though, of course, the thing is like the guy that they're giving you is kind of like a group member, but still. I feel concentrated company is like so much better in a group and stuff. Just 8 directions I've never seen before. Oh yeah, in the open world, even if you have more. No, so specifically, I mean like directives not turning on because yeah, if it the ones I haven't seen, yeah, so it bugs out. I had it as well when I was trying to take ownership, but it was showing modifiers. Or yeah, it was showing passive modifiers there. But yeah, I've had that as well. But no, specifically, I'm looking to see if anybody has had issues turning any directives on. But yeah, I've seen that as well. I didn't see it with other directives alongside of it, but I've seen that as well with it showing some modifier icons. I hear Doug saying the same. Yeah. Okay. I hadn't seen it before, actually. I thought it was something from this season. But it was also only when I was trying to take ownership and stuff, and it was like in a weird... We had just loaded in again and stuff. I need a Luffy. New gears is so good. That's definitely pretty decent. Well worth using. We'll start also likely later on looking at its numbers a little bit. As long as there's sugar in there as well. Seasons pass. Can I share if they're opened in a group? If claimed in a group, yeah. Need extra? No. Although, well, yeah, no. At least if you meet me, I have the blueprint. I'm set for it. I'll have plenty of those. With the way that the names are set up nowadays, it's pretty easy to get them. I'm curious to see actually. There is a little bit of. The thing is, part of it is also like some people are used to how some of the other named items are dropping. But there might be that the equalizer and the salvo aren't in the right pool, maybe. I see enough reports and just also not seeing any names drop over like several retaliations as targeted. I'm kind of I have nothing concrete, but I have a suspicion. And yeah, I don't know, maybe Doug, if you're interested in, or if that's even for the names and stuff, is possible to look in there for them. I wouldn't be too surprised if there is a typo or something there. Again. Because their drop rate just seems exceptionally low. While they do sometimes drop, like even some of the other ones that I've seen drop seem to just not even be true targeted. Just, random names at the end of countdowns and stuff like that with the hunters. And either older, and either open world. Yeah, lurk away. Slower was the same. I think it's not doing the skill ones and summit. Well, that was last season, or is that you still had that this season, Chris? Because last season definitely was kind of broken. Season 1 doing results. Okay. Let's stop. Yeah, I'll be interested to see. Because yeah, a singular confirmed from targeted would be enough. Well, we'll keep our targeted to unit and have a look. No. Because I can also drop as a complete random, so it's still like it's like the catharsis thing, right? Like you could still get it full randomly, and some people did. But yeah, it's just a thing I'm keeping on my radar. I'm gonna keep an eye on, see if we can. Because yeah, there is a positive confirmation if it's a normal item with a named item alongside of it from targeted. That will be positive proof. But I want to see it like, picks or it didn't happen kind of deal, because it could always be just from the full random. It could be also from some people like pulling it from their season track, for instance, and stuff. I'm guessing not in your case, you would know, but and then kind of convincing it through that. Also from getting the caches, the season caches, because yeah, you get, You get these, and these can contain them as well. So it could have come from somewhere else as well. Oh, hey, let me actually catch up fully, and then let's go bang at this mission a little bit. What on the perfect letter? There's just 6% crit chance, but they mean crit damage. Well, already at the moment, crit chance from Cheska beats Grupo. But the thing with the equalizer, yeah, if you're going obliterate, there's basically a singular exception, but everywhere else, like all of these are going to become equalizers. This on negotiator, this group is going to become an equalizer. This is going to become an equalizer. Anything that's obliterate is becoming equalizer. Because an equalizer is just too good. The brand bonus is kind of equivalent to Cheska, which is even higher than Grupo. And then you get 4% extra at max stacks. And getting those extra stacks is, you know, trivial. Okay. Chat about this season. Oh, in what way? Oh, and then becoming weaker. Yeah, I'm actually kind of enjoying having a little bit of challenge again. Like the difference as well with even, you know, yesterday we were doing some retaliations with a pretty decent team, and it went from like us just stream rolling to like we had a moment yesterday where we had like we were on the defense and we had a kill squad spawn as well. And we had to like kind of just, although the good thing was as well, like all 4 players recognized it, and you know we kind of had to consolidate in a corner and just kind of fight our way to like get everybody in front of us, and then kind of fight our way back out, kind of, which was honestly one of the more fun fights I've had in like a while.
Active terminal detected.
See if you can hook Isaac into that terminal and get us some intel.
And part of it was also, yeah, we didn't have a as Dozy was calling it, the timeout button. But I can also totally see people kind of, you know, going like the other route with it, yeah. So we're talking about everything. We're talking about Spain's involvement in the second, or the Spanish, what was it actually? What was the war before the World War? It was Spain and somewhere else, right? Or was 2 factions within Spain, actually. I was gonna go with that, but it actually blanking. You know what? We're talking about the Second Peloponnesian War. Yeah. And they totally should have used strikers. Spartans totally should have used strikers in that. Then, wait, actually, the second one they won, right? Yeah, second one they won. The first one they lost, right? Or did they even? Can you guess? I'm not a history nerd. I know enough to get myself into trouble, but not enough to get myself out.
Connection established. DCD data stream enabled.
Alright, let's see what we've got. There's an active lab on the north side close to you. Your first priority should be to shut that
The thing
down.
is also, you have to remember, I kind of noticed that as well the last 2 days and also towards the last event season. We had like 2, you know, the 5 times together with like, then a week before that, the stretch goals and stuff like that. A lot of people will be like burnt out or on the edge of a burnout. And the bitching increases quite a lot around those times. The thing to do is kind of just call out when it goes too far and just yeah. I'm actually considering a video even about like a rambling talk about, yeah, the Don't Be That Guy is the title. I think I'm gonna go in for it. Because yeah, we've had a bunch of that guys recently. as well in like chat. I've tried to also in some discourse and stuff try to push back on some people being like way overboard. And they'll latch onto like any. The thing is also like, for instance, there is some actual frustration to be had. Like the guy needs to shut up. Like, yeah. But there are a lot of people. I mean, that's always true for a lot of games that are kind of like, because Division for a lot of players will be kind of their first. Players, especially coming more from the shooter side of things, I feel that this is going to be like speculation a little bit, because also we're talking about people. Every human being is different, but a lot of people that are more used to like playing MMOs and stuff, you know, the part where you go like, okay, it's time for a break. Just, hey, yes, I enjoy this game, but I shouldn't be, you know, just logging into WoW every day to do a daily grind and stuff. Like, am I actually still enjoying myself? And I feel like a lot of players are often going to hit that, especially because it's exacerbated. For me, in my opinion, like the 5 times the stretch goals really exacerbate those things as well. So then if they're given an out through that, they just like rail on it super hard. Same here. The thing is though that yeah, the vocal minority or like the loud parts will always be yelling over sensible, just, you know. The answer when a striker equalizer chance quick damage should be heal. With the equalizer in there. So the better target for it, if you're min-maxing, is to go 58. You take 3 crit. You take 3 crit damage mods on the weapon. Or for instance, if you have linked laser, then 1 less there, of course. And then you just take crit chances on the gear. 58, whatever crit damage goes with that, is kind of the better setup for it. And then if there is a coyote in the team, you can drop a crit. You can flip a crit chance to a crit damage on the gear, and then you're set. Because the other option, if you keep the 3 crit chances on the weapon, you land 61, which is, or you know, you land 62, right? 50. Yeah, no, 50. Yeah, so 55. Yeah, 61. Which, yeah, the 58 overall, even with the little less on for, you know, obliterate and stuff, like, it's fine, 58. Because you give up a little bit too much with the 61. But you can also go that route. The other one is that if you want to keep the crit chance mods just for ease, you can go that route. Because also the thing is, yeah, not every weapon can take 3 crit damage mods. Because, for instance, a FAMAS can't. The under a barrel can't be. Neither can the CTAR, for instance. Actually, can the CTAR even take... I mean, it can't take this one, right? Yeah, so... But yeah, CTAR, for instance, as well, can't take crit damage here. So... And then you land 57 or 61, which is also kind of fine. And then yeah, it becomes a question of, because coyotes are getting rarer and rarer. That one. Yeah, I was using a lot of Spreadsheets also just to not have the power advantage, kind of. That was kind of why I was leaning towards that a lot as well. If you're looking for it in the menu, in the targeted loot menu, so if you go into here, yeah, you might notice there is no thingy here, but that's because I need to lean that way. It's down there. So go to this basically slot and then go 1 down, and then you can set it to concentrate your company. So yeah, it's hiding down there. But yeah, that's an easy one to miss. Don't worry, you're not the only one that missed that. I also only knew it because it was in the PTS. Exactly. We can all just, you know, complain about complaining, as one does. But also, partially in that video, I want to kind of advocate again for people to, you know, the people that's I feel needed to just take a break. Maybe you come back, maybe you don't. Either way is fine, but there's a point where you just have to go like, either you're okay with it and you stay, or you just, you know, don't be the uncle at Thanksgiving that nobody wants to talk to. There's anything here? There are no one for each companion. Oh, traits, you mean? It's gonna depend on how you're using them. But some people lean more towards damage for the assault guy. Some people, for instance, I lean more towards just making him more tanky, honestly. Have the thing of more threat and stuff and being more tanky, because that's more how I end up using him. I mean, for a large, because yeah, some of those don't exist in, because the only thing that the orange ones have is overall, yeah, they're bigger, they're rarer, but that's like saying exotics are better than high ends or something, right? It's not always true. It's not always true that if you just pick whatever one with 2 orange ones, because some of the orange ones are also not that great. It's those orange ones you kind of have to see as like, yeah, they're exotic talents, but that doesn't mean, you know, that they're per se just outright better than other choices. I actually kind of want to run solo for a little bit, because I haven't run solo much this season. I kind of want to feel how, for instance, yeah, especially this like 30 heals. I'm also just gonna... Oh, actually, I need hyena. That was yesterday. I sell it in my... yeah. I need a hyena retaliation. Or did I have the overdogs already? No, right? I don't think I do. I think it's also, yeah, I kind of want to do a solo retaliation, because I've only done some in groups. That a chance yet to kind of... But then also, yeah, I already have the shred there. Although, well, this DCD was also a priority objective, so I'm still gonna do it. I'll likely just let them take over whatever they're gonna take over, and then I'll go piss off some hyenas. Everything, but instead of the chess commander using himself also for demonstrated fire from is it worth it? It's so overall that's a choice that can work. The thing is, the salvo is basically from a damage perspective, but with the Heartbreaker Tech Tank I'm likely as well gonna although we'll do the calculations. I need to know how much sustained DPS we're dropping. Jessica piece, the salvo piece, is basically the same burst DPS. The sustained DPS and the damage per mag is better with the Cheska, because this adds to that damage. But then the stacking is a little bit better with the salvo. So I think if we're not dropping a lot of sustained DPS, I wouldn't mind having that extra RPM. That will mean running out of ammo a little bit more. A little bit, but because we're losing as well a little bit of damage per mag, but I'm kind of leaning towards that as well. But I won't have a full answer for you for likely another week, because likely this week we'll go through. I'm kind of very busy with units.
Virus samples
Although
detected.
I'm also trying to like play a little. is the thing. I could if I wanted to like burn myself through units, but also not. You know, have some fun.
Agent, hostiles are retaliating in downtown West.
But yeah, once the unit is done and concentrated and the 2 exotics, I'm gonna start going through the build collection. So once the build collection stuff starts, then yeah, I'm gonna calculate all of those kind of things out as we go through them. And one of the things is, yeah, exactly that. Salvo instead of Cheska for the Heartbreaker tech tank and the Striker tech tank when it's in, like, with the chest. Kind of curious as well to see the Striker tech tank with the chest and then 25% rate of fire. That feels a little bit better than it used to, if you're mostly trying to just main the AR. I will calculate that. But I can already say that from a damage perspective, they'll be pretty close to each other. It's mostly, yeah, you'll stack a little bit faster with the... which the Heartbreaker tech tank definitely can use, especially with AR. You'll stack a little bit more consistently, or faster. Not per se consistently.
Out and search for them. They could be anywhere.
With the salvo, but you'll give up a little bit of damage per mag and a little bit of sustained DPS.
Supporting fire.
And you'll likely gain a tiny bit of burst, actually, because it's Heartbreaker doesn't have the RPM bonuses Striker does, so it'll likely be like a 0.5% or something overall DPS burst DPS increase. Let's go bugs in what way?
The outcasts are using blood from an
Overall, not that
I'm
nothing obvious comes to mind.
They're weaponizing green poison and turning it loose on the city. Destroy anything that might be contaminated.
Okay. Good to have confirmation. Although, well, is the tag also correct on it? Sorry, just checking something quickly. Oh, did it do? Yeah. Interesting. Maybe it's just a while since we've looted some. No, it's that. Yeah. It's just been a while since we've farmed targeted names that aren't dropping shit tons. Yeah. Odd. Oh, let me just show you a salvo. What's with measurement? Just half stacks. Yeah. Yeah, I mean the RPM increases there. Because though that, for instance, yeah, last season we had a 30%, right? And still, because yeah, the thing is with Striker, for Chest Striker to be viable, you need to be above 75% stack. So.
Emmeline's the head of the outcasts. If she's an asymptomatic carrier, they've got an endless.
But at least, yeah, it will be.
Agent,
Because that's the thing with the salvo, especially getting 10% rate of fire, is for the stacking sets, it'll make a decent amount of sense. But actually, as we kind of looked already for instance, OD, the backpack, where we go Cheska, just because OD really doesn't, like, nothing there cares about rate of fire. There isn't even, like, really a talent we could go with that would care about rate of fire going up. More so rate of fire going down, because if you had, you know, strained or something lasting longer. But yeah, strained would last shorter with it. But yeah, of course, the strikers being one of the most popular things. How is that possible? What? Oh.
Hold still. They're wounded. Go up on that flank.
Fuck you!
The DCD's data analysis lab is just ahead. See what data you can grab for Kelso.
Not 30 weapon damage and the 30... Like, this shield feels significantly more chunky. Because it's also getting healed for more. That skill efficiency actually, like, really being felt here. I mean, that was always the case. That's why it has a memento.
Data transfer initiated.
I got just the heroic spawn, right?
For all the fallen. I didn't know you there. Shit.
Let me get fucked there.
Yeah, these waves are always the same. At least on heroic. Solo or in group. Oh well, it spawns in that way, so it's always that door first, then that door, then that door, then that door. On hard and stuff, it's different. Oh, actually, you know what I should do? Because these guys are retaliating, I'm just gonna abandon it. Because this mission will fill it like most of the way up, and then we'll go actually after Hyenas, which is the faction that I need. I totally forgot who I need.
Data transfer
Who
completed.
I need.
You're clear to get out of there. With the lab and samples destroyed, I don't think the outcasts are going to be able to do much else from here.
Thanks for getting me that data to play with.
Hostiles are moving to your position. Suggest an egress through the courtyard to avoid getting boxed in.
Yep, he's just he's a covert agent sent to infect you just a little bit. So drop on target mission trouble during retaliation.
Here they come. Be careful.
Yeah, that may be just a bunch of people, including me, were just getting unlucky, or it's just been also a while, maybe. And that's also why it's good to like double check and also like bring stuff as speculation until we actually know. And also, yeah, being able to just go like, actually, turns out I wasn't right. I was just letting
And I'll let you answer to Emily personally.
perceptions dictate reality instead of reality itself, which is a common mistake to make. But it turns out it's fine to be a human, because we are.
Feel that, Agent? Let's get the fire
Stop. Oh, wow. This guy has
Signs
a
critical.
decent amount of extra damage, yeah. I'm so used to just base tanking that. Because the commanders also have how much more? 25. Okay, so it's a little less than the... I totally forgot that this also gives 20% crit damage, actually. Oh, this is that healing that's happening. Totally forgot that killing those guys also gives stuff. I noticed here and there were being some like regen happening, or like healing happening, that I wasn't sure. Had it a few times as well. Or well, I kind of noticed it like yesterday, especially a few times. But yeah, it's when we kill those jammer guys. Reading is fundamental, although I haven't really looked at the modifier much yet. So ways to deal with, yeah. Sorry, and trans, yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, I was at the edge of hyenas, yeah. We edged them already. What? Oh, is there one in the world somewhere? Oh. I'm like, I don't even have mine out. Oh, double. Let's actually see.
Priority objective
I'm empty.
available.
Reloading.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Hey, MD. I'm agent.
I see him. Open fire!
Fight that shield.
So actually, I would lean more towards like that kind of that high profile one on assault. I think is likely the one I would hunt if I get one. I'm kind of curious about this actually as well. Ah, okay, it's not just last recruited flag or something. Well, I'm kind of curious. Is there maybe a little bit of a timer just now?
Guard duty's so boring.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Oh, yeah. It's like, wait, why did it pop up the bar? But yeah, when you press F, it pulls up the bar, of course. Again, I don't think it's... I was curious about this, if you can just go from one to the other.
Guard duty's so boring.
But nah. So the fast travel is then kind of resetting that. I'm kind of curious. Although, yeah, we should go to a non-shared space. Curious if they... Let's go to also let me see that like from this. Yeah. You know what? I hope somebody just made like 40 tickets and then just, you know, the same thing, but then repeat it in like a dozen different ways. Just like, and then with the last one, see how annoying it is? No, right? Did we just get out of range? They despawn? Or did they? Yeah, just like enemies. Oh, okay, so yeah, that does give me a lot of healing. Okay. Just to check as well, just to be sure. It should work that way. When we get too far away, it should just despawn them, clean the world, and then spawn other things. Heinous. Heinous. Although I just need like an activity. Just don't know. That's it's black desk.
There's nothing out there.
What? No, sir. There's a territory control out here. That was well timed. I should I guess over there. Yeah, let's have a peek at Trilla. Oh yeah, they're gonna be adding. Did they fix Tempest actually? Haven't looked at that at all.
No one can go!
How much time have we got? I think it's safe to say that nobody knows.
Actually, I should have just likely killing those four would have been enough.
Enjoy yourself. You might not be alive tomorrow.
Actually nice for stacking.
Hostile control point nearby.
You're in a world of hurt.
Agent, we need you to stabilize West Potomac Park.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
Yeah, let's go do that retaliation. Oh, I only need to do 2 control points with this character. Nice. Let's actually make sure they're fixed for that also stack.
Why the fuck am I on guard duty?
Or was this a specific thing?
Agent, this is the area we need you to stabilize.
Oh yeah, just thing. Yeah, no, I mean just somebody that just kept, you know, like these guys just kept repeating things over and over at them until they went, okay, yeah, this is kind of annoying, isn't it? Because I don't need to capture this one. What resources on my phone? I should grab some water and some food.
I did not join up for this.
You didn't join up at all. You're not here. Because especially as well, like, unrecruited ones should totally, like, never be done. Oh, they have a lot of extra damage here. production, of course, also going to the shield.
Why the fuck am I on guard duty?
Because you talk too much. You die. Well, actually,
Nothing is going on here.
because that shouldn't be in my ear. That should, like, even if he's, even that chatter, even if you go like, hey, we want this guy to chatter or something. It should just be in world.
Taking it down.
We completed the maneuver.
This shit's the best.
Did I in the end make a retaliation video? No, right? No. Although, yeah. So I'm likely, I was thinking we can move it to a guide. Instead of just only tips, we'll just do guide instead. Because I did do a short. But I kind of wanted to, well, first wait with the target loot and stuff, and then got busy. I realize now. We never actually. Oh. Who has shock rounds? And why? Oh, was that a shock grenade from that guy? But then, yeah, we could move it to just be a full-on in-depth guide. But then later in the season. Oh yeah, keep in mind that because a backfire build is good enough to mess around with and stuff. It's backfire definitely is kind of usable, but if you're doing it for, you know, I've seen some people already, because I did it in Discord, kind of being like, oh, we have hazard protection, so it's a backfire build season. Like, the hazard protection was like the extra sauce on top we got with that season. That was a crit chance season. It was a season when we had 70 crit chance instead of 60 for a lot of it. I'm being dumb. But I'm getting away with it. It's the point of a tech tank. Feel that yellow glow that the image when you kind of bring them onto screen gives away where the jammer guy is.
Reinforcements incoming.
I need the facts.
Incoming
I'm doing pretty good.
detected.
I hope everybody's enjoying their day that I totally know what it is. It's Thursday, right? But I'm also only half joking that But it's gonna melt it all together. But yeah, for me today, just had to do some work stuff, and the rest of the day is just for myself. It was a good plan to free up a bunch of time last week for this week. Especially enjoying kind of diving into the new season.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, soul engineers. Should actually treat this with a little bit more respect than I am.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Ready for some pain.
No turrets. Multiple medics. You gone. You gone. The shield is so much more chunky with the with 30% shield or shield. It's 30% skill efficiency. Because that trade, it goes into the shield with a little bit more skill health, even though it's basically, it is additive. Although we should actually double check that it is additive too, because it wouldn't be the first time or something where a new system is introduced and it's not working in an additive way. To the Mementos 30, but yeah, it makes it quite a bit more chunky. Well, the damage is a little bit noticeable. But the damage is basically because I don't have a graded weapon here. This just feels like I have a graded weapon, which... duh. But also, I could have a graded weapon and I can have that on top. That would be juicy, of course. Ooh, we're kind of low on time. Hopefully I get a kill squad here, although we always get a kill squad here anyway.
I'm gonna drop you back.
Hostile kill squad nearby. Stay alert.
That's what I was also trying to get some stacks there. CC worked out. How about you go fix your chain? Sniper first. How about you fix your chain? How about you fix your chain? It's more heavy. It's like, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. I just keep shooting him in the chains. How about you fix your chain? You know what? How about you go away? Okay, you know what? I'll have mercy on you. How about you fix your face? I feel I can stop you. I feel you've just been stopped.
Kill squad eliminated.
Good, I needed that time. Or should I actually check? I do want to get a... But yeah, a double crit backpack. Just for testing purposes. Don't really have a designated spot for it, but it would be nice just to check damage numbers and stuff like that. Although the brand bonus being RPM, like we can always check damage numbers. Just in general. Any direction indeed. I mean, yeah, he shouldn't have been so heavy. Maybe if he slimmed down, he could carry a smaller gun that I couldn't shoot in the mag. The only yeah, of course. Missed that earlier. I'll do 515 actually. There's a whole build collection. I'll put this in the boat chats. But this is basically what I'm running now. Could you stop shooting me? But as a kind of style of build, I kind of like this Heartbreaker one and the Striker one both. Of this style of build, the tech tanks. Let's grab ammo actually here. I should try this actually with a stack broker. Actually, I'm gonna put that one stack broker I have now on this Heartbreaker tech tank. It'll benefit the most from it. This is also the place where I use the ACS the most anyway.
How do you like me?
How about you fix your chain? I'll let you know it. Okay. We already made a heavy suffer. Let's not overdo it. You guys are not part of this. Where's the last guy? Of course, they go all the way around. Oh! Now it pops up.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Shit, I'm out.
Oh. It's like, who hit me that hard? But she did. Let's initiate.
Reinforcements en route.
Yeah, last control point.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, second control point.
Heavily armored.
That's kind of nice, actually, seeing as I need the completion, and I don't per se care about the resources and stuff. This Bounty Cheese character, because they don't have that one side mission then. They have a control point less to do. Although that did actually, yeah, if I hadn't gotten that kill squad there, but we basically always do get a kill squad between those two control points, but... Or if I'd like died to them or something, then I would have been in real-time trouble. Oh, oops, all shields. What is this? Oh no, that's still the first wave. Oops, all grenade launchers.
Another dummy! Closing on my position.
I'll take it apart. No way.
I should keep that glove.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And that one's fully stacked. You have the damage. Hey, you have a shield. I have a shield. My shield's better. It's a little rat rotation build in descent. Depends on, well, yeah, especially if you're going deep. The thing you can do with rat is basically take one in each pool. Off the top of my head, because you have obliterate and strain in there, right? You have unhinged. You have intimidate. And then allegro and surgical as the reds. And then you take to offset unhinged, you take steady-handed and then usually braced. And you definitely take trauma plus eyeless is the one in there, right? And then you have the other two you can kind of free pick.
The area is stabilized. Good.
Got the blueprint there, nice. So we got our overdags. Don't remember the exact. I'll actually, yeah. But yeah, I'm guessing it's rat then. But then we already got our weekly in. I might jump in for a little bit. Although, well, we have better things to do. I do want to do a somewhat deeper run with rat one time, just to, yeah, kind of make a build screenshot, kind of. Oh, that's not fixed. The big downside on Heartbreaker is still, but that's not a linked laser pointer bug. It's just the stacking on Heartbreaker is very inconsistent, but that's still there. That's why I'm stacking with an ACS. I keep kind of going back to the ACS just to keep my stacks up high. But then this is also a build kind of set up to get close and be able to do that. All right. Oh yeah, what is it? Oh no, I can't. It's annoying that they don't show it still here again. I was actually checking one. So what was in the Excels here?
Active.
Oh yeah. So yeah, you take Bloodsucker as intimidates kind of partner. Alongside of Adrenaline Rush. And then yeah, Bullet Hell plus nowadays it's adaptive mostly. The thing is though that's the thing with Rat. It's really like it's a lot better with 4-man because every person can be on a door, triggering Intimidate very consistently, killing fast enough that you always kind of keep adaptive up because, you know, as long as you clear under 45 seconds, And if you have 4 players, you can do that. And yeah, Bloodsucker is there for Intimidate. You can also go Plague instead of Bloodsucker, but the consistency of that combo is too good to kind of give up. And Plague is just not that much. Oh yeah, you have Vindictive here as well. But then usually as well, Vindictive plus Salvage. Oh no, you're taking Bullet Hell, right? Yeah. You could take extra. I remember usually taking extra for just triggering some ammo returns from this. But you can also take Optimized so that you have Braced, Steady-Handed, and Optimized. Oh, wait. Ah, that's interesting. Wait, is it really checking? And wait, that's just all the way there. Every time it becomes kind of dark, the thing goes down, and then when the light kind of comes back on and isn't flickering anymore, it goes up. So is it really actually checking for ambient light? I'm guessing it's like the center point underneath me. That was kind of funny. Yeah. But basically, Bullet Hell is a must. Bloodsucker is a really good pick together with Intimidate, just to keep Intimidate going. Because Intimidate is like one of the big boys there. It's basically the Obliterate and Intimidate carry this. And it's also that you can have, because yeah, rate of fire, weapon damage, total weapon damage, crit. And then yeah, you need this to kind of trigger these because you don't have agonizing. But you need a surgical for these two. And a separate multiplier. Meaning that you have basically 5 separate multipliers. This one's, of course, going with red cores as well, but that's kind of the strength in here for deeper runs. That you can kind of diversify into 5 different pools, and then you have surgical just to trigger Obliterate and Strained with. Man. One thing you can do, this is the one place you can kind of take a few blue cores, especially if you're not going beyond 30. If you're just going to 30, actually taking a few blue cores for Bloodsucker to feed off of. Up to 30, you can kind of rely a little bit on your armor. But the thing is also, even with Bloodsucker, even if you go full armor, like 35 to 40, it becomes useless. But then also here, you wouldn't go like all the way blue. You would just go like, take the 6 yellows and then red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue is what I've done a few times to go not too far. That's over. Yes, this is the premium bundle outfit. Yeah, I don't hate it. It has a little bit of LMB markings on it. It has there's LMB there. But this thing has way too many. This thing looks way too bulky. How many lenses do you need? Yes. We could put 2, we could put 4, we could put 6, or we could put 8. Yes. Yeah. I do like, though, and that's likely the reason why they did do it as an outfit, because it's a one-piece outfit with the mask. But I do like, actually, that the neck line is kind of coherent. Like, this is one of the few outfits, because this is an outfit as well, where the neck, like if you put a mask on and stuff, that the neck doesn't look like exposed and stuff, which is kind of one of my pet peeves nowadays. It's not after well, it's if you pick something above it. One thing you can do is make sure to pick adaptive as late. Well, basically pick all your reds and your yellows. Because a Bloodsucker wouldn't show up on their... a bullet hell would. So you'll want to basically pick adaptive as one of the last. It's basically whatever you've picked last as a talent is what shows on the, if it has a sight of weapon thing, it will be the, you know, whatever you picked last. So that's usually why I take adaptive. I usually take like everything else first and then take adaptive last. Because that's a kind of handy, like adaptive is definitely one that you want to know if you have it up or not. So because of that, yeah. What you can do even is like, you know, if you get exotics at like 14, 15 or something, because you get a lot of exotics there, right? Just swap to like, well, plague is the next best. But you swap to plague and then swap back to adaptive to just put it back to the side of the weapon. I've done that in the past. Did I mark that glove or something? Oh, let's put a recalibration on it then. Because actually the thing for chest striker, for a general use one, we'll actually do that in the numbers in a second. I realized like, oh yeah, actually we can just take the 2-piece. With the salvo calculations, we need to kind of add this in. Because we did it with like, you know, overdogs alongside of like all the other pieces we could take. But we could go 2-piece here as well. This 20% assault rifle damage is large. Yeah, let me take a quick bio break. I'll be right back, and then we go play with some numbers. But yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, actually, before we go, yeah, it's one outfit. It's literally like even the mask on it, and then the gloves. It's this and gloves. But yeah, I'll be right back. There we go. Let's put there also. No need for that. Let's let our hair down for some calculating. I calculate better with my hair down. Yeah, let's go over here-ish. And let's actually start with that. As I was looking at this salvo one, and I was like, oh yeah, I should add in a 2-piece as well here. Even though we're gonna basically here have this as a real, like also looking at that. And I want it here as well already. Which is salvo plus unit. And then this would be, oh yeah. Although Yeah, so it will be one of these. And then we can take at least this 75. And this is this way. Oh, actually, yeah, it will be this. So it will be 58.99. But then basically we're flipping this multiplier to here 50. Yeah, 10, 0, 21, 180, and then 0. And then, yeah, we need a way to, so I should take this. That. Is 30 times this, that. Button combination I'm pressing. Google Sheets. Because yeah, we can activate and deactivate ODAX here. So streamline is hooked in. Killer should be hooked in, and then a measure just needs to be hooked in. Should be just that. Should be just this. Yes. And then oh, yeah. That's actually closer than I thought it would be. So effectively 7% at a unit. I mean, yeah, we're pushing weapon damage pretty high. Oh man, we actually need that. Yeah, because we need to also be able to look at it from like if we have 2 blues, 3 blues, and stuff like that, and without grading. Yeah, let's hook that up. So actually all of these would need that. I know we should always actually have that in there. Kind of forgot, didn't I? Yeah, so if we do, although here it doesn't matter. Well, actually, we should have it here as well with equalizer plus unit in the exact same way. Scope creep. Yeah. Who doesn't love some scope creep? Yeah, gonna creep that scope. Although actually, no, right? Because we have that here already. Yeah. Yeah, for that one we have. It was just for chest striker. Yes. Yes. Okay. But then yeah, this can stay. But yeah, we still want to be able to input cores. Yeah. Get over here. And either can. And indeed. Although, well, this is a little bit more than only the tip. We've gone far beyond the tip. It is, in fact, fully inserted. Wait, what? You know what? Let's actually then do it like this. So 6. This is red cores. And then here, this just all needs to become then is 10 plus give me the formula. Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's not over bracket here actually, but so this is this times 15. Yep. So we're gonna go 0 to 6, and then all of these is this. Yeah. And we take this section and paste that here. Paste that here. And here. Okay. Change this. Okay. Actually, that's a lot faster. I should do it that way. Already these to here for later on. One thing I'm kind of thinking about as well is splitting this. Because it's getting kind of to be a lot. Splitting this in unit for striker and unit for other builds. Because there are parts I kind of want to go deeper in, like extending the Heartbreaker then a little bit more than I thought, and Umbra. And then we could also even include things like, yeah, Heartbreaker, Tech Tank, and such for Salvo. Should we start Burger Salvo and Ninja with Huntsman? That doesn't sound really great. Heartbreaker already also having that bonus. Like Heartbreaker by itself already like struggles a little bit in like direct competition. Because yeah, for a solo build, like a Tech Tank is just gonna outperform that. But also just a choice of kind of like 2-piece units. I think 1-piece unit, 1-piece Fenris. Even if you want a Ninja Bike, which at least on Heartbreaker is less of an issue than on Striker. But yeah, Memento pretty good. And a 40 stream streak. Well, turns out I was there for them too. How funny would it be if you had a longer streak than me? Yeah, so let's implement all of these because this is just getting it in there, jamming it in there. And then even we could extend the unit, the OD, because here actually I'm curious as well how it won't work out because this is 15%. And also we're not using ARs, but what if we were taking 2-piece units? I mean, it's gonna lose to this, but I'm curious how. I mean, although we could expand from this because it's 160 going to 180. So 280 over 260. 280 over 260. That'll be a 7%. Okay, so that's quite a loss. And then you would also be forced into AR. But I'd be curious to like expand it there. So maybe we do that actually. Maybe we take it to just unit on Striker and then unit on miscellaneous. Yeah. Oh yeah, that Ninja Bike gets bandied around quite a bit. It's not the worst, but yeah. Generally, the thing with the Ninja Bike is that I used to say it in the past. There are at least now some exceptions, especially for some headhunting stuff. There is something to be said for like 2-piece imminence armaments, especially because just it has enough of a bonus to be kind of worth it. But usually, if you look at a ninja bike build, especially for instance for solo play, where ninja bike builds kind of fit in the most, like the memento is really strong. You really need to have a lot to offset that. And usually it ends up basically, if you see a ninja bike build, likely there is a better way to get not even just more damage, but even, for instance, because of the mementos regen and stuff, also more survivability out of it. Yeah, I'm just sitting here blanking. So yeah, this just needs to be well, actually, if I just copy this as a cell, that should work, right? Yeah. And then, yeah. All of these are set up in the same way. It's also the nice thing about splitting this off. And then I'd actually lock this and just copy paste, but let's just put it inside of it so we can, if we need to like duplicate one of these, it'll be easier then, even though we're likely not going to do that. No. Okay. Actually, this one. There we go. Okay. Yeah. It's just the weapon damage that's different, right? Because the crit is the same between the two. I mean, yeah, it's just a brand bonus coming in versus exotic talent. So, yeah, so that's 23% over it. Yeah, that's a lot. Hmm. Oh, 21% over it, yeah. Yeah, that under over is it's closer than I thought it would be, actually. So that's salvo plus unit. That could actually be, for consistency's sake, one of the ways. Although, well, we'll see it as well here with, because we have equalizer plus salvo as well against exotics. Oh, wait, let me catch up on chat for a second. I'm kind of in my own world for a bit. And thanks for the kind words there, teammates. There's it. Yeah. Although, well, memento, just as a pet peeve of mine. Yeah. Even though it does often get spelled memento, yeah, it's the memento. There's actually an April Fool's item of memento. That's the joke went. I'm not showing that it's stacking. Goes well, and equipping one piece. Okay. Yeah, I haven't ran into it yet, but yeah, not surprising. Umbra used to have that as well. Heartbreaker used to have that as well. Once in a while. Well, that one at least is kind of easily solvable. You just, yeah. Unequip and requip. I need a jack. And then never use it. Yeah. I think in most cases, what it really gets you is a blue and a yellow, but it turns out that especially on a lot of builds, you can just, even if you just want that blue and a yellow, you could just take it as is. And the bronze bonuses, like unless we get another thing that is as powerful as unit is, because unit is one of the more powerful things to stick with a ninja bike, definitely. But that still doesn't take it to enough of a place where it's kind of worth in that way. And then also the thing is, like, that third one, the third piece is, to me, it's kind of more like a trap. Like going 2 pieces for the 3 pieces. It just, because yeah, you can go 1 piece of that for the rate of fire plus the AR damage, and yeah, that's good. That the combo, yes, very much. But then just taking Fenris for another 10 weapon damage and 30% reload instead of the magazine size. Overall, I think that's a better deal. And let's actually donate. That's right. I'm like, what do I have in my inventory there? But, oh yeah, we didn't clean up actually after the thing. Neither hard. Also, I think some people push it also too far in the other way. It's also like not like a ninja bike build, because there's way worse exotics, like sticking a tardigrade into a build, or hell, going, I don't know, True Patriot, or like Foundry, like Red Foundries or something like that. As I've seen some people do. Like, those are way worse builds. Ninja, at least, like, especially if you're doing it with Striker, like, it'll get you through all heroic stuff. The question comes more like, could we make something better? And for the ninja bike, most of the time the answer is yes. Yes, we could make something different that is better. Turns out. So now we have all this. Actually, yeah, curious. doesn't make as big of a difference as I thought it would. Wait, which one's Cheska? This one. And yeah, the crit is also super low, isn't it? Here. Oh yeah, if we also take grading out as well. It's that combo. Well, I mean, it is a decent difference, but I would expect it to catch up more. Well, effectively, yeah, because it is the brand bonus. So yeah, it's just double that. So. Oh yeah. Now, wait. Let's actually sign off on some of these. So this one's completely there. As last night after the stream, I actually checked some of these numbers. I checked at least 2 in every one just to make sure everything lined up. Then we only need to check in the exotic one. This feels still off. So I didn't check this one actually, but Shaska's 8 turning into 2 of this. That makes sense. Well, it's almost 4%. That's also not nothing. Oh, it's SMG. The weapon damage isn't applied. Yeah, so the differential stays the same there because AR damage, not all weapon damage. Hang on, let me catch up here. Oh, is there? Oh, Bolivar. Although the thing is always to because yeah, I have a few 50Ks and stuff even in there, but you can usually tell a lot by because yeah, 47K is definitely like doable nowadays, and yeah, they have 11K hours. That's or even more, like 11.5K. I mean, it's like 4 levels per hour. That's, you know, kind of the same way that I am. It's my SHT as well. It's mostly playtime. Because if you compare it to somebody like, well, for instance, I said Toastia actually is in the 30s, or well, he's been in the 30s for a while. Like, he's basically catching up to me. He's gonna surpass me not too long from now. Because he just does more levels per hour basically than I do. So directives isn't worth to do all directives. A bunch of builds. I mean, headhunters can always deal with all the directives. They just don't care anyway. pistol headhunter, rifle headhunters, marksman headhunters. Especially scavenge skill is actually easier to deal with than cool skills for a lot of those things, especially basically unless you're using shield. Scavenge skill is actually easier to deal with than cool skills. Which other one changed? Fragile armor is easier to deal with than no regen overall. So, yeah. Well, Pesty would more so an OD build, but OD wouldn't per se just always be with Pesty. But yeah, Triple Tick, for instance, could deal with it decently well. You need something to deal with the ammo if you're going 5 directives. That's usually like the thing. So you're either going pistols, because for instance as well, the pistol tech tank. Although the thing is, for this season with scavenge skills, shield is kind of annoying with scavenge skill. You have to, every time you put the shield away, you need a pickup to bring the shield out again. Which is kind of annoying. But yeah, usually like the pistol headhunters and stuff work well enough. Even that pistol tech tank will work well enough. You just have to keep your shield out a little bit more, making it a little slower. And then OD can work as a red build to deal with 5 directives, because it can deal with the other directives don't matter that much. You just have to deal with special ammo and stuff. But then you just need something to generate ammo for you, and OD can do that. How many hours did you have? Like 11 and a half on 2 characters, so maybe even more than that. So, which yeah, is because yeah, usually the way to kind of look at it from because there's also plenty of people that have cheated their way up like fully, because the scent I would just the scent glitch that existed for a while, I would consider that like fully on cheating. Like that was also a reason why that had a ban wave attached to it. But even things like Kenley nowadays and such, but also Anderson, Fei Lao, Floor 10. There have been ways to, if you really wanted to, pump up your levels. But the thing is, you can't allow. Most of those people wouldn't. Like, I know people that have like less than 1,000 hours and they have like 60K. So that means they did 60 levels per hour. Like, there's a point like around at most like kind of 15 levels per hour, where like anything beyond that is very suspicious if you divide just the levels by hours. Yeah. But also, yeah, headhunting, like just 5 directive. Like that's the thing with hotshot, especially, is it works with like, it's making a marksman hotshot determined is always going to work with any of the directives. Oh yeah, like on their case, it was definitely, that seemed perfectly fine. In my case as well, my SHG as well is not that high in comparison to my hours played. But yeah, some people are sometimes very suspicious in the levels they have versus the hours that they have. Because even 10 and such is well doable. Like, even 15 is like doable if someone's just on that character, just doing that. But yeah, the thing to remember as well is like, I have hours and stuff, like just standing here next to the stash and just, filling in spreadsheets or going like, do I want this piece or do I want this piece? And basically then if you're doing like 15 levels per hour or something, now you need to do, for the other hour, you need to do 30 to make the average 15. Right? And then that's like doable still, but you need to just always be grinding, basically. which most people don't work that way. Plus, also like any hour you're spending in countdown, you're doing 3 levels per hour, right? Or 4. Any hour spent raiding, you're likely doing like 2 levels per hour. So, let's say 5 hours, yeah. So that would be 20 levels per hour, and that's kind of beyond what is not really doable. Yeah. Thing is though that like any other gear set would likely outperform a red foundry in basically most metrics, but especially as well if you're not using a shield, which you can't with an MMR anyway, unless it was a rifle one. But then also like, yeah, you could get pretty decent bonuses out of something else and just have the blue cores to have a shield up for a rifle. Think about the net rifle. Oh, the new rifle, I'm guessing. Yeah, those are close. I haven't played with it much yet. We'll definitely get it. I'm not too far away on it on the season track. I'm gonna do an in-depth look on it. Stat-wise, it didn't change. If you're doing the thing like quite a lot of, you kind of need to be in a group as well for it and such. But or you can kind of use it on the ally, but the ally is more annoying than actual teammates. If you're doing the thing right and you're in long engagements, it actually kind of works out. And most of it is due to that you can, while you're using up, you do 8 headshots, you hit an ally, you trigger the headshot only mode of it, basically. The thing is that in that, you can charge up the next one. So once you start pretty slow, but then you actually have a lot of damage there afterwards. Oh, okay, drops. Yeah. Yeah, nowadays I do have indeed. I did sign up eventually. As much as I in the past said I'll never join the creator program, yeah. They do drops now so often and stuff that I kind of have to if I want to consider streaming as an actual thing, because I was kind of just usually going away during those weeks, but now they're doing them so often I don't want to not be streaming every time there's drops and stuff, at least not streaming Division. So I gave up and went like, okay, I'll join the shills. I'll sell out. Here we are. We've sold out. But yeah, we're still mathing. So Salvo over the Coyote, Exodus Nimble, Bloody. Although Bloody would just be this. And then here's plus 30. Okay, and then a few tinkerers. Yeah, wait, how would that even work with measured? With tinkerer? Or well, more, how can I make it work? Oh, actually, yeah, we can just do it. Yeah, yes. Yes. Oh, but then, yeah, so think, and then, util. Okay. Getting built. At least they were kind of just it for a second. So now, CFRs. Indeed. And as well, actually, I should do the shilling part, because also, yeah, for those actually interested in the drops and such, make sure to link your account, because that's required. I put the links there in the chat. So yeah, you first need to link your Ubisoft account and your Twitch account. You do that with that first link there, and then you can watch whoever has drops for whatever. Well, 4 hours is the highest one this time around. So you just need to watch 4 hours, and then you can claim them in the inventory, and you can check in the inventory as well if you already are getting progress or not and stuff like that. So, but yeah, you need to link your account. So if you haven't done that, make sure to actually do that. Yeah, that was also one of the reasons, like, yeah, people wanted to be watching as well, like, yeah, kind of that way. So I was like, okay, I'll give in, because I'm not a big fan of like creator programs and stuff. So far I haven't heard bad things about Ubisoft side of things, but some other companies have been a little, not completely kosher with how they use and abuse their like creator programs to kind of incentivize, hey, don't talk too much shit, otherwise, would be a shame if something happened to your drops. Stuff like that, right? Well, at least Ubi doesn't seem that invested in there. With newer players consuming 5 times XP and 3 times XP on relative new. That even with those, like 15 per hour is already quite a lot. And also there for 1,000 level. So if somebody's in like the 50s, they like, yeah, as it moves on, it'll be a little bit like that, but the thing is also, even like it also in the other way skews sometimes. because it also depends on if like a person has played, for instance, a lot in year 1. Like I've played a lot in year 1. SHD didn't exist, so while those hours are on my character or on my characters, because 3 out of the 4 characters existed back then as well. So yeah, they have a lot of hours which weren't SHD-able. So, but anything under like 10K, 15K, like you can't, you shouldn't per se. But also anything under 15K is like nowadays, like I would say there are thousands of players in those levels. So that's not per se suspicious to be like 15K or something. Something right dance. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's I mean that's one of the things that incentivizes. If you're only into leveling, like why would you ever play outside of the 3 times and 5 times? The thing is, for most of us, like the answer I give to that as well is just like I play the game because I enjoy playing the game. It's for me, there is a little bit of incentive of like, SHE level and stuff, and I do go like, hey, yeah, we reached a new milestone and stuff, but I've actually the 3 times and the 5 times I've actually cut into those quite a bit of just like caring about it less. We strike over 2 times. Yeah, we're striking rolls and doing Heartbreaker. It's gonna be about as good. Like at least these 2 pieces are a little bit better than most of the things that we had for ARs in the past to make that with. Like at least it's better than the 2-piece Brazos. But honestly, I would lean, even if you go Ninja Bike, I would lean much more towards 1-piece unit, 1-piece Fenris. Like by a lot. I would totally trade that 50% max size for 10% more weapon damage and 30% reload. Like that seems a better deal. But yeah, especially on Striker giving up the backpack talent. Like we've already looked at it in the PTS. We'll actually look at it here as well. But I likely won't do it with Striker. We've already done that in the PTS. But from a damage perspective, you can just take that blue and that yellow on just a normal Striker. And honestly, you're better off. Especially once stacked. And you can then also just, instead of a blue and a yellow, take 2 blues, which is actually more useful than a blue and a yellow for if you're just using a shield and a revive hack. We're at. Well, depends on which part. But yeah, to just briefly repeat, the better way is to do, or at least I feel the better way, 1-piece unit, 1-piece Fenris. If you're gonna go Ninja Bike. That 50% max size versus 10% WEP damage and 30% reload, I'd lean towards that because that seems like a better deal. But yeah, it's just overall it has a Ninja Bike build problem of like, yeah, you can, but instead of that, you could take a memento, for instance. At least the thing is with unit is that it is actually at least a big enough bonus that's kind of worthwhile to take with a Ninja Bike. But it'll be a little bit ahead of the memento, especially before it gets charged up. But once the memento's charged up, it's about the same damage. On the burst, the sustain not so much because the max size, but you have 3% regen. You have 30% skill efficiency. Like that's a lot. It's basically the thing with the Ninja Bike is also like if from a pure perspective, if gear sets and brand sets were equal, which they're not, that's why we go strikers and heartbreakers and umbra and stuff instead of ninja biking brand sets. The idea would be to get as many, one pieces, so you can make, 10 brand bonuses bonus. And that will mostly work out that way as well there. Even though that, 50% max size is pretty decent. But it's still, the reload will kind of help the sustain end of things enough. And the 10% weapon damage is also decent. Because actually we looked at that as well in the PTS thing. Oh. That was hovering over the... Yeah, so this was the thing with the ninja. But then this is trying to go full red is the thing. But the Fenris one is like, I feel a better deal than the unit. Especially now, because this is even the old salvo. This is like 3% less now. Because I was like, hey, these are pretty close actually. But yeah, this is the old salvo, so... Yeah, you would gain over a little under 3%. Your sustain would be about the same. Your damage per mag will be a lot lower, of course, because that metric really affected by that. But yeah, it's almost as if having an extra brand bonus is well worth it. I would like to also revisit it actually. Because I've kind of decided now actually we're gonna split this into two, because we've creeped the hell out of this. Which kind of a given, honestly. But I'm gonna make it unit alloys and striker, and then unit alloys in general. Kind of. Okay. Let's figure out what the... Actually, let's swap character for that. If I'm swapping character, let's clean this one up. Vigilance and rat talent pool. Yes. So actually, vigilance for deeper runs, I don't take vigilance, because vigilant obliterate is the better total weapon damage. It'll, like, even with a few stacks, like really overtake vigilance by a lot. And then they're both total weapon damage. So in Wrath, usually it's Allegro, Obliterate, Strained, Intimidate, Surgical, Intimidate, or with Intimidate twice. Which was Unhinged. Yeah, the one we were in there. Because unhinged, but then unhinged you offset with steady-handed and braced. Because if you just take steady-handed, when it falls away, it's like a really big drop. Optimized is not enough to offset it, but braced is kind of. What was we must already have pressures and missed out at second one bonuses running. Yours are getting real low at times. Do you mean mag capacity? Because that's two different things, right? The ammo capacity is the how much ammo you have. That shouldn't be ever your total ammo. The mag capacity is the you know what this is, for instance, our where's unit. Oh, this guy doesn't have a unit yet. Oh yeah, sure. Do have that glove. I need to put away, or already did. But the thing is, mag size at the cost, like at least this third one, like if you're going too deep, this third one somewhat makes sense. But you would have to be making a high end, which don't make sense. A lot of the gear sets are too good nowadays to compete to them. But yeah. So, what do you mean? Oh, or Slavo. No, it's Salvo, right? Otherwise, I've been saying it wrong the whole time. Because Salvo makes a little bit more sense as well, but actually, let me double check. It's only healing down on portrait, right? For deeper runs, you do also want to take clutch. Clutch and the headshot one. Yeah, the one.
Entering safe
Oh,
area.
and hey, there's that. And thank you so much for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had some fun. Let me make sure I have a shout out here. But yeah, clutch can be handy, even with that little bit of surgical, even with that agonizing, just for when you reach rogues and such. Because yeah, you won't, well, especially like very later on, like 40 plus, you don't instantly kill them, and then clutch can be nice to kind of just keep you topped off the whole time. No, yeah, that's all. Yeah, I doubted myself. For a sec. But the preservation is the one I take to 10 first, and then clutch like later on, and then what's that shot one? That one can be handy as well, just to have alongside of it. And then like way later on, when you're kind of, the reds are done, you can also take some of the hazard protection just as a little bit extra defense. A lot of numbers, indeed. Well, that's kind of my shtick. I do numbers. And yeah, welcome in Raiders and welcome in Zed. For those that may not know me, I do number stuff. We're looking at especially equalizer and units, and yeah, we're kind of comparing numbers between, in this case, the last kind of segment that I need, which is between the exotics and equalizer plus salvo versus equalizer plus a bunch of the exotics. No worries, Viking. Entrench, yeah. Exactly that one. And entrench can be nice as well, just to have like later on level it up, like get your reds first and stuff, of course. But later on, it can be handy to like have entrench plus clutch, because you can just continuously kind of heal yourself up a little bit underneath. Slow. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's just a typo. Yeah. For a second there, I was also like, wait, have I just misread it? Because it would be totally normal for me as well to like misread like letters in the middle, especially, But yeah, it is salvo, which also makes sense because it's a salvo of fire. And yeah, either said. Oh, yeah, glad to hear. As over here, I've been playing a little bit. Now I'm jumping into some of the numbers. I'm prepping actually some stuff for to record later on. We'll go actually record that in a bit. Once this is done, I'll go play around a little bit first, and then, because actually this is the last one we'll do for now. Because I'm gonna split it up indeed. I'm gonna go strikers. First, we're gonna talk unit on strikers. And then we're going to have a part 2 with other builds. that'll work out as well because I can expand this a little bit. We can take some of the tech tanks into this as well. Not just have Red Heartbreaker, but also have Tech Tank Heartbreaker. We can pull the OD around as well. Do you know which one was cringy? That's Slavo, because I could see about, well, depending on which one it was. I can see about
I really should make myself a nice comfy chair.
maybe reaching. I think I know most of them. At least I have DMs with most of them. Because I'm guessing it's either, you know, the build station or Scooby's one. Well, I get it. The thing is, it depends on, you know, keeping at it. Like, I sucked at the few descents. I don't think I saw the Nemesis until like my 4th one or something. And then I died to the first Nemesis because didn't know skills picks back then, which is very important for that. And then I think I beat him on the 2nd one by just getting lucky, and then still struggled with it until much later on figuring out the skills thing with Nemesis, where he copies your skill, except not all of them. So I need to know which skills can and can't be picked. Yeah, so... Oh yeah. So Equalizer... From a numbers perspective, it'll be the same as this, right? As the Overdogs, but just an extra weapon talent instead. So we take that. We take these. And we take this. So...
Probably make some string out of old plastic bottles. Might come in handy.
Wait, can I combine all of these together? No, because how do we... Yeah. Because if I click 2 of these, it's going to add them to all of them. Oh, actually, yeah, I could. Could make a 2nd one here. And then we can pick 2 talents for... That might be actually... Let's try for that, and then we'll see if that sticks. Because what I can do, just take this, and then plus 70 times this one. Because if I know. And we just have to watch out to not do like double killer. Of course. Because measured would always be, we would always have it just as the first one.
I should try making leather.
Or actually not even. I can have 2. Can I have 2 F statements within one cell? Actually, likely I can, right? I can do if is if and then plus if. I think. Let's find out. Never done that before. Actually, I've never done a command after like addition. I wonder if it's... Otherwise as well, we can always just have measured on this side and then we can put the killer and streamline on that side. But actually, yeah, we're gonna do it like this. That's actually maybe elegant. Should take... So for the unit plus salvo, we take this one. Or well, equalizer plus salvo. And then equalizer plus everything else is that one. Okay. We need to hook up all of these into all of these, but that's pretty easy.
Should really find time to clean and oil these tools. Don't want them to get rusty.
This becomes that. Just adding complexity. I wonder how many fuck ups I have in here actually. 40 patch in the sense. There isn't anything dedicated. You could try definitely in the LFGs for the official Discord and the LFGs of like some of the like the unofficial one, which has voice channels and stuff. You could try asking around. I sometimes see on some of the clan ones, people asking, like on the Wipe Squad one and on the like the Bro Squad one and stuff, but yeah, not very consistently, because it's one of those things that just doesn't happen that consistently. I think it's also for deep runs, it's going to be, well, Wrath is okay. Envy is the dream. Envy is much more consistent for especially deep runs. But the thing would be to just be in a lot of Discord and just keeping eyes out on their LFGs and stuff. So at the very least, like the official and the Reddit one. But yeah, there's the scent is kind of like a lot of clans and stuff to run it, but it's usually as well like just ran in group or like in, you know, they don't like openly advertise it. People kind of find each other and stuff. As usual as well, I every season do go for loop 40, but I just kind of wait for Envy, and then we kind of just on my Discord kind of check around who's interested and who's available. But the thing with the 40 is as well, like it's 6 hours ish at the very least ish, like 6.5 actually. Actually, no, how long was do I have that open still? Here, what was our last time? Oh yeah, 6-ish hours. Yeah. And I usually a few more loops extra. I was thinking of this one, but yeah, this wasn't the loop 40. We went to 52. That was 7 hours. Although that was with Redline as well. That was actually one of the fastest 50s I've ever done. Or well, I haven't done that many 50s, but that was one of the fastest. Season pass. Nah, definitely keep in mind as well the bittersweet and the courier bacon. The why did I go with you're gonna get one from the season, right? Like there's one from the season track until the end of the season. So definitely stick to it and like hang on to it. I'm myself. I'm almost there already. So I'm yeah, like yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be the only one you'll have till stretch goals. It's not like a super needed weapon, but if you want to mess around with it and stuff, like just that's as Doug said as well. So, but yeah, I'll get my own one. I'm 57, 56, and I haven't even been grinding. And yesterday I was playing on the other account, so the season pass will get then. Don't worry about it. Oh, go to the general pool. No, they don't. They used to. That's how it used to work, but it hasn't for like 5 seasons now. Now it's basically the current season's one. You only get one from the season track, and then you don't get chances at them again until stretch goals, and then the season after they're in the general loot pool, and nowadays as well retaliation. So overdogs and shroud, for instance, went into retaliations like exotics, blueprints. So you can now easily get them. But yeah, last season we were stuck on 1 overdogs per account, which especially on my main account was kind of annoying of like swapping that around. Yeah. No, that is actually the way a lot of people still explain it in that way, but yeah, it hasn't been true for like 5 seasons now. So, and I wish they would go back to that because that made sense. That made especially for items that are useful like this, or like this, like overdogs. I mean, it was kind of annoying to have 1 overdogs that whole season. That's massive. Yeah, I haven't looked at the. I'm like trying to remember what easy targets is, but I haven't looked at the passives. I know. Yeah, let's keep going here. So yeah, this is good. This is good, and then we just need measured. So what if I just take this one, stick it here, so that one, right, and then so 58. So what happens if I do plus if? Oh, okay. So I can just do it like that. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually, but I just never thought of it. Actually, yeah, so it's just the same contents, except this is now T. Oh yeah, it's gonna add them together. Second one to make 0. So this is 0.
Should really find time to clean and oil these tools.
Because it's a plus anyway. Yeah, now it's gonna add those two together. Can I circumvent that? Oh wait, we can do it. Mm-mm-mm.
Firearms training is now available at the shooting range. To book a time slot, report to the range. Those with previous law enforcement or military experience will be prioritized.
What happens if I did this? Yeah, we could. Yeah, no. Okay. Let's not add extreme complexity here. We would need the sum difference, and then that should be the addition. So we need a different cell that outputs the, or we need to calculate in there the difference between the two, and just add that on top. But we can just have measured be like, if we're taking measured, we always take it there, and then we can add killer or streamline to it, which effectively does the same thing. So why am I trying to make it so much harder for myself? I need a melon. Change. Yeah, that's actually for myself even as well. The reason I made it and kind of kept it up to date. Because especially now that it's made as well, it'll be pretty easy to keep it up to date. And it's kind of like, oh yeah, when did this happen? Which order were these things in? It's kind of handy for that. But yeah, glad you're it's helping others as well. Yeah, I've been actually posting it here and there as well before people returning. I'm going like, oh, what has been added and stuff, and it's just like, okay, I feel this one's kind of easier to read through than like the Reddit one as well, which like that. Otherwise, this is just the basics as well. Yeah, so we have that. Yeah, so we just need to hook in measured, but that's easy. So that's that, and then RPM side. So 125, there's 1.2. And this is also 158. This is 159. Oh wait, did I do it right here? Oh well. Yeah, it wouldn't matter too much here. No. No, actually, no, this needs to be copied that way. Okay. All right.
Physical and verbal violence inside the perimeter will not be tolerated. Violators risk permanent expulsion from the secure area.
God damn it. You're a dumbass, IKEA. Sometimes. Like, wait, that doesn't look right. Yeah, I basically made all of these tinkerers too.
Some more crafting
No,
materials.
only the tinkerer gets that second column.
Get myself a nice comfy chair.
Dumbass. Wait, no. Yeah, oh. Yeah, so that one gets to keep it. Everything else goes away. That was the whole point of it. Like, this applies to everything, and then this is extra on top for the tinker.
Consumption of drugs and alcohol on site is forbidden. Violators will be removed from the secure area.
Yeah, so that's just that. And then, yeah. Measure plus... There we go. Okay. Wait, that doesn't make sense either. Oh yeah, oh yeah. So if I want it for everybody, and then if I want measured alongside it, we have to do it like that. Yeah. This is killer plus measured. This is just killer plus utility, which yeah, kind of drops about the same amount as the oh, with that measured there, I can't do it the other way around with this.
Should really find time to clean and oil these tools. Don't want them to get rusty.
As well, this combo is the same. It's not the same of having killer and then adding measured on top. Although then it is what it is. But no, I want, yeah. I want it that way. Around as well. Nah, I think it is what it is. It's going to be way too annoying to implement that. Indeed. Everybody got a tinker, even if you're wearing a bloody or a coyote or overdex. But yeah, that was a dumb. Although, well, I mean, that's half the thing of this. We just play around and then yeah, I implement stuff, and quite often yeah, the implementation is wrong. I would fidget with it till it fits. I was going to, and also I want to know these as well. Like I in the past, well, not as thorough as these, but I would always, you know, calculate stuff out and go like, okay, so how much is the difference between this and this? Because honestly, you need the numbers, and then you need also, yeah, the game knowledge in like what that actually means and stuff in practical terms. You know, as even things like overdogs, kind of like, yeah, looking extra OP. This isn't always active, of course. That's why we have a toggle for it to deactivate it and activate it, kind of to compare against the rest. Thing is though that the overdogs is kind of like on average enough active that it works out. All right, should we replace this with a yeah, let's actually do that. Let's change this with the uptime thing. Like if we do 50% uptime, yeah, that's actually kind of handy. Yeah. Yeah. Game deciding we need a timeout. Also, again, for today, again, sadly, no Gouda, but we do have, again, Camembert. As we have some grapes and Camembert for the snack on. Do you guys want to go somewhere else? Let's go over here for a sec. But yeah, I think actually we have basically everything in place. I just need to colorize it. And give everything the look. And then
Safe area
later on
detected.
we go and record actually. And I'm gonna make it a two-parter. I might actually even as a thing make it like part 1, part 2. And then part 1 is gonna be mostly focused on Striker, and then part 2 is other stuff. Because I was like, I kind of want to get a video up, and I feel like I want to do all of this still, and then actually 2 other things that I want to. First, it'll be way too long, and so we'll split it into 2. But this will have the initial answer anyway, or like the important part of it already.
You're talking to yourself again.
Agent, you haven't seen a selection like this since before the
And we'll go over here for a second. If you want to try, actually, yeah, let's try this. I want to see how. Although I kind of know how annoying scavenging skill is, but yeah, we'll go do that viewpoint. And we'll go do it with 5 directives, yeah. Alright, so far I've had it always turn on the 5 directives. I even kept on a few characters with 5 directives on, which like last season would usually bug them out the next time I logged in on them. Do I... Let's take the crit chance out of that one. Need more crit chance mods. Turns out. It'd be nice actually for some of these. Well, it's a 1 piece, but yeah, we don't need a Grupo 1 and a Cheska 1 and stuff anymore. Because basically, yeah, if it is a blitz rate, if we want a blitz rate, equalizer is, you know, bronze bonus wise, this is on par with basically everything else. And then the perfect blitz rate is just too good to take any other blitz rate, really. So, Cheska blitz rates and other blitz rates are on the way out. The only blitz rates that they will stay. That's actually the word. My blinds. Did I put in the stash? Maybe accidentally. Alright. Because she should have that DNH 1. Wait, isn't that oh wait. Because it makes the striker tech tank. Did that have it set up fully? I was leaning with this. Oh wait, that went. Where did that go? So this should become double crit check. Oh, that was second. I'm like, did we? No. Okay, yeah. That was second account, of course. That makes sense. We were on second account yesterday, of course. Yeah, so... Then wait, why am I... Isn't this loading with this? Or is this so low still? It's not. 57. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, this needs to have a crit chance mod. Yeah. I don't think I have an actual loose one in here anymore. I think I've used up all my crit chance mods recently. Sure kept a few 5/9s and stuff. Is no longer needed, yeah. Hey. But yeah, the only obliterates that, you know, is actually really just this one, this DNH one. I didn't take it out of that backpack. Also, actually, this backpack gets to go. This was just for Tinkerer testing. Yeah. I know. You're wondering there. I didn't take the mod out, but I deconstructed it. Yeah, it doesn't deconstruct the mod. Unless you're full on this. Nowadays, if you deconstruct a piece that has a mod in it, it'll take the mod out and put it in there if you deconstruct it. Even though it pops up and goes like, I'm going to deconstruct the mod. It doesn't. It is lying. So I also actually, so Striker Tech Tank goes to this for when it's running ARs and stuff to unit alloys or equalizer. Actually, wait, how does that look? It's a 55, no 93, so actually that works out fine. That's still balanced, although 55 is dropping quite a bit. For obliterate. Because we're going to go for the same 58 with 3 crit damage mods. I'm kind of thinking actually if Cheska's kind of going out, we can just from now on go crit damage mods mostly on ARs and stuff. The only downside is not all ARs can take all crit damage mods. So then it becomes a... That's why I'm still sticking to like crit chance, so I can just go from like a Lexington to a FAMAS and stuff. But do other ARs than the Lexington actually even exist? They do. They do. Yeah, let me get you actually. In my own world. And thanks for the kind words there, Outline. And indeed, we all gathered here today to remember our dear friend Cheska Vairoba SRO. We shall always remember how they used to carry us. But now, friendship is over with them, and yeah, Equalizer is my best friend now. And that was the lesson. For chess ones, yeah. Yeah, but then yeah, with the chess guy was 57. That was in the past. That was 57, 105. But with units, I think I'm just gonna stick to that. Yeah, that's 5593. Like that's because actually it would be better likely 50 103. Because I could flip a crit chance to crit damage. From a balance perspective, but that's like really bad for like, well, not really bad, but that's starting to become bad for obliterate. So I think kind of the middle ground is going to be 5593, because also, yeah, if we flip another crit damage to crit chance, wasting one even here is going to be like not a great deal. Partially as well as the main talent is also killer, which kind of reliant on that. I think if we're maining the Lexington, like if we're optimal setup would be 3 crit damages. Although actually, do we even have enough space for crit chances? Because yeah, we need 3 crit chance. Although that basically means everything here is going crit chance. This is already crit chance. This already has a crit chance mod. So crit chance, this needs to be flipped crit chance, this needs to be flipped crit chance, this already is. So then the whole build needs to be basically crit chance stats, and then the mod here as well. And all the mods need to be crit chance. Suddenly crit chance mods are much more valuable than crit damage mods actually. And add to your timeline. No, I forgot. I forgot. Or well, actually, I left it for this season. Actually, now that you bring that up, you know what? Let's instantly do that because I'm gonna forget. But if you spot stuff like that, yeah, just bring it up. Usually, quite often, if it's missing and like there is no. Like sometimes on builds and stuff, I might like not use stuff like when Turmoil was broken with glass and such. Yeah, I won't use it on the build pictures and stuff because I'd rather not advocate for those kind of things. But yeah, stuff like that is just me forgetting. Because they added that in later, and then recently we actually added this in, but I totally forgot about that. But yeah, let's actually add it in right away. I think I'll just add it in underneath here. Even though mostly we're keeping the exotics. Partially as well as they kind of announced it later. Actually, let's just do this. Exotic gear, black list. Actually, it's one word. Listers. Actually, oh no, we don't even. And here we use the expertise ones. Knee pads. Where am I going? Oh, yeah. Because so I'm still kind of considering some of the stuff to go more in depth. Because here I'll just do it like this, but it might be interesting to like even have an extra. In most places we could have that. We could have a little blurb of like, hey, the Tempest kerfuffle, and like that's why the blacklisters is there. But for now, I'll just add this in and. Why do I have these like? Oh yeah, yeah. Until I have them proficient, right? Yeah. But yeah, that was a good point out. Oh, so we had a thing to do. What did we have to do? Viewpoint. Viewpoint. And I just have these three, so I'm just going to equip those three without even reading what they are. Because I still need to claim my Urni. Actually, which ones are claimable? Actually, not that much yet. Get multi-kills with Spearhead. Really? I haven't done any multi. Oh, the medic, I just need to activate him a few times. And yeah, we haven't ran the third guy at all yet. But actually for here, I'm still gonna... Or this... I don't even have a... Oh, if she doesn't have a medic... Oh, I want those bonuses. Let's see if we have in this session. Yeah, for those who haven't seen how you quickly level up that passive. One thing you can do is there's sometimes these guys in the safe houses, like an engineer here. You just gotta recruit him. Yeah, what's with the radio broadcast being broken? And then the thing is, if you can find one of each, you can actually jump between the safe houses, and even though it doesn't show him being recruitable again, you can just jump around and recruit them. But you're basically in between each one, you need to fast travel to a different safe house. So it's nice if you can find one of each. I'm going to do that here, because I want that passive bonus, actually. And this is a one-time deal, anyway, per character, but I'm just not gonna do it on character 1 and see how long it takes there, like, you know, quote unquote legit. But don't care enough to go out of my way to look there. No, so assault here. So we just need to hopefully find the medic somewhere, and then we have one of each. Yourself without a skill or companion. Yeah, you count as one. You count as one stack. But that means you're doing 35 kills to get there. But you could technically stack it up in the range and then go and stuff. But that just seems like a lot of work for not very lot of reward. It works best in group. It really like makes a real difference if you're in a group. A group of 4 pretty quickly gets it maxed out. Hopefully we can find the medic. And the thing is, if we don't find the medic, I'm just gonna fast travel to New York and back and hopefully get a different server basically. So we'll have different guys. Another assault.
Lord.
One last safe house. I don't think I've ever seen in here, but maybe just got an unlucky in this safe house. Oh, yeah. But yeah, no medic. So I'm gonna recruit these guys. And I'm gonna go back and recruit that juggernaut. I like that better than. You're right. Don't remember. It was either here or the other one. The small one. It was E small. But yeah, it turns out you're one ally to yourself. But even solo, yeah, just even having a drone out helps a little. Wait, what was the engineer? Let's see what's here then. Was like, I don't think it was there. Just disable the companion? Why? I mean, I'm actually not going to run him in a second. And I'm going to run the modifier. But I'm going to run it without the guy. But I need to get the full bonuses for that to be worth it, anything. Because this character otherwise has like 5 5s. Also, yeah, no, for the time being, I do want to run the modifier, as, if nothing else, just to learn it and to figure out, because there's a lot of figuring out still to do. I'm still kind of unsure on, although I think it's just, it has to be the kills on the guy, right? In the end, which is kind of not the greatest choice, I think. Or the XP on them, I mean, the kills and command link actions. But that means that that's actually a pretty low process then.
Safe area detected.
So wait, this guy has different traits, so yeah, it's different. Let's see if we can find a medic. An assault. This should have just been passives the whole time. Yeah, we are in a different session, but yeah. There's an assault. We can just find a medic, we can jump between the tree, get the passives really quick. All the way to 10. I think I did character 2 and 4 already here, so... Oh, nice. Oh.
Nothing is going on here.
Nice small circle. But yeah, once you have 3 in the same session, you can just jump between the safe houses, and then each time, even though it's like not showing that you can recruit them, you can just recruit them. This guy's here again, but then like here we have engineer, 6 out of 10. Even though it doesn't show that I can recruit them. You just press and hold F, 7 out of 10. And actually, we're going to jump to the medic in between each time. Because yeah, we need much more of that. I don't think they're going to fix this bug. I wouldn't care enough. It's also there's just the acceleration thing. Also, this should have just been account wide. This shouldn't have been per character. There should have been account wide that you just recruit 10 of them. And then you have the passive. But then also they should have just given the passive. They shouldn't be tied to recruiting like this. Well, I think as I wanna run the Tempest Tech Tank with 5 directives. That's actually the thing I'm kinda wanting to run. But I kinda want the full bonuses. So.
Nothing is going on here.
That away. And in between we each time go to the medic because we need kind of like double as many medics as the rest.
This is worse than my old job.
You are worse than your old job. What does that even mean? Yeah. Have a little snackies.
All good here.
It's not all good here. I need to recruit you. Here. Companions, gotta catch 'em all. I want to be the truest son, like no one ever was. To recruit them is my real test. To send them to their deaths is my cause. Yeah.
Started to rain.
We're already losing our minds. The new build is for a new HE set with ugly overdogs. Overall, yes, but yeah, the build collection won't start seeing updates until like next week, most likely. There's no new build pictures yet. Although likely over the weekend, in the weekend will start. So, but it won't be complete for like a while because we have a lot of changes. But at first, I need to basically do my in-depth looks and stuff. Which, you know, the unit one is mostly done, but then I also want to look at concentrated, and then first we'll put a concentrated in there, and then I'm just going to go through the whole build collection one by one. The build collection always is a bit laggy. But for now, yeah, you can set up the go-to is, especially for an obliterate striker, you can take, you definitely take equalizer for that. For an chest striker, the salvo is not per se like outright better. So you can stick to Cheska plus overdogs and stuff. One thing that kind of works there as well is taking for that is just taking 2-piece unit, either salvo and a unit or just 2-piece unit. That's kind of on par actually nowadays with like a coyote, except that, you know, coyote would also give a group bonus. But actually the 2-piece unit, as long as you're using the AR as the main weapon, actually is pretty powerful as well. But yeah, special equalizer is the standout winner of like, that one is a must. If you're going obliterate, with the sole exception of actually, well, this, but with like DNH being 20% pistol damage, but it beats Cheska and stuff, but here I'm using it, you know, Tempest Tech Tank. So. This is the one exception, basically. Every other brand bonus is... Well, this brand bonus is bigger, so it works out. Although actually even does it?
Here.
I mean, because, yeah, just because it's striker, it will. Because this will be... Yeah, with grading. Although... should I actually check on the... Oh, I haven't recruited. That's from the thing. Like, why is my weapon damage weird? But yeah, we'll calculate this one out. But this might be the sole exception. But likely only on the striker tech tank actually,
This is worse than my
because
old day job.
on the high end, that 4% total weapon damage is actually going to beat it at full stacks. That might be the only well. Yeah. That's the reason it takes a while to update the build collection. Even things where I go like, that seems pretty obvious that this beats that, but yeah, that's only really here actually, not on the high end. Oh yeah, how many more?
Feels like I've been on watch.
Yeah,
forever.
1 assault and 2 medics. So the assault guy is here, medic is here. That's enough for that there. You didn't. It's gonna be likely tomorrow. I mean, we're gonna later on actually record it here, so you can if you want, you can catch the live edition. Of the... I'm gonna make units as well. It's gonna be a 2-parter. Might actually put an exotic in the middle of it. Likely the chest. So yeah. I think that'll likely be the
This is some
the
shitty
easy
weather.
setup. Although I think, yeah, if you do have Lexington, and especially with Killer, then 3 crit damage mods would, but yeah, we're talking less than 1% difference. We're really talking less than 1% difference. That's like min-maxing it. I'm likely for myself also going to keep it like this, just so I can, then as well, I can even take the chameleon. Because if we set it up the other way, because actually I used to have this actually as the build picture with chameleon. This is the one build where I kind of, well, not in this way, but you know, the normal tech here is for the Tempest, of course. So yeah, actually likely I'll keep it at 55 just so we can also just stick a chameleon in there. Because I don't mind the chameleon, especially because you can really quickly get that reload bonus nowadays. Oh, that's plus Stinker, indeed. You know what? We go Hexatic. I'm still surprised. Once in a while it comes up, I see in some Discords, and I haven't been on Reddit for a while, but sometimes on Reddit in the past as well. People going like, they should just let us have multiple exotics, which I can get the idea, especially they were like, usually the argument is that they let us in Division 1, but also in Division 1, like, which exotic was better than a piece of normal gear. Because yeah, nowadays, especially, you know, Tinkerer plus Memento plus Overdogs plus Blacklister. Although, well, Blacklister is kind of painful, but, you know, you could. Plus Centurion plus IG. A Ridgeway and then Sadist. There. Like, if you just imagine those kind of things, it's just like, yeah, that gets away real quick. Like there are some exotics, especially the thing is, of course, what the exotics give is you have talent slots on some of these, right? You have talent slots on places where there are no talents. That's also why the chest and backpack is kind of like meh. But yeah, you know, even just overdogs, a memento, tinkerer, or coyote, overdogs and centurion all together is already like yeah, it gets away really quick. Oh yeah, I've recruited everybody. We're full up on those bonuses, and it doesn't take too long, but it's kind of annoying. So nicer. Lexi, that's my mask. Yeah, you want the Lexi Bell? I feel when the sheriff comes out, we need to make a sheriff version of that as well, of the X's. Because we have Elmo. Although the thing is, Elmo is no longer like what it used to be, though. But yeah, back in the day, this was made for like the rebuttal video to Fog, of like going like Elmo is the only weapon that exists now, which is like, was it? But yeah, Lexi Bell. I think we need to make a sheriff one at some point. Likely sheriff kind of is of that level as well.
Taking the Viewpoint Museum away from True Sons will make it a lot harder for them to coordinate their troops and spread misinformation. All communications coming in and out of the building will be controlled from the production
I was trying to
studio on the top
parse.
floor. So you'll need to
Hey
find
there,
it
Wenty,
and secure it.
and yeah, thank you for doing the shilling for me. Hey, you know what? Let's take 5 directives here. I'm just gonna take it without the companion. Get those just bonuses. Let's see if I can get used to scavenge skills, especially. So the thing with scavenge skills is actually it's overall it can actually be a faster cooldown for some stuff. The only place where it actually is annoying and where cool skills is much easier is tech tanks, because tech tanks don't care about cool skills at all because you have the artificer. Here, the hive still doesn't care about its charges, so that part is fine. But every time I put the shield away, even if I'd like, you know, even if it didn't take damage, if I just pull it out and put it away, I need 1 charge to get it back. That's kind of the pretty annoying part of it for tech tanks. So that means I need to keep my shield more up or just be, you know, aware of like getting the thing. But the thing is, every kill that happens drops one of those, but you can also break a weak point. Even. If you break a weak point, it also drops one of those. Well, usually call them skill tissues. Skill tissues for your skill issues. But actually, scavenge skill is very easy to kind of, especially like red builds and stuff. Like, as far as a directive that gets in the way, it's easier in a lot of ways because you can, most of the time, you can have your hive even back way quicker than you would normally.
I'm with you. Look out. Jesus.
We're fragile alongside of it, but if I do it right, you know, we're not fragiling. But stuff like this, normally here I would put my shield away and run around. Wait, you're Han Solo? Can I get your autograph? Would you like a companion? You can take mine. I'm not using him. It's a good thing our companion doesn't use that line. They should totally make the companion say that if you like make him get 5 or so of the kills or something. This goes, yes, I'm solo. It's like, what a dick. That's saying that. Or for instance, you have that. Or healers. Or also even actually BTSU by itself. It is that like Overdogs is big. But even like, yeah, BTSU for it by itself, because you can, even if you're full red, if you deconstruct the hive, you still go to 6 skill tiers. Like even if you're full red, so yourself, you go to 6. So. Imagine that with a, oh well, you overcharge, I mean, which takes you to 6 and then overcharge. Imagine that with a smart cover, right? Like that's a lot. Oh. Yeah, so, well, let's go grab one. Put my shield away. Too late after picking it up. So. But yeah, that's gonna take some time to get used to. Countdown. Or was it that you had to get 2 chargers or something on it, you mean, or? Because normally it's like 300 seconds, right? So, oh, maybe at the maybe if you maybe it was used at the start before the the global countermeasures. You know, that directives in there, because there is one that really hinders skill cooldown. So if you like was during, or maybe if the team like didn't turn it off, because that sometimes also happens with like really fresh teams. But if it was like with the hunters at the start, because yeah, whatever cooldown it had at that point, that's the one that's gonna get. And yeah, if you had the like increased cooldown one before you like flip it to reduce cooldown, yeah, it could be a lot. That would be my guess.
Electromagnetic charge detected.
But that would be where like my mind goes right away. And that's why it's important to get those directives down quick. Or countermeasures, official term. And this as well as a decent way of dealing with 5 directives. I kind of like these Tempest tech tanks. I know the striker one's definitely, once this thing gets going, it's a little bit better than the high end. Which, Hell Surprise, am I right? But yeah, as long as we're kind of above 50 stacks, this one feels decent. And we don't need no stinking ammo. I don't need this. Been enjoying this quite a bit. And as a good way as well to deal with 5 directives without going headhunter or stuff like that. That was always the... Because you always did have pistol tech tanks, but the Tempest, of course, really... You know. Even though I don't mind clicking as much as some do, but... You know, if I don't have to... I'm getting some True Sun Commanders. And True Sun Commanders is actually that hostile modifier. I also kind of was like, oh, do they mean names or something? But no. It's the blue modifier is commanders, so it's just true sons with the blue modifier. I should. There. Oh. And if you break the weak point like that, you also get one. So sometimes it's handy, like if you really need a charge. Although I didn't need it there, but just in case he was going to shoot me. Wait, we're still insecure. Like, yeah, it is heroic. It's always gonna have the elevator ride. Just letting everybody escape today.
I need to nail this guy. Here's our cannon.
Are you all the way back there? Favorite cheese dish, omelette du fromage. I feel, is that still a meme? Although it wasn't ever actually a meme, because it's kind of before memes were memes.
Go, get out of here.
It's gonna,
That must have been wild.
but yeah, they do run away.
Get to the TV studio and get these guys off
And
the air
there's
for
the
good.
original spot for this. I would always do this, and then just in matchmates and stuff, because you had to wait here anyway, and then just always watching like what people do. Just to, you know. Stuff like that. But if you are aggressive with builds, yeah, they do kind of run away from you. Well, not these guys, but other guys will. It's kind of annoying to have the shield up the whole time. But yeah, that's we want 5 directives. But then yeah, this season might lean more towards just taking.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I've been health gated, I should watch out. Especially there's a lot of angles here. My fragile isn't effective, at least.
Look for the transmission control module. It handles all communications going in and out of viewpoint. If you reset it, you'll lock out the True Sons and we can take over the channels. Okay, stay by the module
So
and make
you're
sure it completes the reset
I'm gonna try to
sequence.
force the spawn.
Attack him now. Fuck the division! Danger close.
Okay, just because we are running a pistol build doesn't mean we don't have the option to ACS stack. And in this place is very much as long as I keep looking this way, they'll mostly spawn this way, but there's a guy behind me now, so he's gonna force me to look behind.
Vital signs
Where?
critical.
Where are you? Oh, there. But no, that's not the one. Some commander shot me. They went through my health a lot.
All site facilities are reset to default or under direct SHD control.
That's good to hear. Our comms are coming online, and the True Sons are in the dark.
Fluctuations in local power detected.
Must loot everything even if unneeded.
What the hell?
I'm
Because
seeing
we have
multiple
plan
hostiles on the
mementos,
roof.
but
They're setting up EMP jammers around the radio mast.
It's Wade. He's trying to sabotage the mast. Without it, no one can broadcast from viewpoint. Agent, get to the roof. You gotta stop him from taking out the mast.
shielders. Actually, incidentally, apparently.
Electromagnetic charge.
Well, yeah, we are actually.
Wade is using
I'm trying to,
overload the
you
radio
know,
mast.
instead of the
Take that out before
retaliation
the mast is
system,
destroyed.
because if we attack him as agent, they'll think it's agent, right? So if I'm
System
I'm
restored.
dressed as a hyena, so they'll think it's a hyena that did it.
Curtailed. Structural integrity at 75%.
And the smart thing to do here is actually destroy this middle one first.
Wade, we need that radio mast.
Then you from here you shoot that one,
You won't
and
be
then
able to
from
use your shield
here
tech.
you can just
As long
run
as that EMP
down.
jammer is active. Take it out.
Electromagnetic charge.
And I have my skills back.
System restored.
You think this is over? I'm gonna finish you! This
Well,
is
come finish me then. Don't say it and then not do it. But yeah, let's have a nice dance. But yeah, it does actually turn into a
All right, the facility is ours. True Sons just lost a powerful tool for coordinating
into
their
a
troops and
cosplay,
starting
doesn't
their
it? Of
horseshit.
just
Once we get the
playing
radio
a
mast
shield.
prepared and operational, we can extend the reach of our own broadcasts.
But this way they'll think it's the hyenas attacking them and they'll retaliate against them, right? They won't know it's me. No snitching. Should totally use this or something as a background at times as well. Wait, what? Where's stuff's... Oh, because the mission's over now. I wonder if stuff... Yeah, once the mission boundary's over, it can't spawn stuff, of course. Huh. Because normally while you're in a mission, it doesn't spawn much. Yeah, we should only kind of use this maybe as an intro thing. We could actually do this with like, and then play with second account and then like, I don't know. Or actually we could make a bounty go there and then like assault the bounty and like record it from here. That could actually be kind of cool. Maybe. It's kind of dumb that they don't allow you to look over because it's not like they don't render the shit out there. Like everything's rendered. We're not like in a special place. Just let us look over the edge. And just, you know, it's fine if we kind of, because Bliley is like, oh, they don't want you like sitting up here sniping. There's no activities here. I can see you. Mini tank versus Grenadier. Place your bets. Although, well, both of them suck. Yeah, she has deployed the sun. Wait, is she trying to assault me? I mean, she hasn't spotted me. Now I'm curious, like, how this is gonna end. Because yeah, the hyena is definitely gonna lose, I feel. Like, she's not gonna get past the mini tank, but... Oh. Leaning too much on the spacebar there. Oh, is the mini tank owner dead? Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because that's why it's not moving. Yeah, she deployed 2 new suns. She deployed true suns. Not sun, but sun. How's this going for this long? Why doesn't the mini tank ever do that when we're there? Now I'm invested. I want to see who wins. This is our life now. Will she? Won't she? She an elite or something? How is she taking this many drones to the face? Yeah, you know, I'm a hyena. I'll say the hyena one. Yeah, I've actually, so this shield is like way too strong now, actually. 21 million. As a lad. So we should go for... Yeah, we did use a bunch of these bounties, so we can actually go get fresh ones. Let's go for that one. This is good, yeah. Well, we'll say the True Sun one or the hyena one. If nothing else, a moral victory. I lost my momentous.
You need to stop Black Tusk from obtaining the data they're after from the vault.
Now we're gonna have the the spawning, well, not bug, but a weirdness.
Priority objective available, Agent.
About that. Capital. Is like one of the like medium, like, well, not medium, like shorter ones. Do I not need capital for the journey step some point? For the journey part. Oh, I've done the capital. Oh yeah, we did it yesterday already. On the other one. Oh yeah, I should have these guys out and mess around with this. Especially triggering this 3 times, then that's done. Oh, and we're almost done with that as well. Yeah, let's have a medic out. He says, full of glee. True Sun and a hyena. Yeah, no. True Sun and a hyena walk into a bar. The outcast bartender says beep 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 and then explodes. Anyway, so we have a public execution here. As you can see, a lot of enemies. Oh, I think I got too close. Yeah. That was funny. But yeah. Oh, actually, I didn't know. Was that out of it then? I'm guessing. But yeah, because of the mission boundaries there, but I've had this in things and stuff already. If you wanna, or well, it's basically the same explanation. Because of the mission boundary, the game thinks I'm in the mission,
Moving position.
so it doesn't spawn them until I. Oh, I guess. Oh, the mission boundary goes to here. Okay, so when I got here, it suddenly realizes I'm not in the mission, and then actually just spawns outside stuff as well.
More hostiles over there.
Over where?
Detected.
I completed something.
Let me reload.
Did she just scream burn? Burns? Does she know it?
Destroy it now!
Medical assistance needed.
Real tough guy.
That's some decent dealing, actually. Oh, do we get overheal? And then turns into bonus armor?
Gotta reload
Oh yeah.
here.
Totally forgot about that part. Totally forgot that that healing box gives you buff.
That was the last one.
Although it will be too inconsistent and stuff for intimidate or anything like that, right? Yeah. Let's go over there, but I need a quick bio. Let me go take that, and then I want to just run around the world, play around a little bit with this guy, and then we'll go and colorize that spreadsheet, and maybe actually start recording a little bit. But yeah, I'll be right back. CG. Although he also has more comps. A little bit too many. But yeah, I'll be right back. Ooh. But also, it is already on the Trello board of like that they're gonna change it a little bit more. It's one of those decisions that just I feel should have been obvious that it's not gonna work out. But yeah, yeah. But honestly, he shouldn't say anything. He should only say like, okay, like if I target him on someone, he should acknowledge that. Or if I make him use his ult, he should acknowledge that. Outside of that, he should Shut the f... Oh yeah, I feel the... Oh, shit. Mess that up. Give me your backpack. Put my shield away. To run forward.
Another dead asshole. Come on, reload, reload.
We tried pressing the R button,
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Mr. Medic Man.
I can't believe we did it. Hope that hurt.
As I we tried. Wait, does this go where I'm aiming, or is it just deploy? Okay, it does go where I'm aiming. Okay, or somewhat. Or looks like it a little.
Ah, you see that?
Doesn't give me overheal.
And here, let's do this.
This could also be nice just for, yeah, in some of the fights, healing up a little. I think they teleport. They changed the values on the health and armor as well, right? Because the medic was very squishy, I remember. It doesn't look as squishy.
They're flanking. Jesus.
Flanking? You know what a flank is, sir.
Engaging hostile.
We learned this one. Give us 2 exotics before analysis and now we're turning around no exotic sense. Sometimes it's just, you know, RNG will RNG. We've had sometimes droughts as well, and sometimes you have 3 exotics before nemesis. It's sometimes it goes like that. Wait, all the way up to 23 and then? That's extremely unlikely, but yeah, that's within like, yeah, decent possibility actually.
That was a close one, Agent.
So.
Thanks for getting me out.
Because how much is it after 10? 20 or 25? That's actually not that.
They're coming from the sides.
Like, yeah, it's not common, but yeah, definitely within like pretty low probability still. Where's the dude?
Hostile control point identified.
Oh, there. Dude. Where's my bounty, Lebowski? Let's pop a bounty here so we don't lose bounty or activities here. No. I mean, yeah, something could be broken or something, or they broke something. Could, but I'd still put it towards more just unluckiness. Because also if something would broke, it would be generally... What? Yeah, I'm guessing that was the full list of bounties that I popped up. Because I have a shit ton of bounties here. What was that? Why did they show all of them? I know it while we're here. Might as well say, oh, that we're coming over this way. Alright, let's do the convoy then. Might as well.
Agent, hostiles are moving into downtown east.
I know, we no longer have to care about retaliations in that way. No buffs attached to it anymore.
Come on, come on! They're almost on me!
Incoming hostiles detected.
Fuck you!
Whoa! Jesus! That's one down!
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Engaging the hostile! Need some fresh ammo!
I mean, neither are they. Neither is too great. Let's get a completion here. Is public still here? It is. Let's go get that.
Hostile control point nearby.
Yeah, I do feel like getting used to scavenge skill. Quick. But it's just kind of annoying sometimes to have to keep the shield up. Can I wait? Is the long press available out of? Oh, they've killed one already. No, right? No.
This is going to be slow.
Or is it where I am? Is that what it?
Incoming hostiles detected.
What?
You don't want to do that! Holy fuck! Oh, does that hurt?
Yeah. So that was the 3 tech line uses I needed there, so yay. Oh, that's an easy one. Oh, that's also an easy one. Although that's in this, which we don't even really need to do. Oh, with Spearhead acting. Oh, yeah, so. During combat. Oh, wait, that's tech line. Oh, this is quick fits. That was this. When status effect and rev allies. Okay. But the aid interactions. Maybe just send them into the middle of a pack and just yeah. Well, maybe yeah. Let's drop this for a sec. Let's get those SMG kills. We'll just go hunt this Fury. I thought I could stick SMG in the striker tech tank too, but we'll just go with a.
Well, I'd rather be guarding than fighting.
Oh, we could actually go backfire. So actually with the backfire with the 40. We could take, yeah, basically this could be. Thing is though that it's just gonna go into crit damage, especially, right? At that point, because we have enough crit chances already, right? I mean, yeah, because we're already
Guard duty figures.
So you just gain crit damage. Yeah, that's not gonna work out. Like you're gonna get, it's a better start to it, but the cap is not gonna be that moved. So I kind of find it funny that that's because I've seen so many places like bring up the backfire, and then it's just like, you do know that the last time that the backfire was good, and it was good, like it wasn't a bad choice back then, but that was also 10% more crit chance. That was actually the thing. That was actually the thing that made it good. It wasn't that like 37.5 hazard protection that we got from the passive. Like, that was like a little bit of a bonus on top, but was it 37.5? I think it was, right? It was 5 7.5s. Hello. No, I'm Kia. Posty is a different guy.
Winged him. Reloading.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
City on fire! Justice, sir! Hey! Hey! You can get wrapped! Who's that bastard?
I should watch out actually. I'm playing it as if it is a tech tank, but not. That shield is. It melts instantly. Oh, I want yeah. Words. That was words. I wanted the tech line guy to do the tech line a few times. Put one there. Let's get some more bounties. A long time. Oh, you did? You guys got an exotic then, obviously? Oh, yeah, it's... But yeah, sometimes it feels like that. I've had it as well of like, yeah, what is this? Bounty added and then just the whole bounty list? Added all the bounties? You're like... Couldn't have gotten anxiety for this long, right? But yeah. Actually, when you then look at the probabilities of it, it turns out not isn't even that far out. But yeah, it is rare. So. It kind of sucks annoyingly as well because yeah. Especially in some of those earlier loops, it's nice if the earlier you get the 3 exotics, then you're kind of locked in. But also you get a lot of damage from it, so early on you go a little bit faster in that ad zone.
identified.
Gone! This one's not engaging target! Anyone else is overscrewed? Please let him be alone.
I feel like playing like hyper aggressive with Endless Fury. You can kind of rely on the armor on kill, you can kind of rely on the disorient on kill and stuff.
Incoming hostiles.
As long as you're getting kills, because that's an important part of it. Yeah.
We're done here.
Engineer, you wanna...
Out of shells! Reloaded!
No. You didn't want to do co-op kill with me. Alright. Was likely the SMG kills, right? Likely on main account, I'm gonna save these two at least till the end of the season, till stretch goals. Because these two have nothing valuable. I'll have to get these because I want the journey build caches. I want this because we need all of the thingies. I could also not claim this until the end of the season. Then we have 3 journeys. Oh, actually, it rewards it when this triggers. So actually, yeah, we can just keep this one definitely as well till end of the season for stretch goals. It's like at least even here I can keep 3 journeys. That's nice. And then you can also keep your what? Why is it? I mean, it's just the UI bug, but it's a what? Why did anybody even fiddle in there? Because like when I'm picking up a bounty, it's just showing like the full bounty list that I have instead of like the one bounty that's been added.
Tearing a child from its family and leaving it to die terrified and alone. They will soon learn what it's like to feel alone.
They got us sealed!
To all the true sons, JTF, and division agents listening to this broadcast, we will not stop hunting you down. There will be no forgiveness
Got
until
enemy
every
movement on my
last
side!
one of you is in the
I'm going for their flank! What the fuck?
Now there are 2 of them.
Progress halted. Manual override.
Yeah, that's right!
Access key detected.
Let's go override Manuel. Oh,
Slug just for you!
yeah.
Give up, asshole!
That's the downside of more. Wait. Oh, you have fun. I would reset him back. He ran so far away, he got set back.
Give up, asshole!
You have fun with assaulting a control point.
Trying to surround us!
We wish you the best.
What now? I'm exposed here! Reloading!
Manual override.
No, SHD exposed is a different thing. Also, you can't be on when SHD exposed come around.
Oh, hell! I'm going for their flank!
Well, you go for that flank.
Asshole!
I totally believe in you. Bye. I might just turn off that level. Some peace and quiet. Downside is though that you also don't get the callouts of like, you know, enemy waves spawning and like the enemy ones as well of like, I'm throwing a grenade. Basically shuts everybody up, including him, but at least including him. T. Over there. Will you put your turret down? Ooh, nice. Is your turret fire? Oh, it is firing. I wonder if that duration is better with level, if he's leveled. 'Cause that's not a great duration. Also, while they changed it from, because the thing was it was going after weak points especially. Honestly, that would be more useful like here. Wow. Added a lot of bounties there. Have to check. Got anything here we can quickly get it in? That's right. Is this the mark the enemies thing? One's priority. Kills your mark target. Actually, you know what? Let's check that. Let's take a... Oh, my have some cool. Set the wall to normal for a second. Especially if we need some turret kills and stuff. I'm kind of curious. And then actually, let's check out actually if the XP is the same. Normal and heroic. You know, use the modifier you can't end the season? No, you can't. So I'm guessing just because of how like the guy's set up, because you know you can have one guy per subgroup or one guy per group, and instead of like, you know, how do we do that in Countdown and stuff, and do we have one guy or two guys, and like, you know, there's already 8 players around, and do we want to add to the server things and stuff? Likely they just went, fuck it, no. At some point, likely somebody just went, how about we just turn them? So, but yeah, the modifier basically turns off there, which is kind of odd. They should have given it, they should have let you have it on without the active being available, because then at least you had this. But also you would have the hostile modifiers, and actually hunters with the reduction. I feel that would be pretty painful. I actually I realize that now. So maybe it's a good thing it's not actually available in there. But that is available in retaliation, so you can use that for some farming. What do we? Oh yeah. So, where do we go with this guy? Oh yeah, let's just go for this. Although actually, I need to kind of charge him up first. I'm kind of curious if the intention is just to level and stuff. What happens if we just set the world to normal and just go like, you're still skilled the way you were, I'm guessing, so. Kill that guy. Okay, as I was saying, 5. 5. Gonna weaken that guy. Too weak. I don't want to actually priority trigger it. I want to see 3. Okay, so seems to be the way that the kill is done and stuff as well. So, but that's a 5 plus a 3, so I don't really get. That is happening yet. Turret. You wanna do turret things? You consider turreting? Their turrets are worse than our turrets. Didn't think that was possible, but here we are. I feel this just turns into, because you could just kind of half passively do it by just setting it on normal like this and then just hey, go have fun. Go have fun. Yep. Yep. You wanna no, you don't wanna what? How about you go over there? Then how about you try putting out your turret? And how about your turret does something for us? Yay! This on heroic would not really. Yeah, for some of these kill things, yeah, it's just set it just to normal, just get her done, and then. I think as though we can weaken it for the turret as well, but also that turret doesn't have like that long of a duration, and if we need to get 30 kills that way. Well, at least the assault is a little bit more, you know, he actually like has a little bit more range and stuff, so works out. Oh, so there I'm getting, because that guy was targeting my guy, and that's one of the command ones, right? Wasn't all. But she just hates ceilings. Okay. You know what? Let's turn the division into an RTS. It's funny that they keep teleporting sometimes. Oh, it's from that we're coming from there. When the turret is against us, okay, that's assaulting all the way down there. I was gonna say when the turret is like against us, it shoots from a bajillion miles away, but that's priority kills then. Oh. Companion collateral kill. You know what? How about you go over? There should be a double tap just to make him go like, okay, do whatever the fuck you want. That turret should get some kills, right? Like, yeah. Oh, we got the priority kills done. Yeah, we should donate. So at least that's done. Getting some of these now. Oh, we could just take control points from them. Yeah. We're gonna level up that other one. Let's take this. Let's go RTS is up a little bit more, but let's just capture it. Well, let's donate here while I'm here. I should, okay. That's my dag. Yeah. Although I feel cats is more the level that they seem to be at. That's why I also quite, keep comparing them to a drone and not the turret. Usually we say the turret is more like a dog, and then the cat or the oh yeah, well, they're coming up from the sewer. Trying to think of like where can I get a bunch of turret kills, but likely here with the defense, if we put the turret in the middle of the two sewers, maybe we can get a few turret kills. But definitely lowering difficulty is kind of the way to go. Which it often is also with like global event challenges for some of the stuff. You want to go? Go in. Such a dick. Like these nice 5 juicy targets for him to kill. Bastard doesn't want to listen to me. But as always, the things with like these kind of systems, like it's always a little clunky, especially in a game like this. That like this is even worse than Ghost Recon or something, because this game definitely isn't made for it. Because we're missing, you know, a ton of controls. Like we need to have the option to like make them go loud or like hey, don't go loud. Stuff like that. Which, for instance, yeah, Ghost Recon has, but we don't have here. Plus, like, Ghost Recon has like 3 buttons for kind of giving commands, and each of them is like a tap and a long press kind of as well. So, and the enemy ass in progress. Well, you know what? We'll take your enemy ass. Hey, you go over there. And then one of those. Oh, the turret kills count as well. Well, actually, once my ally hits someone, I can just shoot them because we get from that as well. Not for the turret, but for the XP. Shoot. Oh, actually that didn't count there. Shouldn't that be a bitter kill? Oh, there was an assault squad here, wasn't there? Do it. Left them on a slur for you. Yay. Well, let's just get out of comment. At least reset some. Enemy something there. Yeah, yeah, let's deal with that. Oh, already despawn. You assholes. Yeah, so fake flare first. Scared ya? It's out of the zone, so it doesn't count. But I can hold the button while kind of crossing the zone. So. I'm curious actually. I barely ran the engineer. Okay, so we're already on 211. And we just need 2 levels per thing. Because yeah, we basically need 2k. So we need what we just did basically, but then, you know, 10 times. Which over a season, yeah, it's gonna happen. But those go quite a bit faster on normal. But it's also quite boring. Let's wait for the capture to happen here. I'm gonna donate and I'm gonna go back to heroic on the wall. Let's see. Yeah. But yeah, a little bit too silent. Yes, it doesn't just turn him off, it turns Isaac off, it turns like all the callouts off. Also enemy callouts. Turns all of those off. But yeah, I was either gonna shoot him in the face or mute him. So we went for the muting. Turns out shooting a subordinate just because they talk too much. Yeah. Maybe a rogue action. Oh, and a new modifiers and lag. Is that not? Okay, any new ones? The other modifier, do you mean just where the other modifiers are? Because they're part of the journey, like the claiming. This time they didn't put them underneath the challenges. They put them like you have to complete a journey step and then claim it. And then like these ones you unlock once you've completed this one. You don't need to claim it, but yeah, and then the modifiers are, or the passives are here. So you need to, but yeah, you need to actually claim it. Yeah, let's get back to heroic. And now let's maybe go back to some spreadsheeting, finish that off, and then maybe do some recording. Well, no, you need to do 6 steps of it. So for each journey thing, you need 6 of these complete for it to be claimable. Because yeah, if you have, you know, nothing is complete, or not 6 is complete, then you can't. So this is only for, yeah, you need to have 6 done, and then 6 out of 8, and then you can claim it. I just need to revive a guy here once, and then this is also done. But let's load that one normally because actually I still have the revive out there. Although I just the build didn't load correctly then. So my revive hive was on cooldown. Oh yeah, let's clean up for a second. There's still benefit to like even doing the steps that you don't want to do per se, because yeah, there's also XP per thing. There's also some season XP and normal XP. So because basically, like for these things, the XP that it has here, that's just completing this, and then the rewards that it has here is, you know, on the claim now basically. But always with the journey things, it's you don't have to do every part of it. You just need 6 out of 8, and then you can claim it. Keep in mind though that you don't per se want to claim everything maybe now, because for instance in my case as well, I'm gonna at the very least on main account journey 1, 2, and 7. I'm not gonna claim because there isn't too much attached to them. I'm gonna claim the rest because I want the passives. But these I'm going to save for stretch goals because this is a lot of season XP. And I'm going to get the, you know, this is going to get done, like the season pass here. But then we can, especially if they do a double as well, that's like 5 levels each for those journey steps. It's like, you know, just 2 of those journey steps is a whole page by itself if they do it with double XP again. So. Same for the manhunt. If you're smart about it, you can save most of the manhunt till the end of the season. You know, watch if you really want to hear the comms, you can go to, you know, some people's YouTubes and stuff. In my case, I'm gonna on main account do all of them. On second account, I'm just gonna do the HVTs. So I'm ready for the manhunt. But you only need to do 4. Which one was it? 4, 7, and 12. Which are the HVTs to unlock the manhunt, and then the rest save it for the stretch goals. Because yeah, if you do them in that time, especially these manhunt steps as well, this is you know, this is well. If it is double, this is basically another, you know, 2 of these is a page, so that goes pretty quickly. Yeah. No worries. And yeah, it's one of those things that it's handy to know. You don't per se have to do it because in my case as well, I'm going to, for instance, yeah, do the scouts because I want to kind of keep up with the story and stuff. And it gives me something to do every week as well. But yeah, if you want to be extra smart about it, yeah, there's benefits to saving some stuff up. Oh, yeah. Let's go back to character 1. Oh, wait. One thing I need. In a minute. Should I have a second one? I know. Question is, where did I put it? It says likely on the character. Let's go to character 2 first. Grade 30, Lexington. Or maybe it is on character 1 already. Because we'll take character 1 to kind of do the intro and stuff with. Is there a place where there is like fake snow or something? Maybe Christmas. Thing with fake snow. There, you know, with the outfit. Yeah. So this. I'll need that for a minute. Okay. Oh yeah, this is done. Oh wow. Okay. It's like, wait, why is that one like that? But yeah, let's go over here. So yeah, let's do the color work on this. Well, basically everything's gonna be red. um, start here actually. Not really color scheme we can go with the rest with so we'll go blue tones for those. But then let's do this that away. Let's actually see if we can get enough separation here though. That's maybe not it. A little bit more. Yeah, needs to be kind of that. Although what we can do is just go with that and then this one here. That kind of works. What we're going to do, let's just make sure everything's working. Definitely feeling the lack of sleep a little bit. I'm definitely streaming quite a bit recently. And mostly as well because it's like new season stuff. Gotta make sure to be caught up basically. Yeah, so same scheme here. There's also, yeah, there's still a humongous amount to do. Because we need to do the basically add the in-depth looks into brand sets and gear sets. and the 2 exotics. And maybe even the talent. Although the talent I'm okay waiting until a bit later. We need to do journey caches. Video. Need to do but also I need to update all the guides and stuff. Update the build collection. The guides we've already kind of done a part of. But yeah, build collection is like a big one, of course. But then likely the biggest one is gonna go through the DPS tables, and we're gonna change up all the stickers in there. And also I kind of want to rig it up differently. I might actually see how we do that, because it might actually be easier to kind of like redo it, basically. Just start from scratch. Instead of trying to fit it into the current one. Either way is a lot of work. But also that's one can like that can be all the way until mid-season and stuff. That one doesn't need to hurry. Because also I want to lay those out in a way where the build is kind of on top, and then we can change it much more easily. So that's first. That way it'll also be a little bit more robust. And actually with the equalizer, that does make it a little easier, because we don't need to have like places where we flip like Cheska to Grupo for some of the exotics and stuff, because, you know, the equalizer with the obliterate choice is going to be that way. Wait. Brain not working. No, not that one. That one. That one. Oh, yeah. As long as the numbers change, it's hooked incorrectly. Oh, yeah. Yay, last one. Sure, for this one we just go alternating reds. There we go. 30 red cores. Yeah, what if we had 30 red cores? Oh, we'd just be doing 26 million burst DPSA. Well, good thing we only have 6. Oh, yeah. And then... So... What I want to mind here... Invert. So... well, as you know, versus Excel/util. Actually, let's go Exod. I know it's Exodus. And then there's one here. So is this number divided by this number. And then that second number locked. And there we go. Yeah. So we can see how much over basically, if there wasn't a brand bonus, we are. Yeah. Yeah, let me go check actually, because I'm gonna in my own world. The new business just with obliterate. Yeah, basically for obliterate, if you're going obliterate, equalizer is the way to go. In likely all cases, there might be only an exception with like for DNH or something like that. But even that we have to actually look at some point. But yeah, if you're running obliterate, you basically run equalizer. Oh, you mean the equalizer? Yeah, the equalizer is basically just too big to kind of, if that's the the one you meant as the disobliterate. Yeah, equalizer is basically too big to kind of ignore. Equalizer is the like as long as it obliterates, it's basically either much better, especially with Cheska and stuff, and then it's only like with DNH plus obliterate or something like that, where it's 20% like pistol damage with DNH. But that's only really for like the pistol tech tanks or Tempest tech tanks and stuff like that, where that gets used. Although, wait, it's actually even in the high end. For my own curiosity for a second. What's the last piece that I have in here? Oh, actually in here I can just embrace the Cheska. Yeah. Hmm. Why, yeah, so 61, 55 or 61. Yeah, I would need to just check on this if we, because even here we're not using DNH. It's only on the striker one then, actually. Or we are using DNH chest. But if then that DNH chest was then likely already in front of Cheska. But then yeah, the 4%. We'll need to check the striker Tempest tech thing at some point. Yeah, make the year. Okay, so we have all that. We should colorize this as well, because I am going to use this, even though we'll really mostly analyze it just when we look at the second part. Actually, this wasn't one, right? This one. Okay. Oh, we have a heart over there. There really isn't like a fake display of snow or anything, right? Anywhere? Because there isn't real snow anywhere, but I'm like thinking of like, is there any like Christmas thing? Or is there like maybe some white fake snow on the ground or something? Nah. Let's otherwise. We're meaning to reuse this spot. Let's just reuse this spot for here. Gonna go with the little creepy toy soldier thing, whatever it's called. Let's make sure all of our scenes are set up correctly. Otherwise, I need that one, this one, and this one. Yeah. And we're gonna spend a lot of time in this one. Okay. Oh, with snow? I mean, yeah, there's survivors. That's gonna come. I was trying to think of like, there's a bunch of Christmas trees around and stuff. I was like, is there... Oh wait, I'm green here anyway. Just fast travel to here. And then we'll have some cheese and grapes. Yeah, quite a good combo. As you're ever going to be close to this area. Oh, is this not that the music volume did that one too? Although actually, slightly mirror-ish. No. It's just unmutable. I should remember what I had this on. Oh, it's way too loud. That's not what I said. Go over here. Ah, doesn't wanna. It's fine. Actually, I think. Wait, is it what? Oh, it's just daytime. Yeah, that's hard. Maybe. You know what? Kind of works. I'll do, yeah. Yeah. As somebody who has worked in retail, yeah, I agree. Although, well, ages ago in my case. Back when I was young. Which was, you know, before Toasty was born. Yeah, I guess. Memento or Salvum? Well, the thing we'll have to look at is Memento with Salvum. The Memento stays. Memento is like way too good to swap, because yeah, it's between the Cheska and the Salvo. Oh, we need to look at that. So I'm gonna split up the in-depth look into two parts, because otherwise, yeah, it's gonna take too long to come out. But we're gonna basically go through especially striker stuff in this part one, and in part two I'm gonna go into, yeah, for instance, Heartbreaker, and we're gonna actually put Heartbreaker Tech Tank here as well to look at. and some other builds as well. So guesstimation wise, the way that Salvo is versus Cheska in most builds, Salvo will likely be a tiny bit ahead on burst DPS. It'll be better for stacking. Cheska will be a tiny bit behind on burst DPS, but will be much higher on sustained DPS. Well, not a little bit higher on sustained DPS, and then quite a bit higher on damage per max. So it's better for, you know, not running out of ammo. So equalizer. Oh, for Striker, actually, that Striker technique. The thing is, yeah, with Striker, you can go chest Striker. I'm just going to stick an Equalizer in it for now, though. Yeah, but Memento is like if we're talking tech tank, like the Memento is also the 30% skill efficiency and stuff like that. Or 10% skill efficiency in that. So those kind of stuff, and then the regen and stuff like that, like Salvo would not be worth it versus that. But you could make it just a Heartbreaker, basically, at that point. Thing would be you wouldn't want to take, because in either case as well, you wouldn't want to take the Heartbreaker's backpack. Like the backpack adds bonus armor, it can work for survivability, but you would be better off just taking Memento, for instance, or even without that, like you would just take a Vigilance backpack. Like it would still be like you wouldn't go Salvo, you would just go a Vigilance backpack with units, because yeah, that could work. But also with Heartbreaker, you could go Tinkerer. Although, yeah, again, you would then need the backpack. Oh, wait. No, that's Heartbreaker. Yeah, or... I'm back on Heartbreaker thinking. So... like I can have that in mind. Yeah, but for Striker, I mean, you're just basically making just a Striker build at that point. You can go back, of course, with Striker. For some reason, I kept relapsing into Heartbreaker there. Sorry. Made it likely more confusing than it needed to be. The thing is, though, so as we're going to discuss as well, the place that I feel I would lean more towards, especially if we're kind of just running generally Overdogs or Tinkerer. Because especially Tinkerer, if we have basically that second talent is just going to be over it quite a bit. Man, I still kind of want to be able to oh yeah, why don't we just do that? Yeah, actually, let's do that. Should have just done that. T. Because I want killer first, actually, here is the thing. So actually we just don't have this measure to apply to this one, because I want to have killer, and then how much that's measured over that add in is kind of the better way to look at this. But then we just do it like this. Wait. Oh, yeah, especially with Streamline goes over quite a bit, doesn't it? But actually with measured, not as much. Still go over though. No, the equalizer plus salvo is a really good pick, but it's just AR bound. That's the only downside of it. And yeah, this makes more sense. Let's keep that like that. Yeah. A little bit more ahead with that, yeah. But yeah, basically that combo is as strong as some of the exotics. Which, yeah. And some of the exotics that are kind of OP. Spreadsheets, indeed. Oh, well, we're gonna record some stuff. Let's actually set that up. Let me actually make a quick folder. And we're gonna record the in-depth look. Especially the starting part with... Oh, well, part 1 of 2. The folder 25, 12, 4. Units. Put that one. Video. Take a description file and stuff from the stack broker. Thumbnail file and a let me just quickly clean one thing up here. Just the slight Christmas thing in the background. Yeah, we can't have this as the background. This is... Yeah, spreadsheet show new video. It's annoying actually, although I could just mute the whole thing. Although we just, yeah, let's do that actually. Shut up, game. Let's go over here, and yeah, let's start hitting the record button a few times. Also, just to double check. Oh shit, yeah. Although as you know, I can claim them, of course, here. Unit alloys, right? With an S at the end. You know what I should do? Wait, this character has a salvo? Well, fuck, I should have taken care of that first. Let's go get a salvo. What's this location? Oh, you likely have. There's a there is an SHD cache there. It's the one next to the Christmas caroling. Actually, wait, didn't I have one in the stash? Can I make a few? Can make 2. Maybe something a little cheaper than what we have there. I have a crit chance one. Because likely the core is more likely to be changed than the crit chance was most likely. Yeah, fucking. Well, yeah, no, let's go to Brooklyn for a second. Fix that. I'll claim the one from the thing. I'll wear 6 pieces of it. That'll be the easy way. And indeed. Although we're gonna make it 2 parts, because it turns out I am scope creeping hard. And it might be better to do it just in 2 parts. We're just gonna go on to strikers, especially as the focus of the first one, and then a second one with like other builds, other places. That way as well, I can actually do already a few of the calculations for the build collection. We can just put in there. It's also why the game is muted for a second, because we were next to the Christmas song area. Yeah, well, yeah. It's not somewhere you come often. It's kind of out of the way. That's why I'm gonna use it, of course. It's nice and creepy. I will just use it for the intro and then to discuss the items. And then once we start going to calculations, we'll just go to the range just to have menu sounds happening and stuff, because otherwise it feels a little off, I feel always. There's a bunch of videos when, like, if the menu sound isn't playing, when they're doing actions, I feel it just feels like super weird. So I don't want to do that myself. Yeah, let's see if we can get a crit chance one with a decent roll, preferably. With a decent roll, preferably. I should donate the other ones, actually. Oh, that's actually a good point. I should try to have proficiency on this proficient. Just for the look. But yeah, this one's well doable. And at least it's eating some of the, you know, it will just, although as you know, I'm going to six piece it, right? So I'll just change it in a second. I should donate. Although I can just, yeah, let's just do this. That'll be faster. I use up my printer filaments for this a little. Just for the look. Yeah, let's claim these because I want to have the blueprints. Also, there's a bunch of names attached to it, I said there. Oh, we don't need those two. Let's go over there. Become better than H. Nah. None of the like glass even isn't really competitive in there. It's only really intimidate that can be competitive, but also it's not worth it to go intimidate kind of unless you're doing something very specific with it. But then usually when you're doing something that specific, like usually Chest Striker can do the same. Yeah, so yeah, there is yeah, and on Brooklyn there is unit alloys, so you can buy it to deconstruct craft and stuff. As I can just deconstruct those for the crafting parts, the equalizer and the salvo have blueprints in reconstructed caches, but that's more like, you know, for the veteran players. Also, yeah, that worked out because now it's kind of darker, so this light is on because this actually makes for a much better scene as well. Yeah, there we go. Much more creepy with a little bit of darkness. That's that one. Oh yeah. The thing is though that like yeah, if you already have everything, so for those that already had every piece, then it's the next 4 basically. But eventually as well, I mean, you don't get duplicates or anything, so eventually you basically run through all of them. But yeah, you might get unlucky indeed if you're kind of starting out now, because there's also there's a ton of named items there. Yeah, let's go over here and let's get ready. Let's get ready to rumble. So what are we doing? In that block, unit alloys, part 1, timestamps. Yeah, let's try test take, although let's first try technical test take. Just making sure that the hard disk is ready to receive. How much does this have space? Oh, okay. At some point, need to just delete a bunch of older videos and stuff. Just I keep way too much, way more than any would ever be necessary. Yeah. Let's get her going. And then, yeah. Let's go. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, that was weird cadence. Also, I started like a little bit too early. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into unit alloys. This new brand set that we're getting with Year 7 Season 3 is actually pretty powerful and interesting. It will come into play in a lot of places, as we'll see in a bit, with some calculations to back it up. That equalizer has no equal, and as a gear set, or as a brand set. Take 2. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into unit alloys. This new brand set that we're getting for Year 7 Season 3 is actually pretty powerful and pretty interesting. We have to look at it from the perspective that it is giving us rate of fire, which it is an uncommon stat for us. Some gear sets and such give that to us, but a brand set giving that outright means that it will be decently powerful, especially from that rate of fire on the burst DPS end. But actually, as we saw as well with a recent look into the Stack Broker, just having RPM actually eats into the sustain end, depending on how much of it you get, of course, and such. It does eat into quite often into the sustain end and also into our damage per mag. And we see that here as well, as we'll go into some numbers in a bit. Everything will be timestamped down below, so you can jump around and see for yourself. I might get distracted by this. Why suddenly? Also, yeah, let me disable this. I suddenly see a shadow creeping up on me. It actually kind of worked, but also distracted the shit out. I like see a shadow coming up like behind me. Can I close this door? Can it be dark again? Can it be rainy? This place looks a lot better when it's dark. Maybe we gotta do something and wait for darkness. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. But then yeah, let's turn this back on because man, it feels weird without. Sounds about right. Yeah. Oh, also, Maybe we don't run around like this. Can we have a loadout with this? Yeah, what was this set called? BTSU Blizzard. BTSU Blizzard. Still, that in that one thing they wrote it as BTSU Blizz with one Z art. Blizzard. Actually, that's how you're supposed to say it, right? Because then it's like lizard. Although actually, yeah, the idea was wait. So if I go to this, it shows all the parts, right? Yeah, because that's all I want. Because I especially. Oh, they put. Oh, I didn't notice that before. They put. But is there still Hana U logos on this as well? Huh. Because on the gear set, the backpack is just R and K. It just says R and K. But this is a Hana U backpack. Although does Hana U actually have a logo or anything there? I don't think so. I think it just has it's just blank. But yeah, Hana U, Hana U, Hana U. I'm not sure if that knee pads are. Oh, those are also Hana U, Hana U. But this brand set is basically graphically a copy of that. I didn't notice actually that they put the other logos on there. That's like bestie. Because I will use that for the intro and then we'll swap to this outfit just so we can show the pieces. But let's go do some actually, is there some activities? Activities in our cities. Let's go over there. Let's play till it's nighttime. I'll be like a few minutes. That's actually for later. So we don't have that tracking there. I know it's nighttime, we'll go back there and record the intro. And we'll go over the brand and go over the look as well, and then the two names, and then I'm just also saying this just to kind of order it in my head. You know, we could even use this maybe. We're meaning to use this one as well. Should maybe just use this. And we can save that one for a diff, like when we're closer to Christmas. No, is it just the commanders that a lot of the time? Because I definitely had seen that guy, but his thingy kind of disappeared again. Because there's definitely something not the way it used to be with the UI. And I think that's also the same for the like people talking about foam icons and stuff disappearing. It's just the whole bar is disappearing. Sometimes. No, maybe we wait for nighttime for that, because also this now, this would need, because I don't think this has any lights on it to light it up at night. It's about to get dark. Oh, actually, everything's transmog then. You don't see anything except for a little holster. Oh, no. Oh, that stuff actually has collision for the camera? That's odd. I don't mind having the temperature thing there, actually. Oh, yeah. To kind of get this, we need to blow out the rest. I'm kind of okay with that, but... maybe. It's a delta in 3 hours. Okay. I haven't ran into any recently. But yeah, I should hear that's still affecting some people. Oh yeah, let's just use this. And then we'll save that one for a different time. Yeah. Well, it's also for this. It doesn't, like, per se need anything too special. It's just a cool mural. Strikers, equalizers, and overlags. Well, you're about to hear, actually, because we're about to record in depth look into that. Equalizer, yeah, if you're using obliterate, use equalizer. It's going to be the conclusion here as well. Equalizer, way too good over any other obliterate. This zoom is a little also like notchy, so it's annoying. It's a cheap lens. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into unit salvos, unit alloys. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into unit alloys. This new brand set for Year 7 Season 3 is actually pretty powerful and pretty interesting. 2 brand bonuses that affect burst DPS in a row is very much... well, it's been a while, and definitely not since the ages of... where am I going with that? That's way too rambly and too many uhs and stuff. I went exploring, but that didn't work out. The intro is always the hardest one anyway. Once we get going, it's easy. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into unit alloys. This new brand set for Year 7 Season 3 is actually very powerful and pretty interesting, as we have to look at a rate of fire brand bonus here. And as we saw with the recent Stack Broker video, adding to the rate of fire side of things can be very powerful. It of course does affect our burst, sustain, and damage per mag, but not in the same amounts as, for instance, just adding on to the damage end of things. But here we also have 2 brand bonuses in a row that are very powerful, much more powerful than basically any other brand set really has in 2 pieces. And for that, we have to give it a thorough in-depth look. This in-depth look will be timestamped so you can jump around. We'll be starting looking at the brand set and then its named items, and then we'll go starting into some calculations. This will be part 1 of a 2-part series. In this first part, we're going to lay the focus especially on Striker, as of course it being the general meta, and this affecting kind of that the most. We'll want to look at Strikers first. There will be a second part video, a separate video, where we'll go into other builds, other styles, and look at, for instance, Heartbreaker, Umbra, things like that, and how it affects that. But especially in putting this one kind of together in a spreadsheet, it became obvious that, yeah, we kind of need to do this one separately, otherwise it's a very long video, and also I would have to wait quite a lot longer to be able to put that out. But yeah, let's go get started. That part 1 should be a little bit earlier in that spiel. How long is it in total? It's 141, so okay, it's fine. Let's equip 6 pieces of it. And this is the new meta. We get 5%. I don't know if the person that just messaged me is also in the stream there, but yeah, if you are, yeah, it's a separate multiplier. Wait, I can't jump up here? I thought I could jump up there. Go with this. Shows all pieces, right? Yeah. I was hoping to jump up there, so we had that as the background, but maybe we jump up here then. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, that's always the annoying thing. It's the, like, once you don't feel like, oh, I can just, there's no deltas and stuff, it becomes once there's one delta, you go like in the back of your head, oh, I can't do any missions, I can't do like important stuff because I might get delta. Yeah, let's actually equip instead of this. That. Actually, let's go with that. Let's do that. Can't get up higher, can I not? Oh, that's fine. So, and then season track, reconstruct it, and then, yeah. Okay. Allows you it. So if I even go into photo mode, otherwise we're going to stand over there then. There's some light. It's actually going to be way too bright when we... kind of works. Although, well, now that's kind of overblown. Because we don't need it to be this anymore then. It's fine. Yeah. And let's start with looking at what unit alloys is, and of course discussing its brand bonuses. As with the one piece, we get a rate of fire, 5% of it. With the two piece, we get 20% assault rifle damage, which that combination is actually bigger than most combinations that we have. There are some brands that do have subsequent parts that are very much damage related, and this actually is one of the bigger ones, because this is kind of in the style of Zvia, where we had some magazine size and then followed up by rifle damage. But this isn't similar to that, because the magazine size that it had, side of things, very much is not a burst DPS change. It does affect sustained DPS, it does affect damage per mag, but the burst DPS was not affected by that. And because of that, it was a first piece that you had to take to get to that second beast bonus, and the second beast bonus was the good part. Now here, what we have with that 5% rate of fire, I'll already kind of spoil further looks in here, where the 5% rate of fire is actually pretty close on a lot of builds towards, for instance, a Cheska piece or a Grupo piece. And that brand bonus means that this being equivalent, that second piece being 20% is actually a little bit overpowered. At the third piece, we get 50% magazine size. And actually, if, for instance, high-ends were actually viable, that 50% magazine size would be worth it once we have invested two pieces, getting that third piece to just have magazine size in somewhat of a similar way, again, as Zvia, where if we were already gone two pieces in, going that third piece to get that 30% weapon handling that Zvia has, yeah, in a similar way, you could justify it like that. The thing is, though, that in most gear sets and such, we only get to go up to two pieces, except for with the Ninja Bike. But especially that magazine size would not be worth giving up, for instance, a full backpack talent in the Ninja Bike style. But those first two bonuses being very powerful really stand out here as something quite different than we have had before. Okay, I'm gonna cut it there, and then we get the named items. And let's start with looking at what. And then together with those two brand bonuses at the start being actually very powerful, we also get two names with this. We get the equalizer named chest as we have here, and that comes with perfect obliterate. The perfect obliterate's difference to normal obliterate is that it stacks up to 24 times, and because each stack is 1 total weapon damage, we are getting 4% more total weapon damage here with a total of 24% instead of the 20 of a normal obliterate. So that combination is actually very strong, and the equalizer has no equal. It is very much unequalizing things, as this now is the de facto obliterate. Effectively, if we're going obliterate, there is really no reason to go this. That means that Cheska chests would obliterate Grupo chests, would obliterate Fenris chests, would obliterate and such, really don't stand a chance against the combination, especially of that first brand bonus, especially being equivalent to most of those, but then a much stronger obliterate, of course. And especially if we kind of go into a second piece as well, then that second piece bonus is actually much larger than a lot of other brand bonuses, because yeah, if we look at Fenris, of course, 10%, this is literally double. Then we also have the Salvo, as we have them here, and that has as a special stat, one of the stats is flipped to be rate of fire as its distinct named stat. And 5% rate of fire, together with, of course, having 5% from the brand bonus as well. From just one piece, we could have 10% rate of fire, but this comes, of course, at the cost of a brand bonus, or, well, it is in competition to a brand bonus, and then also a stat here, of course. Now, either here we could have 6 crit chance or 12 crit damage, although we have crit chance here already. And then on the rate of fire end, of course, it's competing, for instance, with Cheska, where it's 8 crit chance. In the case of having unit alloys, the brand bonus being 5%, being kind of equivalent to the 8% that we have on Cheska, as we kind of discussed, you can already guess that this 5% here, being against 6% crit chance or 12% crit damage, is actually a little bit higher than that. That means that the combination of the brand bonuses plus these name pieces really do actually add up. And it does make it that we're kind of power creeping our way up a little bit. Now, in the PTS, actually, it was a little bit even higher with 8%. And yeah, that was, to me, actually kind of, way too much. I advocated for, as well, to bring it down a little bit. And I'm actually kind of happy that they did, at least with this one thing, because honestly, we're getting 3 pretty OP things. And in the end, actually, the Salvo is kind of in a balanced spot. But I would definitely say that the Equalizer and the brand set itself actually are pretty high above other things. $315, okay. Let me get you up here for a second. Was nerfed at the max size on. I think you want to go and check your history in the end, but yeah, the max size on Elmo, yeah, it didn't it didn't get changed ever. Yeah. There is a no, so the 5% rate of fire is around 8 crit chance, so it's around the same as a brand bonus, as the Cheska brand bonus. But also, yeah, the thing is, magazine size is not per se worth it, because also I would like you to introduce you to some LMGs. They come already with a lot more, and then you can take other bonuses if you really want like larger mags. The 50 max size is okay-ish, but it's not, you know, unless you have to be investing these two, but then also you're excluding yourself from either you're ninja biking or you're excluding yourself from gear sets. And nowadays, gear sets are just too powerful. Like, high-ends can't keep up with gear sets in a real way. For Bighorn, not particularly either, because there as well, you would just want to have, like, you could have 2 pieces of this plus full, you know, full striker or full heartbreaker or something like that with Bighorn. That would make a much more sense than trying to 3 pieces with a high end or trying to stick a ninja bike in there. You lose too much there. Yeah. We have different definitions of what fun is then. Because that's the reason I don't use fun as a word. Because yeah, if it's not useful, I can't really have fun with it, honestly. Because in the back of my head, I'm going like, unless I'm doing it for the challenge, but then I'll go like 6-piece like this or something like that, just for the lulz. But no, so actually, its damage went up. It lost a little bit in its mods. The nerf to the Elmo was like I think it was like a 1.2% or something in the end on build. But yeah, the max size wasn't nerf. That's what I'm talking about. The max size has been, I mean, actually, right? Or am I misremembering? It's always been 70, right? Or was it 90 at some point? Dogs and yeah, overall, I would say so for general use. But there are places where, yeah, Tinker can be more. It depends basically on if the overdogs is going to be active generally. For just doing stuff, it's fine. For just doing like activities, missions, stuff like that. But then there are some like raid fights, incursion fights where overdogs just not going to be useful for that. But then you can either go Salvo or Tinkerer to gain a little bit more there. But yeah, both of those are in general play a little bit behind Overdog. If it's just shooting, just stuff. Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah, it was right. They went to 60 and then they reverted it because it was never 90, right? I'm thinking of the True Patriots increase to it, right? Because a 90 would be a lot. But yeah, there was a PTS part where it went to 60 and then went back up. Because in the end as well, it lost on crit chance and its crit damage mod, but then it actually its RPM went up, right? Oh no, it was based on the M4. That was the Eagle that went up, but its base damage I think went up. So it still did lose a little bit, but also made it actually more usable with other weapons because also it used to be 20 crit chance, which was super annoying. 85. Yeah. It's uncrazy. Yeah. Completing Huntsman with 3 pieces of UIS for magazine size or not more than. Thing is, Huntsman, it would still lose to the reason like I with the Huntsman and Neplook and stuff was LMGs just do it better. Like a Sleipnir will just do it better. An M249 will just do it better. Just because they, like in this case, yeah, you would have the AR plus the magazine size, but that still wouldn't catch up to like a Sleipnir. Or an M249/Mark 46. And that's why, yeah, the Huntsman just wouldn't really work out. Also, it really depends on if the timings-wise it lands somewhat. Because the Huntsman was 2 mags and then reload, right? Like actually, so if you do this, likely in the second mag, you're going to run out, right? It kind of depends also how it affects the timing. It might actually help with the timings, but... Yeah, let's go back here. Let's keep recording. So, yeah. Why is why is this jittering like crazy? You know, that's the least invasive one, at least. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah. I'm forgetting a step under. So this. Oh yeah, and then yeah, we can just fast travel to, and then look at the. Oh yeah, we need to. Or we'll do this, then look at the outfit, and then yeah. I've forgotten if I've like said something here. I think I kind of just let it drone out. Above other things. Yeah. And then, oh, took that long there. Hard disk wasn't ready. And it is handy to know that you can get the blueprints for all 6 pieces here from the season track. These are also just available, of course, even if you don't have the season pass, of course. As you go through the season, you will get all of the items one by one. And actually in the same slot as is the item, you also get the blueprints from them. That's where the blueprints for the 6 pieces themselves come from. And then you also have, from the reconstructed caches, you can get the blueprints already from Salvo and Equalizer. And it can be very handy, especially if you already have all of the blueprints. Effectively, if you just open up 4 caches for this season, you'll get both of the named weapons and both of the named gear available to you. In the week of, if you watch this in the week of its release, there is also actually on a vendor, there is some unit alloys. It is on the Brooklyn vendor, so you can go there, actually buy and deconstruct, and very easily craft yourselves an equalizer or a salvo, which can make it pretty easy if you have basically access to them through the reconstructed caches quickly. And yeah, let's just cut it there, even though I was about to go into a new sentence, but you can get the blueprint. That's where the blueprint is construct and very. Actually, what I can do. Okay, well then I need to. I can't do frame at all. Why isn't it 9? Okay. Like 70 degrees each time. Yeah, let me record this and then we'll catch up on chat actually. Oh, it's actually it's the snowing in the game. Because rarely it does. Oh, no, actually, maybe that's from fire thing. Because the snow wouldn't go that sideways. Yeah. Also, briefly, I want to point out that, yeah, the looks of it in the game, of course, as we're wearing all 6 pieces here, and that was just to kind of showcase it, the looks-wise, it is a direct copy of Hannah Yu. And yeah, a very familiar backpack and gloves. But yeah, they did actually take the time, as you see there, to apply the unit alloys logo and actually a little text there also stating the same. Yeah, it is actually reuse, but at least a little bit improved. But yeah, from a looks perspective, it is. I'm always looking forward to seeing some of the new brand sets and gear sets, and always hoping for something new. But yeah, that is not what we're getting here, sadly. Actually kind of looks for okay. I want to point out that little there. No, yeah. Let's just put in something else just to deconstruct these, because we don't need them anymore. That's just for that. Back here as well. This is actually. Yeah, let's take this back to the range now. Oh, yeah, let me catch up here. Yep, just cooling all over the place. So yeah. There is a blueprint for equalizer. But it's in the reconstructed caches. So, and salvo as well, and then the 2 new named weapons. That's how you can. Although likely you were asking that before I said it in that segment as well, but. Yeah, let me actually catch up with that. Sorry, I'm recording in between. I'm doing structure troubles under utilizing the cloak knee pads. Using 3% on the UTPC units alloys. Oh, for what if you're 3-piece kind of you. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, the cloak does make a little bit of a difference. I haven't really tried it with like my own turret and drone. That could make a difference there, actually. The thing is, though, you would still give up like too much for it maybe to be worth it, because the turret and drone are already going to pull away a lot of targets anyway. Yeah. Anyway, get you around the VZ. Anyway, I've been there as well. Quite a bit, trying to get the right pieces. Let's go back to that. Because we're in the other one. Yeah. So now we start going to here. Wait, I've covered all the minor ones, right? So yeah, we went over that, the brand, the names, blueprints, look. Yeah. So intro to calculations, and then now we start rambling on these. You know what, let me actually... It'll be a continuity error, but... But we'll fire some PA for that. Was wearing a jacket a second ago and he wasn't now. Yep. Magic of cinema. Yeah. Let's go. Timestamps again, yeah. And let's start moving it towards looking at the numbers that this can provide us. For that, we'll be going over a pretty big spreadsheet here, and that's also kind of why I'm splitting it in two parts. As in going through this, I quite quickly realized like this is going to take a while to get through. And this is just a striker. That'll be also, again, our focus here for this first parter. And then we'll come back for a second part where, alongside of the OD that I have in here already, we'll go and look at some heartbreakers and some umbras, as they'll be differently affected, of course, because, for instance, in the case of a heartbreaker, it doesn't have that rate of fire bonus, so it'll have the full 5%. In the case of umbra, it's the inverse, for instance. And we'll add a bunch of builds here as well, so I'm kind of considering it, for instance, with as well the tech tanks, looking at those, looking even at some of the other builds, or things like tipping skills and, of course, concentrated company as well. But for this video, we'll lay our focus squarely on striker, as of course, kind of as one of the more important builds that we use quite a lot. And we can already draw some conclusions here. These are multi-calculators of my design, and input will happen down here, and the output comes in the form of a mag damage, burst DPS, and a sustained DPS with our... You know, I screwed that part up so badly that I'm just going to restart. So, yeah, let's try that again. I could actually segment that as well, just to have it easier. Actually, I also didn't bring up, again, timestamps. Oh, also, actually, before I go into that spiel, I need to, yeah, talk about what segments we're gonna, yeah. So we need a separate take anyway. And let's start diving into some numbers. And of course, yeah, for those, we'll bring out the multi-calculators. I'll link to this spreadsheet here, which is the spreadsheet I've prepared for today, where we are looking at especially unit alloys, and it names components in especially striker here. As we laid out in the beginning, this video, this part one of a two-parter, will go mostly over striker builds. And as a general meta, of course, we kind of need to look at that one first. But in laying this one together, I already quite quickly realized that otherwise, if we don't split it in two parts, it's going to be a very long video, and also would take way longer to get ready. We're going to look at, first off, we will include OD here as to look at the brand bonus by itself from unit, because with OD, we won't, of course, be using a chest, or preferably as well not the holster either, because we want to use a tinkerer, leaving the backpack slot. And with that, we can kind of just isolate out the backpack or the brand bonus in a backpack slot. Then we'll be going over especially equalizer and how much it can add, then to salvo and how much it can add. And then we'll combine the two and look at it both against some of the other names in like Cheska, Fox, Contractors, Hollow Man, and such. But then, of course, the big one is to look at it versus these exotics. Everything will be timestamped down below, as those will be each a segment on their own. And we'll also look as well at some point at this, looking at how much quicker it will stack versus just base striker having, for instance, one piece of unit, but then also having the salvo in there for another 5%. These are multi-calculators of my design. If you're not familiar with them, I have a video on my channel going over them. We input the builds information down here, the weapons information up there. Everything is named, and then comparing especially to to whatever build we put in the stop slot, where we're comparing with percentages, the mag damage, the burst DPS, and the sustained DPS. We also get some other information out, as for instance, the damage numbers that it should hit, and I've already taken it to the range and checked most of these builds. And as well, we'll be playing around with some metrics that I've prepared here. But yeah, let's go get started. Doing a second let's go get started is weird. They do a let's go get started in the intro. Hi, started. God damn it! Why did I do the second one? That one was a little clunky. I feel I can do a better one. You know what? We'll keep that one. Let's do another one. And then if this one, like if I fail in this one, we'll just use that. And let's start diving into some numbers. As of course, for those, I've prepared multiple multi-calculators here, as we always do. And in going through this, yeah, it became clear that for the scope of one video, we should kind of limit it to, for instance, that we're doing here, to Striker. We'll do a part 2 where we'll go over other builds, but those parts are not ready yet. I'll link, of course, to this spreadsheet so you can go and look at it for yourself. And as we'll go through here, we'll lay out different sections. Everything will be timestamped, as we'll first look at especially how much unit alloys just by itself kind of can provide by putting it on an OD build where we can't per se use the named items. So without the named items in there, how much does unit give us? Then we'll go to looking at strikers with equalizer, then strikers with salvo. Then we'll actually take a brief detour here into looking at the stacking differences and how much more quickly can units stack versus, for instance, just going basic striker or the old striker with Cheska, for instance. And then we'll bring both together, looking at equalizer plus salvo, and then especially concentrating on ARs at that point, of course, because that second bonus is really big. And when we combine them, we kind of want to know how it stacks up against other things. Now, for ARs, of course, that's not going to work out because that 20% AR damage, that's going to be bigger than any other brand or named item, especially for ARs, as we can compare it, for instance, yeah, to Cheska or Foxes and such, but those won't win. And then we'll end off here with looking at versus exotics, because of course there are some items that can be very competitive with it. And yeah, we'll go through each of these by themselves. These are multi-calculators of my design. If you want to go and delve deeper into them, there is actually a video on my channel going over it. The brief of it is that the builds information goes down here, where we input it here. We get the weapon stats and input them here. And then especially we can compare up to 10 builds. Each row is a build, and we're always comparing to the build in the top slot here. And we get some percentages to do that with. And we're getting a burst DPS, a sustained DPS, and a damage per mag. And we can look between the builds and see what the differences with them will be, going with different pieces. We also get some checking numbers and the builds multiplier here as well. So yeah, let's go have a deep look. A deep look, okay. But that's basically the calculation intro. Yeah. Oh. Wait. I didn't have that backpack here, of course. That was on second again. I made crit chance, crit damage backpack for OD. Wait, let's maybe quickly try to remake that then. Wait. How long have we been going already? 12 minutes. We can keep this under an hour, that would be nice. Yeah, we don't. We didn't. I have the blueprint now. Try quickly making one. Nah, fuck it. Not important enough. Because also, yeah, I don't want to make it super late tonight. But yeah, we just need this build and we go like, hey, what if this was unit? Yeah. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah. Well, but yeah, wait, chat. I'm not always right. So yeah, still take everything with a pinch of whatever spice you like. So that's for the okay. So yeah, that's good. And let's start here with ongoing directive. Well, we said the focus will be on Striker. First, I do want to look at how much the brand bonus of 5% rate of fire can add to a build. And for that, we kind of need to not be on Striker because the rate of fire effectively will work just as a stat, as for instance, damage charges out of cover or DTA or such would. It's additive from all sources, and seeing as Striker already has 15, that 5 from the unit alloys will just add to it for 20%, and then that multiplies against the rate of fire of the weapon. To kind of exclude that, we need to be on something else that doesn't have that, for instance, and here OD is a pretty good candidate for that. Especially as well as for an ongoing directive loadout, we don't want to be using a different chest than the ongoing directive. Tinkerer is really good for ongoing directive, leaving it really just a backpack slot. And the backpack slot, of course, we don't want it to be the ongoing directive backpack, we want it to be the high end. Here with Vigilance, we can also go with Wicked, but this Chaska backpack could also, of course, just as easily be a unit alloys backpack. Does that 5% rate of fire, how does that stack up against just 8% crit chance? And that's basically answered here, because we can kind of look at it. Now, it is also dependent on how much crit chance and crit damage the build itself has. But in the case of ongoing directive, we aren't actually even putting the crit chance or crit damage very high. It isn't running killer, so it's not going to push crit damage really high. And also, it isn't a gear set like Umbra or Negotiators, where it has bonuses already to crit chance and crit damage, meaning its crit chance and crit damage is pretty middle of the road, making it pretty good for a comparison here. And in the top slot, we have ongoing directive, as we saw there with the Cheska Vigilance backpack. If we go to a unit backpack, a unit alloys backpack here, we can go with different crit chances that give us different results, of course, as the final output. And the reason we can do this, and this will be an ongoing theme through this whole calculation set here, is that we can shift our crit chance and crit damage by taking different amounts of crit chance mods on the weapon. And especially if we're taking a crit chance, 5 crit chance on the weapon, and we remove that, and instead of that we put 10 crit damage there, we can put 6 crit chance on the gear, and that shifts it by 1. So instead of the 5, we're getting a 6, we're dropping 2 crit damage, meaning in a very balanced way, we can actually shift our crit chance up and down by 3 points, and that's what we see here. So we can actually, with the LMG's third stat being also crit chance here, we can either land on a 58.5, a 59.5, or a 60.5, and of course the 60.5 would cap down to 60, of course. It isn't going to go above that. Now here we see actually that, yeah, the optimal kind of setup, especially here with a build that doesn't have, for instance, killer or such, pushing the crit damage even higher. as we're going with, in this case, sadist and then pressure point, two separate multipliers that are just distinct and just out there by themselves, not really interacting with much here. We see that the overall, there's a tiny difference, but the 59.5 is kind of the way to go. But if we look at the burst DPS here, we see that actually that 5% from unit alloys here, of course, yeah, we're not talking about equalizer, we're not talking about salvo, just unit alloys just by itself with a crit chance, crit damage stat, the same as the Cheska backpack would be. Just the brand bonuses versus each other, Cheska and unit alloys are very close to each other. We're less than 1/3% ahead with unit alloys on the burst DPS. But as we discussed, this is actually kind of the part where we really do need to consider it in different ways, because yeah, if you're just looking at burst DPS, you would go 1/3%, but sure, let's go pharma unit alloys. But our sustained DPS is actually quite a bit lower because, of course, we're firing faster. Our firing time is shorter. That means we're hitting our reload more often. Our sustained DPS will be lower. And of course, as well, if we're adding onto the rate of fire side of things, we're not adding per se to the damage side of things, which Cheska would do. And because of that, our damage per mag is significantly lower as well. Now, in this case, in absolute numbers, it's not that big of a difference, but we are still losing a little bit over 4%, almost 4.5% of our damage per mag. In the case of ongoing directive as well, damage per mag is a very important factor because that's actually how much basically we can unload before we run out of the hollow point rounds that we are very reliant on. It's one of the main reasons actually that I, for instance, on ongoing directive, very much lean towards LMGs over, for instance, ARs or such. So from a perspective of damage, while on burst DPS, we're a tiny bit ahead. We're losing some sustain. We're losing some damage per mag. Which way would I lean for ongoing directive here specifically? I think I'm going to still stick with that Cheska. There isn't enough gain on the burst DPS. The loss on the sustain end isn't humongous either, but we are losing a significant amount on the damage per mag. And yeah, the increase here isn't enough. But you could, if you, for instance, get a unit alloys backpack, that's perfect. And you don't have a Cheska one, you could just go with that. And yeah, this kind of shows, at least on a especially here as well, a gear set that doesn't feed into either on the crit chance or crit damage side, because that would disadvantage Cheska, or if it feeds into the rate of fire side, that would disadvantage unit alloys. When we don't have that, actually the unit alloys is just a little bit higher with that 5% rate of fire on the burst DPS than Cheska. And Cheska was, of course, previously kind of the one we would put in first. And then we lose a little bit on sustain. We lose a little bit on damage per act. If the build as well, because that's also a point that, for instance, with Striker in a second, we'll see, if the build, for instance, is a stacking build, which ongoing directive isn't, it doesn't care about RPM at all, really, then yeah, that could also be a factor. Having said that, so we now know that unit alloys, the brand set by itself, is actually equivalent to Cheska, so very good. And while it has some ups, it has also some downs, but we could definitely justify this. But now let's go look at it in Strikers. Yeah. Oh. Why did I eat fatty cheese before starting speaking? My mouth was just sticking together. I got a little rambly, but that's right. He's fine. Using 2 unit alloys. For this, I mean, I'm using LMG. For this one, it wouldn't make sense for OD. Yeah, let's go back to that architecture. But yeah, we'll continue on here. But that's kind of the basis that we kind of need to have down there, where we know how much the brand bonus is. Also, actually, audio is fine, right? And this whole calculation set here, unit alloys are very close. I almost want to redo that part, just to save on time. I kind of got rambly. I went way deeper than was needed there, because we're going to hit a lot of those things later on as well. Because it's 7 minutes. Yeah. You know what? I'll keep the take. I'll keep it as an option. I'll make a options folder. Just a new folder. Let's but I need that character again then. Shit. Brain. What you doing to me, brain? Also, let's not. Let's not have sticky cheese. Because I feel I was smacking quite a bit in that. Man, it's so nice and quiet without any dialogue. But yeah, the world also kind of feels a little dead. And yeah. Let me get you over here for a second. Would Elmo's or Lexington be better for the striker tech time build? And if Lexington would flatline be the best since you use technician spec with laser burner? For the striker tech tank, killer kind of works pretty well. You can actually, Elmo can work. I would actually, if you're looking to maybe try other stuff, chameleon actually is. This chameleon is usually like pretty like bad for just general strikers because you need to be really close range. But with the striker tech tank, you're usually quite close range. So I actually like the chameleon on it a lot. And yeah, especially trigger the reload first. So just shoot for legs first and then get the rest. Well, yeah, I definitely would want that body as well pretty quick. But I usually just go for legs first, trigger that, and then roll on with it. And yeah, you can actually lean both ways, but I usually go with, especially because I'm playing solo most of the time if I'm running striker tech tank. Killer, you'll activate it a lot and is quite a bit more than flatline when it's active. But yeah, flatline is always active, but with that, like, yeah, it's kind of fine. Because you'll get a ton of kills and then yeah, Elmo is fine. The thing is though that, for instance, Elmo is very nice on just red striker, where you also like the shock and stuff helps out in surviving. But the striker tech tank has that kind of built in, and then the Elmo like really is a lot less damage than Lexington, especially when like killer is active on it. Like that's way higher than the Elmo. So yeah, but yeah, you have some options there. Hey, you're welcome. Cheese, please. Well, can I just stick it in the camera? Just smear it on the lens. But you have some camembert here with some grapes because yeah. Get a snack, but I'm trying to be healthier about snacking. Well, honestly, it turns out, I think it took me like 15 years to really realize that, like, as much as I like chips and stuff and like fatty stuff, although this is also super fatty stuff, let's not kid ourselves, but I actually enjoy this kind of stuff way better than any like cookies and stuff like that. Turns out. Like some fruit with some cheese and stuff is actually actually my jam. Yeah, so we go here. Yeah, so we're gonna grab a redo on this and try to keep it like 90% shorter. Oh, and thank you so much there. Oh, Lone Ranger. I see. Rethink how the lead speak. But yeah, thank you so much for subscribing there. As always, much appreciated. Lets us waste some money on some apparels and stuff, and you know, be looking good in these videos. The characters, not me. Like, I'll just always look like shit. No amount of money can change that. Yeah. And yeah, let's go in here. I know, for those joining, I'm recording for a video, and yeah, there's going to be the in-depth look into unit, much anticipated. Then as well, I can finally just send people to this video instead of. I mean, don't worry for those that have asked that, but yeah, a lot of people have come in of like, oh, so units, what are we doing? Well, now I have a instead of repeating myself, I can just go, hey, here's the link. I'll likely make it a command as well, just for ease, just exclamation point unit for people to. I might actually even make a short, like a day after or something, with like the quickest rundown of like the basics. Yeah, enough yapping. Now more yapping, but while recording. And let's start this in-depth look by actually not looking at Striker, even though we said the focus is going to be on Striker. We first want to look at unit in isolation, and that's just a brand bonus without looking at equalizer, without looking at salvo. How well does 5% rate of fire, especially that first piece bonus, really stack up against things, for instance, like Cheska as the go-to? For that, we'll actually go to ongoing directive, and the big reason that we won't start on Striker is that ongoing directive doesn't really have any bonuses, especially either towards the crit chance, crit damage side of things like Negotiator or Umbra would, which would kind of influence it a little bit against Cheska. So the build itself is kind of very middle of the road when it comes to crit chance, crit damage, and also it is not running killer, especially, which would in effect benefit actually a little bit from running a unit, because our crit chance could still be high, our crit damage could be a little bit lower. The effectiveness of killer is affected by that, of course. And also, yeah, it doesn't have rate of fire like Striker, as we're going to look into in a second. If we take it as this, especially because here as well, we can't really run equalizer or such. We want to keep the ongoing directive chest. Tinkerer is kind of a must. We're going to go with Sadist and Pressure Point as our comparison talents, just to not feed, for instance, with Vindictive into crit chance, crit damage. What happens if we take this Cheska backpack effectively, either with Wicked or Vigilance, but here for the calculation, we're just going with Vigilance, but that's just total weapon damage. That's not per se interacting with either rate of fire or crit chance, crit damage. What if we take this Cheska backpack and made it unit alloys? Now, of course, we have several ways that we can lay that out, and that's especially true this crit chances that we have here, because we can actually flip one of these crit chances to crit damage on the weapon, flipping a 5 crit chance for a 10 crit damage. And then we could, on the gear, grab either with a mod or one of the stats, going from crit damage then to crit chance. What that effectively does is it shifts our crit chance 1 up, and our crit damage goes down by 2. A very fair trade, but that way we can actually set up in different crit chances in a 3 crit chance range. And that's also why this is with 3 different values here for unit. We have ongoing directive here, and as our comparison point, the Cheska with that vigilance, unit with vigilance, but then at 58.5, 59.5, and 60.5, but then the 60.5, of course, is just capping at 60, as of course will be the case. As we see from the numbers here, the 59.5 has the others beat by a tiny margin, and that'll be as well the one that will then will let compete basically against the Cheska. As we can see on the burst DPS end, we are gaining a third of a percent, 20.29% here. That isn't a big difference in the burst DPS. Unit alloys here on a gear set that doesn't feed into rate of fire is actually a tiny bit ahead on the burst DPS over Cheska. But then, of course, Cheska actually feeds onto the damage end of, because if we're looking at burst DPS, what it especially is the damage, average damage times rounds per second. The rounds per second is derived from the rounds per minute divided by 60. If we're feeding up into there, our damage per mag and such isn't affected actually, or in effect is lower than the Cheska because it is going into there. Because the Cheska is feeding especially onto the damage end of things. And we see that result here in the same way as with the stack broker that we looked in. Feeding into the rate of fire side of things increases especially the burst DPS a little bit more than it does the sustain DPS. We're firing just a little bit faster. We're hitting our reloads, which are exactly the same, more often. Because of that, we're dropping a little bit in the sustain. We're also dropping a decent amount here in the damage per mag. And the damage per mag is actually important to ongoing directive because that is how much hollow point ammo we basically have until we run out. If we can't kill the enemy within, well, this amount, but this is a humongous amount, we could kill basically any heroic enemy with 113 million. But that means, of course, we're kind of going for theoreticals and we're landing every shot as it should. That's, of course, not going to happen. That's also why damage per mag does matter. But from a play perspective, the difference between this wouldn't be that big or that noticeable. It wouldn't be as noticeable as, for instance, going with an AR or something. The main reason I do go with an LMG with ongoing directive is I do want a higher damage per mag. But yeah, we are gaining a tiny amount on the burst DPS and we're losing on the sustained DPS and the damage per mag. Now for a build like Strikers that then with that higher RPM that it has actually gains, for instance, as well on the stacking, we could lean towards unit a little bit more. But honestly, with a tiny gain in burst, but a little bit more loss in sustain and actually a loss in damage per mag, I'm going to keep that ongoing directive with that Cheska backpack. But I could definitely see a case being made of going, this is just higher burst DPS, so I'm just going to lean for that. And yeah, I could understand that as well. So, but what we can conclude from this segment is that actually unit alloys with its 5% rate of fire is basically equivalent to Cheska, which was previously and currently still alongside of unit alloys, basically the top pick as the first thing we put into a build. But then Cheska pushes into the damage side of things, unit alloys pushes into the rate of fire side of things, and on a build here that doesn't have your rate of fire itself, we can see that, yeah, it is actually, it is ahead. But then, of course, on Striker, actually, we're going to diminish it by adding it additively to the 15 that Striker already has. And because of that, it actually is going to be a tiny bit behind Cheska. But yeah, let's go get looking at that. 6:30 now, okay. More coherent, there was more information there, and also shorter. So, yeah, retake was fine. But yeah, let's try to not retake too much because I do need to, like, at some point get to a bed eventually. Back to this character. Hey, thanks again, Lone Ranger. It's Pirate Day. Wait, is it Pirate Day? Yarg. But yeah, yarg to you too. I hope everything yarging correctly. Good numbers today indeed. All the numbers. We'll start at 1. We'll go through all of the numbers, hit all of the prime numbers along the way. I know, for those coming in, yeah, I'm recording for upcoming videos. I'll be going into segments and coming out. I'll check chat definitely in between, so if you you have questions and stuff, feel free to ask them. I'll get to them. No. So was that your trigger? No, keep in mind that equalizers, of course, that was unit. That was just unit, just brand bonus. So now we're gonna be looking at equalizer, and yeah, equalizer is way higher. So Cheska as a obliterate side of things is that. Oh, that's it. Yeah, they might have taken some inspiration from places. Yeah, that's actually. The mask is a bit much, but also maybe if it's in like a snowy backdrop, it kind of looks out of place. Like inside it's kind of okay, but especially like when it's outside and it's like just sunny, and this guy has snow on his face, it just looks a little off. But yeah, I do like the look on this one, and I do like that temperature thing that it has. Yeah. Wait. So it was overdogs, units. Yeah. Something about that. Let me catch that first before we go in there, because it's likely the longer segment. Make us a unit. It makes us an alloy. Actually, no. I actually don't have that much of a background in either like math stuff or like economic stuff. I do have a background in like technical stuff more so, but no, my day job, I've been open about it here, is I work as a especially a light technician, but a venue technician, so a music stage technician. And I do some production and stuff there, but actually like this kind of stuff is more just my interest in like figuring out how stuff works behind the scenes. And yeah, it grew and grew. That's also why I often like go like, if I can do this, anybody can do this, because I mean, it took some while, like it takes time, but with enough willingness and time, although I also have a lot of time. But yeah, let's go into equalizer now. So yeah, that, and then okay, and then Jessica, and then those. Boom. Yeah, sometimes it's kind of hard to read some of the numbers, so I'm already kind of looking at them. And then yeah, we need to do that. We don't need, actually, we don't need that. In here, we don't need to really look at that yet. That doesn't come into play really until we go into two-piece. Yeah. As indeed, let's move it on to Striker, the focus of here. And let's start with the equalizer. The equalizer is very, very much unequal. It is unequalable. And I do hope actually that the flavor text that they've placed on this thing of building them up to bring them down isn't foreshadowing, because honestly, if it is, bravo. But it is very much the top piece of this gear set, and it's perfect obliterate. I'll basically already kind of spoil here before we even look into the numbers. As we saw, the brand bonus of just 5% rate of fire is equivalent to Cheska, effectively. Even on Striker, where it loses a little bit, as we'll see in a second, it doesn't lose all the way. But then, of course, we have 4% more here from its stacking. Now, we do also need to get 4 more stacks, but that is effectively not an issue. Especially with Striker, it's going to take longer to stack up Striker than it will take to stack up Obliterate. And of course, Obliterate in the past used to even be 25%. We'll be especially looking in it in the calculator in a second in this layout where we're taking a Lexington, 4 pieces of Striker, Equalizer, and then putting the Overdogs. And we're just putting basically an exotic in there just to not go to the 2-piece yet, to the 2-piece bonus, just to, in isolation, kind of look at the Equalizer by itself. If we go back to the spreadsheet, that's what we have here, and we can actually set it up in 2 different ways. And this is again due to what crit mods we go on the weapon. Now, the thing here is though that to get to 58 crit chance, what we have to do is take 3 crit damage mods on the weapon, and not every weapon can do that. So for instance, the FAMAS, the CTAR, the F2000, some of the higher picks, you basically need a long rail to be able to equip a crit damage mod on the underbarrel. And all of the weapons listed there, they don't have that as an option, so they can't actually go for this 58. So we're also including this 60, where we're taking 3 crit chance mods on the weapon, and then we're just shifting the crit chance rolls amount that we have on the gear itself. That does, of course, shift around a little bit in our crit damage as well. To point out that 60, that is a capped at 60, that's actually a 61. We're wasting 1 crit chance, and that's why that's 58 will actually win out, as we see here. So that 58 variant is then also actually the optimal way to set it up, but that can only be done with some weapons, like for instance the Lexington, but then you need to have a Lexington. You're replacing it, for instance, with a FAMAS or such, then you kind of need to go for the other one. But also, as we see, the difference isn't that large. But there is definitely a difference there, and we do need to consider, you know, the optimal way to set it up. But for me as well, quite often, I will just actually keep it on 15% crit chance on the weapon, mostly as well because I can just then slot in some of the exotics, for instance, like Elmo and such. There's also a thing to be said, though, that if we take it to 0 crit chance on the weapon and just have 30 crit damage there, you can also slot in Bighorn much more easily. So, you know, swings and roundabouts. But yeah, there's basically 2 variants in it. And also going through all of this, we'll be having multiple variants constantly. But yeah, the difference will be in those mods. But then also, yeah, not every weapon, if you're maining, for instance, a CTAR and you prefer that, or you don't have a Lexington, for instance, and that is your choice for the time being, then yeah, you wouldn't be able to take the crit damage version. Then we're taking it here, when we're looking at the Equalizer, yeah, as we saw, the Equalizer itself, of course, versus in its 2 variants, the 61 version, but then caps at 60, of course, it is a tiny bit behind on basically all metrics. We're losing a little less than 1% on each of those. If we're going to just instead of taking the Equalizer, what if we took just the unit piece with normal Obliterate, which you just wouldn't, of course, you have the named version available. But here we can see the difference, because now we're still taking the unit brand bonus, but we aren't taking the perfect Obliterate. So we can see how much perfect Obliterate adds. And yeah, that is effectively in the downwards, it is a little less than the 4%. Of course, in the upwards, it would be just 4%, because we're just adding a separate multiplier here that is, instead of being 24, is now 20. So that's, as we saw, unit versus Cheska, not that big of a difference, but yeah, perfect Obliterate versus normal Obliterate, as we see here, is a pretty big difference. And that continues then here, where we see that actually the Cheska, where we saw it with OD actually being a tiny bit behind, because there's rate of fire on strikers already, it is actually now ahead, at least if we're looking at normal unit with Obliterate versus Cheska with normal Obliterate. But then, of course, if we look at it versus perfect Obliterate, yeah, it falls quite a bit behind. And then, of course, Cheska already was ahead of Grupo and Fenris. I've just included them here to remind as well of that. Generally, if you were going with an Obliterate chest on a striker, you should be going Cheska in the past. But actually moving forward, especially this equalizer has no equal here. And the story actually gets a little bit worse for it, as one thing that I've prepared here and will use multiple times is that we have multiple talents, of course, available. Especially Killer is one of the big ones, of course. If we activate Killer, and I'm going to trigger that one on here, we can just activate it like that. And especially here on the side, we can see how much we gain from Killer per build. Now, of course, from an absolute value, actually the Cheska moved back a little. If we look at that number from Cheska, as I triggered on and off, we see it goes from 97.61 with Killer off, before Killer is activated, and then drops to a 97.3. And that's, of course, understandable because the combined crit chance crit damage of a build, that is basically a pool together actually with headshot as well, as that goes into that same pool if you are headshotting. And that can have pretty hefty diminishing returns because we're really high up there once Killer gets activated in the crit damage is there. And that means that especially when Killer is activated, actually, because if we take the rate of fire one, which isn't interacting with that part of the build, Killer is actually bigger on unit alloys just by itself, and even more so, of course, on the equalizer, which already is bigger. And yeah, on the measured end though, actually, and this is a little bit interesting, because we're feeding into that rate of fire, we're actually not gaining as much from measured as we do from if we were wearing Cheska. Measured is here on 10.97, here is at 10.42. It is a 0.5%, but still an interesting difference there. So you could maybe make a case, although actually you can't here, but if we're just taking a unit piece, which we'll see in a second with Salvo, that you could go, for instance, if the talent could make a difference there. But when it comes to the equalizer, even with any of the talents, as we also have streamlined here, in all of those cases, it's ahead and heavily ahead. It never basically drops below 2% ahead of Cheska Striker. So equalizer, and very much just understandably from, as we saw it from PTS already, as we looked into it there, is so much ahead that, yeah, it is now the de facto obliterate chest. If you're using obliterate, it is very likely that this is the obliterate that should be in there, especially because even any obliterate we would take is already going to be a build that could likely benefit from rate of fire, because obliterate itself already is much more, and we don't per se use it with rifles and such because they are actually a little bit slower to stack that up. And yeah, because of that, it having a rate of fire bonus, equalizer is basically unequalable by anything else. And if we are going obliterate, it is our go-to. That was a lot of words. A lot of words just came out of my mouth. Okay, 8 minutes, but yeah, that was also the big one. That was also layup for a lot of things. Hey, there's a yeah. Let's see here. Yep. Mom, Dad, look, no Cheska. We're proud of you, son. Or daughter. Or, undefined. Okay, so Salvo. Salvo's in it. Okay, Salvo. Yeah, I should have set that up here. Salvo. And after the brand bonus, the one piece, and then the equalizer, there of course remains one other named piece, which is a Salvo. And the salvo with its 5% rate of fire stat, instead of what we could have there in, for instance, a 12 crit damage or a 6 crit chance, although most likely we will take it with the 6 crit chance alongside of that rate of fire just to pump up that amount, basically. That way as well, we can, for instance, go between several other pieces. Well, how much does that add in? And for that as well, we'll be looking at it first alongside of overdogs without going, for instance, 2 pieces, although we'll actually have the 2 piece in here already as a little bit of a peek at it. Because, of course, if we're going chest striker, and that's especially the layout that we would compare this with, if we're going chest striker, then we could go with that holster, keep in overdogs, and especially I'm keeping here in overdogs again just as a simple exotic. We're just looking at it as active basically at all times, which of course it isn't. And later on when we'll compare it as an exotic, we'll just actually give it a percentage or just kind of give it an overall uptime. But here, just as a comparison piece, yeah, if we just take Salvo, how does that stack up against Cheska, Grupo, same list of things, basically. We could, of course, also look at it in named pieces, but that's actually something we'll do in a little bit. If we go here, we can actually lay up the Salvo in, well, 3 ways here, actually. We still have that 60 here, which is actually a 61. We have that 58 layout. Because, of course, here we're still taking that crit chance that we have there. And that means that we're just basically losing a crit damage roll comparing to, for instance, the chest version. And, of course, we're going a chest striker instead of obliterate striker. We could also set it up as a 55. In the case here, because we're losing even more crit damage effectively, because that's where that rate of fire now is, the 55 before killer is actually ahead. That's why we're including it here. In the other one, the 55 would actually be the lesser one. Just that 1 crit damage roll actually makes that difference. So here actually the 55 seems the way to set it up, as long as you're not going killer with it. If we're taking it here with the overdogs alongside of it, what if we then, instead of the Salvo, took a unit holster, meaning just taking a normal, non-named unit alloys holster there, so we get the same 5% rate of fire as the brand bonus, but instead of that special stat, we're just getting crit damage instead. That is actually a tiny bit behind, and that 5% rate of fire, as we saw, versus, for instance, 8% on the Cheska, it can be very competitive, but here, of course, it's falling a little bit behind as well there. But here as well, the builds itself has actually very few crit chance, and that means that the diminishing returns are actually not as heavily set in. And that is actually one of the reasons it's doing decently well here in comparison. If we then go, for instance, with the Cheska, we see that the Cheska is now actually, you know, as we said, the 5% versus 6%, but then 5% versus 8% of the Cheska. The Cheska is way bigger than that, of course, especially here on Striker. And that also then means that actually for an striker set up in this way with overdogs, the Cheska is before talents, in a second we'll add in killer, especially that'll push this down a little, is actually ahead starting out. But especially it is notable that while also on the burst DPS it is ahead, and that's of course our main focus quite often, we shouldn't forget that once we push beyond the salvos and the units, on the sustain DPS and on the damage per mag, the Cheskas, the Grupos, and the Fenrises are very much higher. And that means that actually overall, even if the burst DPS is a little bit lower, I would actually lean towards it, especially with if the sustain DPS is a little bit higher. Although the percentages we're talking here is not outside of the damage per mag, at least, but the damage per mag is also not significantly more. But the burst is a tiny bit more or less, and then the sustain is also not, several, not 10% or something. Here at its, for instance, versus the Cheska, it is actually a 2.9, almost a 3%, so still hefty. And that's actually for the Grupo there. At the Cheska here, it is a 3.94%, so actually that is pretty hefty, actually. That would definitely make me lean towards the Cheska. And that's also the thing here. If we're going with that overdogs, even with killer on, as we'll activate that here, of course, it is actually still significantly ahead. But we see that killer is getting affected a little bit. The crit chances and crit damages here are actually so low that we're gaining quite a bit from killer. And while on unit, the killer is actually still a tiny bit bigger than, for instance, on Cheska or Grupo, it is still, yeah, way ahead. It catches up a tiny bit, but that's all it does. But then, of course, we also have the option of going salvo plus a second unit piece. Now, the thing is, for this, we really need to look at overdogs and how active it is. But here, just as a comparison point, is that if overdogs is active, that second piece with 20% assault rifle damage would actually be pretty competitive as long as overdogs isn't on. So here we can toggle on overdogs. When we disable it, of course, the unit, well, basically the exotic talent, it's all or nothing when it comes to the overdogs. It's either on with 30% or it's off. And yeah, the unit is basically 8.5% ahead when overdogs isn't inactive. But that also that means, yeah, when on the other end, it's actually quite a bit behind. And we see then as well that actually this number. The overdogs is 120% of the unit, well, salvo plus unit when it is active. So effectively, when it is active, we can basically say that around 9% is coming from that second piece unit, and then the overdogs can either be 0 or 30. And that's also why overdogs is really a powerful piece and can be, especially if it has enough uptime. And in general play, with doing activities, missions and stuff, it can have more than enough uptime. That's also where we're including this here consistently as one of the top exotics. Because in general play, yeah, I would put it at maybe somewhere between 15 to 18% being the number that I would guesstimate, you know, an educated guess. And yeah, that's of course still, yeah, way ahead of, for instance, the salvo plus unit. But there is a case to be made that for the salvo plus unit, we are very consistent with it, of course, because it's just going to hit the same numbers. Even if you're not on the right kind of target, you will get that number, the independent, because it doesn't have a right target the way that the overdogs has. But what we see here is that, yeah, the salvo is actually not that far ahead of just a unit piece. It is actually behind a Cheska piece in this specific layout, and it is very reliant on that balance between, for instance, here as well, that there is rate of fire on the build itself already, diminishing the effectiveness of the salvo. And then the crit on the build is actually very low here. So if the crit was a little bit higher as well, Cheska could maybe beat it out. But that salvo piece by itself is actually not a very huge piece. The way that equalizer is just effectively a best in slot when it comes to obliterate, the salvo isn't that. Let's actually look at the differences in stacking that these would have. 8 minutes again. A little bit longer than I wanted there. I'm also kind of reconsider because I lost it here for a second. I lost that this is not Cheska. Shouldn't do too many retakes because because of that. You know what? We'll try one. Yeah, because I really lost it there because I actually went like on a tangent of like half a minute where I was completely wrong. So, you know what? Also, actually, we need to introduce this. Yeah, let's do a take two. And I always have that take if I mess up here. Oh yeah, let me get over. That's good. That's no. Although the especially the equalizer is is the right choice, especially. And ing. Yeah, let's do a retake there. Maybe save some time, but especially, yeah, that's midsection was messy, too messy. Was my last sentence coming out of here. And if we are going obliterate, it is our go-to. All right, let's just nondescript. Bazide. That seems. I'm guessing there's more there than just the set. Because the set itself actually like ticked around unless there's like an F5 or something there. Ticked around the same amount as the other pesty one. So, oh, it's with the thingy, right? That's with you guys don't have the guy out and stuff as well. Because yeah, that's another 30 weapon damage. Yeah, that's, yeah. Oh, maybe we have a look into it. Yeah. But that's still also 15 and stuff. With other group buffs on top, maybe. Yeah, so yeah, my brains went directly there. Let me focus on this first. Yeah, let's so yeah. And let's move it on to the salvo here. And here we'll be doing the same, taking salvo here first with overdogs, just taking overdogs as just basic exotic that we can just stick in here. Just to look to the salvo just by itself in isolation. And here as well, then we're looking at a chest striker, as we see from the 180 stacks there in a second again. But here the salvo gun in a flash, it is an rate of fire stat that we get here extra. And in most cases, we're just going to be giving up effectively a crit damage roll here in comparison to, for instance, if we were running just a unit piece just by itself. So if we just had a non-named holster here. And of course, versus Cheska, it would be versus the brand bonus versus brand bonus. And as we saw, those kind of lined up decently well with, on the OD, it being a little bit in the favor of unit alloys on the burst DPS, but then on the sustain and on the damage per mag, losing out a little bit. Here on the rate of fire being 5% versus the 6% that we have on a stat roll. Yeah, that of course is, yeah, here it's going to do a little bit better, or well, 12 crit damage maybe instead. It's going to do a little bit better than the 5% here would against the 8 crit chance from Cheska. Effectively, it's always 5% on the unit side here with the name as well. If we go back here, yeah, looking at overdogs, actually because of that crit damage, that extra that we lose effectively for that rate of fire that we have there on the salvo, the crit damage is dropping so low that actually the balanced setup for it is 55 as we have here. That is that same 61 that we had a second ago with 1 crit chance roll less. We can also still set it up at 58. And as we'll see in a second, that for killer actually is better, but here for just the base numbers, it isn't. And that's why we're including the 55 here as well. We weren't with the equalizer because actually there it was behind. That 1 crit damage makes that difference. But without any damage talents or just basically, yeah, nothing of the damage talents that add into crit or such activated, the 55 actually is at the balanced setup. And here, of course, as well, we don't have obliterate or something triggering off of crit chance as well. That is actually also an important distinction to make, is that, yeah, for instance, the 60 version will actually stack quite a bit better than the 55. It isn't a big difference, though, between 58 and 60 when it comes to that. Here, though, yeah, we have the salvos. The 55 is a little bit ahead. What if we go to a unit holster? So instead of having that be the salvo, just a normal unit holster, same brand bonus, but we have a 12 crit damage versus that rate of fire. And what we see is that it is a tiny bit behind on the burst DPS as we have it here. And it is actually a little bit ahead on the damage per mag and on the sustain, because of course again now we're giving up that rate of fire for the damage side stat, and yeah, those will affect the sustain and the damage per mag a little bit more than that rate of fire would. Now, especially as well against the sustain, it actually again is inversely it actually doesn't like too much higher rate of fire, because yeah, we're hitting our reloads more often and that eats into that sustain. But then if we actually compare it here with Cheska, the crit is now so low that the Cheska actually is performing a little bit better and beating it actually on the Chest Striker as we had it there. Because of the low crits, it is beating it outright, even on the burst. And that means that, for instance, in this case, where it's also on the damage per mag significantly higher, and even on the sustain end, it is about 4% higher. At least for the one piece, the salvo isn't the way per se to go, at least here for the striker. In the future, we'll look at it, for instance, in the Heartbreaker Tech Tank. I think there actually it could have a pretty significant usage, mostly because there as well, it'll help us with the stacking. We'll look actually in the stacking in a second as well, which is it is also an important thing, but here though, it being a head-on burst and such, that stacking difference isn't going to make a same amount of difference than it would that, for instance, with the equalizer. And of course, with the equalizer, that talent was maybe bigger. And this kind of also shows that that salvo actually, that's that 5% rate of fire, at least here on Striker, where we're even pushing it a little bit higher, because of course, if we're going with the salvo, we will definitely have at least one piece brand bonus, and then the rate of fire there. We're adding 10% rate of fire onto already 15 from Striker. And in the future, we'll look, for instance, in Heartbreaker and, for instance, in Negotiator, if that makes a little bit more difference there. But here on Striker, at least for if we are wanting to use an exotic alongside of it, the leaning for me is definitely Cheska plus Overdox, Cheska plus Tinkerer, or things like that. One thing though that we definitely want to have a look at is that if we look here at the salvo plus unit, there is actually an usage there. Now, actually here I have Overdox turned off. Let's turn Overdox back on, because yeah, that actually should have been on. Doesn't change the percentages here because it is a 30% basically, all to basically a separate multiplier. So all these numbers just went up by 30%. But to compare it with the Overdogs on versus here the salvo plus unit, it is actually 20% ahead. This black number is how much it is ahead here, meaning that that unit by itself is giving, with that brand bonus and its stats, is giving around the 9, oh well, especially that brand bonus is giving around 9% difference here. If we then turn off Overdogs, then now it is ahead by 7%. And that is, of course, the difference between those two. The unit plus salvo, or salvo plus a unit piece, especially in the Chest Striker, will just be always active, will be just this amount consistently. And Overdogs doesn't work everywhere. But when Overdog works, and especially for just general play, missions, activities, things like that, it works out to be overall ahead, I feel, than the salvo plus unit version. Here as well, once we turn on Killer, actually on top of all of this, we see that actually the Cheska does move down a tiny bit, but not by much. It went from a 10.55 difference to a 10.51. And also on the sustain, we lost a tiny bit. That is, of course, again, there is a tiny bit of crit damage difference. The Killer on unit is going to, or on the salvo piece plus Overdogs, is actually going to be a little bit more than it is on the Cheska. In the second part as well, we'll actually look into the Killer activation rate. Now, with the numbers being not that dissimilar here, there's not going to be a very huge difference between them, but there will still be a difference. And I am curious in if that makes difference there. And if you're interested, I have a video on the killer activation rate. A lot of people think it is basically what your crit chance is. That isn't true at all. It is very reliant on the difference between how alongside of that. It is very, because yeah, that is an important factor, how much your crit chance is. But alongside of that, it is dependent on how much your non-crit and your crit differ. Because especially if you need to do multiple non-crits to be the size of one crit, then you're increasing the chances of activating killer, because it is very much more likely that the kill shot will be a crit. And I have a full video going into that if you're interested. But yeah, here we see that it is actually quite a difference between, here at least, between, well, there isn't that humongous of a difference, but it is still leaning towards Cheska when it comes to the one piece bonus. And while the salvo plus unit, as we'll look into it in a minute as well against other exotics, can be pretty good, especially, well, we need it to be an AR at that point because we're getting that assault rifle damage. It works out decently well, but Overdogs is still a step above. One thing of note as well here is, of course, that second piece unit, that salvo plus unit, is actually weapon damage, of course. The red cores that we have and the grading that we have really makes a difference. So if we set this actually to 0 red cores and 0 grading, the number jumps up quite a bit. And actually versus the Overdogs in the inverse, now the Overdogs, when it is active, it is only 13% ahead. So it really does depend as well how much grading and how many blue cores you have. But seeing as in most cases we're looking at either 4 or 6 blue cores, 4 to 6 blue cores, and most people will eventually hit at least 20 grading and then maybe even more. Yeah, it is going to lean towards, for instance, yeah, Cheska plus Overdogs as a general meta there. Yeah. In the middle of it, I had a hiccup. That was 10, but there was a lot more information there and a little bit more coherency. So I'm gonna stay with that one. Uh, 35. No. 37. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And now briefly, I want to actually look at the stacking differences between having Striker just by itself, a 15 rate of fire, 20 rate of fire from having Striker plus unit, and a 25 rate of fire total from having Salvo in the mix as well. Because of course, actually, Striker is a stacking build. Heartbreaker as well, if we look into it in the future, is also a stacking build. They do benefit from more rate of fire for the stacking. And even if you lose, for instance, a little bit of sustain DPS or, for instance, a little bit of damage per mag, that can be worth it if the RPM differences are enough. Here, though, actually, what we'll see is this is a time scale going from 0 all the way, well, up to 4 here. Where it becomes red is actually where the gun has ran out of ammo at that point. Before it runs out of ammo. And that means that, yeah, as we go up, as we see here, just Striker by itself at 1 second with the Lexington here with its RPM is getting 1620.29 stacks if all shots are hitting. And of course, between the 3 of these, we're using the same weapon, so we should be hitting around the same, you know, here we're going for all shots are hitting, but just accuracy coming into play and just in reality playing, the differences between them wouldn't be different because the handling is similar, but especially if we're kind of looking at once we have, you know, reached the point where most of the guns are about to run out, this 2.8 seconds that we have here, we do have actually, when we're running the salvo, especially on top of a unit, well, we'll have a unit piece because the salvo is one, we are at 45 here on the 45.62 on just Striker. but we are on 49.58. Now, the difference between them is a little less than 4 stacks. They're at that 2.8 seconds. But that 4 stacks is 0.9, 4 times 0.9. So that is a total of 3.6% damage difference as well on a obliterate striker, for instance. So that does matter, but it isn't, for instance, here as big of a difference as it was as we looked at in a little while ago at the stack broker, which was a 20% rate of fire difference just by itself. And that made quite a bit more difference. Here, though, it does still make a difference, though. If we look at it in a longer time scale, and then especially here, we're doing similar thing as we did with the stack broker. We're putting together a time scale where this is the firing time plus reload, another firing time, another reload, another firing time, another reload. And of course, that is different per item that we have here. And that's also, again, why this is a little bit mangled as we're overlapping here, three charts over each other. But we're on the scales, on both the stacking scale and the time scale, they're overlapping perfectly, but that also means that their names are very much mangled. Here, the red that we see being ahead and then flattening out over each other, they'll just, the other two will disappear behind, but the red that we see here, that's the salvo. The unit that we see here is the green that we have there, and then the strikers by itself is the blue. Now, what we can see here is even on, for instance, the 20-second mark, or actually, well, we can actually better look at here 200 stacks. If we were to stack 200 just by using the gun. Now, of course, as well, as we go up, striker loses stacks. We're not including that here, even though it would make a tiny difference, but just factoring that in is a lot of complexity to add here. And this is good enough for what we need to show. And that is that at reaching that 200 stack mark, but here in reality it will be a little bit below, of course, because we'll be losing stacks along the way. The difference is marginal. So all of them are stacking here in what effectively could be said to be around the 17 to 18 second mark, maybe a little bit below the say 17 here, maybe. That is that isn't a significant difference because, yeah, as we see here as well, the 200 stacks here is a 17.21, and for the striker is a 18.23. It is almost a second difference, but that wouldn't per se be a deal breaker, especially when it comes to stacking up and the differences that they have in sustained DPS. It's definitely a thing to factor in there when they are close enough. But yeah, it really is going to rely more on the burst DPS and the sustained DPS, at least for my purposes. Yeah. So all of them a little wishy-washy until we kind of laid it down, but it's fine. What is it here? No. Yeah, let's keep on going because we have 2 more. Then it's over. And then it's over until part 2. But yeah, good thing I split it into. I realize now going through it, like, because I'm even like going like, yeah, this part isn't important, and we're skipping some parts even. Okay. Equalizer plus sound. Let me catch up here. So, yeah. Oh, are they stacking? Okay. Yeah, I was gonna check that. I got 100% skill lines. Isn't the third? How much was it? Skill efficiency. Keep in mind that in BTS was tagging 2 though. So not sure if that's maybe extra broken, but maybe also that time it just didn't want to do it. Okay. And so that's the thing that's gonna get fixed. I'm personally, I'll make a note of saying that, but yeah. Okay. Interesting that either then it wouldn't want to do it or now it's differently broken. But yeah, I'm gonna keep my focus here. Sorry. Try to parse this for now. So that, and then I got Cheska, and then SMG. Yeah, let's go into this. And now let's go into their powers combined, equalizer plus salvo. There's, of course, an important note that we need to have there is that when we go to the 2-piece, we also get a different bonus now. So up to here, we were talking about 1 piece, basically, of unit, together with, for instance, an exotic. And in a second, we'll go into actually, a different table where we're looking at it with, for instance, equalizer plus salvo versus the exotics. But here, though, first, I kind of wanted to see versus different, for instance, Fox's Prayer, Contractors, and such, how the salvo secondary especially would stack up. But then, of course, there's also, on the 2-piece, we're getting 20% assault rifle damage. This is a lot more than, for instance, the 10% from a Fenris. But yeah, even, for instance, a lot of second piece brand bonuses on other things, even if we're looking at 15% or 13% headshot damage on Providence, that second piece is not 16%. Crit chance, it's just 8, and that's for good reason. This combination, when I first saw it, I actually facepalmed a little at the stream, at the dev stream. Because to me, this is actually very much an overpowered thing and power creep in itself. Because I feel if you want to do this 20% assault rifle damage, then the first brand bonus should be maybe something like weapon handling, something not per se damage related, but something useful that you can take along the way in the same way as, for instance, via 15% magazine size along the way to 20% rifle damage. But yeah, it isn't, for instance, some crit chance there and then rifle damage. Now, these kind of pieces will be also decently okay for instance, high ends and such, but of course we can stick them here into all the gear sets as well. And some people brought up this would be good for high ends, but yeah, that's actually not how that works out. Because if something is good for the high ends, as long as it's below the 3 pieces, it will also be good for all of the gear sets like Striker, like Heartbreaker. Now, even the 3rd piece bonus can be brought in there with the Ninja Bike, but then the Ninja Bike loses a lot more. We already looked at the Ninja Bike with this, for instance, in the PTS numbers. If you're interested in that, go look at that, as I know a lot of people will be. Overall, I don't think there is any competitive setup with the Ninja Bike that you could make with this. And especially as well, I would forgo going 3 pieces or 3 brand bonus of unit alloys. And if you really do want a Ninja Bike, then just go Ninja Bike 1-piece unit, 1-piece Fenris. Because instead of that 50% magazine size, you would get 10% weapon damage and 30% reload. And that's actually very competitive to that. Going back though to equalizer plus salvo, what if we put it up against all of the other named pieces that have special bonuses? But of course here, what is going to happen is actually pretty predictable. And that is that 5% rate of fire, even if it is, for instance, less than the 8% detoc, because it can apply that 20% assault rifle damage, as long as it's an assault rifle, and we're starting out here with the Lexington, before we start looking at it with an SMG, yeah, it's going to be quite a bit ahead. And we can see that difference here as well, actually, that the equalizer plus salvo, if we then, instead of equalizer, we take a unit piece with just normal obliterate, so we don't go with the perfect obliterate effectively. The rest of it is all the same. We can see that that perfect obliterate really makes a difference. But then actually, if we look at equalizer plus a piece of unit, and then in this case, just cutting out basically the salvo, it's 5% rate of fire extra. We see actually that that is not that big of a difference. It is actually just a tiny bit ahead or behind on the, well, the salvo plus equalizer. It's a tiny bit ahead on the burst, but a meaningless number. Basically, it is less than, well, 0.2%, or 0.02%, but it's losing on the damage per mag, and it's losing a little bit on the sustain end. So actually, the equalizer plus salvo, I would lean more towards an equalizer plus a unit piece. And there we're getting a little bit more, of course, instead of that rate of fire, we're gaining crit damage. Although when we go with killer here in a second, it'll lean a little bit the other way, but then the sustain is still ahead. But if we go then instead equalizer plus Cheska, now here with an AR, we're dropping that 20% assault rifle damage with 8% crit chance as that second piece. And yeah, none of these will compete. We'll just go quick and spoil it. Cheska, Fox, Contractors, Hollowman, or just an utility piece. So we're giving up the brand bonus if we're, for instance, going with Palisade or Bellstone or something like that. All of those are pretty far behind. None of them come close in sustain. If it is an AR, the only place where, for instance, the Cheska can be competitive is in the damage per mag. But yeah, it's losing so much in the burst and in the sustain that if we're going with an AR and we aren't taking an exotic, and that is a important point. We'll come to the exotics in a second, as you can see them peeking down there. If we just want to take two pieces of high-end alongside the striker, with an AR, yeah, equalizer plus unit is actually the way that I would lean. If we activate killer, one of the more popular talents there, of course, the plus unit version drops a little bit on that burst difference. Now it is actually a tiny bit behind. It is still ahead on the sustain. It is still ahead on the damage per mag. The difference, though, is between them is tiny, and you could make a case that here the salvo is stacking a little bit faster. But that's also why I put that segment just before here. The difference between them is tiny, because there as well, we're talking mostly about striker versus salvo, a 10% difference. This is, of course, with unit already in there, and that's just a 5% difference, just the difference from the salvo piece. And that's even smaller, and not per se a meaningful difference for the loss of that little bit of sustain here and that damage per mag. So I would actually lean towards having an equalizer plus just a unit piece, but the difference is as well, this is if we're talking about min-maxing to an extreme. In general play, I would say generally anything below 2% difference, you could play for it with a day and not be able to tell the difference between the two. You basically need above 2% for it to really make a difference. If we go instead here with measured, actually the unit pulls a little bit ahead. So instead of the salvo piece being an equalizer plus unit, and the reason for that is, of course, that rate of fire actually adversely affects the measured. And yeah, this way around, if you're running measured, yeah, I would say definitely equalizer plus unit, because we're gaining also significantly more on the sustain end, even when the burst is basically effectively the same, but the other stats are a little bit better. With an AR, yeah, none of the other ones even come close to even being a contender, really, mostly because, yeah, that 20% assault rifle damage. The only one you could make a case for, and that's also why it's in here, and actually handy to know, you can basically drop, well, a little bit under, or well, a little bit over 11% on your burst CPS, and for instance, yeah, take a Palisade piece as a secondary. But yeah, that second piece is actually very strong, and really only thing that will contend with it is exotics. If we actually then, for instance, consider it with SMGs, which I would say in a very obvious sense, well, if we're wasting that 20% assault rifle damage, we're kind of in the same ballpark as, for instance, Fox's Prayers and such, of course. And yeah, those will be ahead. But of course, Chaska is actually the piece that there will be working the best. If we turn off measured again, just to go without a talent, we see that the Chaska piece, if we're looking at it with equalizer plus salvo versus equalizer plus Chaska with an SMG, so we're wasting that 20% assault rifle damage. Yeah, the Chaska has it beat, and basically by the amount that its brand bonus is active here. Now, of course, with SMGs, our crit chance, crit damage is actually pretty high. Our crit chance especially is pretty high. We can trade that in on the gear to crit damages, so our crit damage also becomes pretty high. And because of that, actually, Chaska isn't that large here as it is, for instance, just with an AR. But it is, of course, yes, still significantly ahead on the burst, on sustain, and of course on the damage per mag. So yeah, it doesn't work out as a two-piece for anything but ARs, but especially for ARs, it is effectively only kept in check by exotics. Yeah, let me wanna Jama Tama. Yeah. Snagging away, Nate. I need over there. I know, but I was coming in and wondering what is this guy yelling at the sky? Old man yells at sky. No, we're recording. And this is the in-depth look into unit alloys. As yeah, we prepared a bunch of stuff and we're basically going through it now. This is the first parter of a two-parter. And yeah, this one's especially going over strikers. This is actually the last piece, luckily, because yeah, my brain is reaching the end of its rope. So we'll do this one, we'll do an outro, we'll play around for a little bit longer, and then I'll go to bed. Salvo overdogs. It's a percentage overdogs. Tinkerer. Coring. Oh, I needed to include coring. I'll include it here. And let's go to this final one where we look at equalizer plus that salvo, especially for AR strikers, and how that holds up against exotics. Because of course, generally now, the thing that we do mostly is to, if we're taking an obliterate striker, and the concept here is obliterate striker, if we're taking that, how does that stack up? Equalizer plus salvo here versus all of the other ones. Now, as we saw, the equalizer plus salvo versus equalizer plus unit, not too big of a difference, but actually, yeah. Why isn't there a... Who made this thing? I guess I just hadn't parsed this one. The thing I got stuck on there for a second was just like this a second ago. I came to the conclusion of like go equalizer plus unit. That was the conclusion of this, right? Why am I the second we're going over here? It's just only equalizer plus salvo. So yeah, let's change that into equalizer plus unit. Because if that was my conclusion up there, although we should have both is the thing here, but moving everything is gonna take a while. I'm just gonna make it equalizer plus unit, right? Because also otherwise the sustain actually is like significantly more ahead as well, so it would be unfair. So what do I need to change? This needs to change. Let's make sure we get everything right. This needs to change. This needs to change. This is 111. The rate of fire changes, the rate of fire changes there. And then here it becomes 20. Okay, so why does this still break? 158, 159, BD 130. Oh, actually, good thing we checked this, because actually this would have been wrong. There we go. Okay. Oh, that wasn't too much of an issue, actually. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me find the guys over here. No. It's actually, the thing is to keep in mind is like these ones as well. Like they didn't sprout like this. This is because this is the at its core. This started as one single calculation, just one line, just for one build basically, and then not even like just getting average shot at and burst DPS, and then it got expanded and expanded, and then repeated by just making it 10 times. And then this has grown over like 4 or 5 years almost. Well, 4 years. So, because that's also sometimes the thing with like looking at some stuff is just like, with the build collection as well. I know some people have like, this would take like forever to make. So I was like, yeah, but I didn't make it in one day. It's just chipping away at it, and eventually you can get there, if you want to, is the thing. But it's also who wants to know this much about a video game? But I can enjoy it. Actually, the formulas in here are very simple, honestly, because it's just honestly all of this. That's each section that is between black bars is a pool, and all of the pools are multiplying against this base. Then the crit, there's a crit and a non-crit, and that's getting us our average shot there. It's actually pretty easy from a formula perspective. It's just, here like 7 times. And then also for different shots and stuff. Because each part by itself is very easy to understand. It's just a lot of parts now. So 5 times. That's an oddly specific number. Yeah, that is indeed wild. Let's see. I've heard through the grapevines that they know of me. So. Oh yeah. Well, glad there's more. That was not right. Wait. Wait, what over D table? Or was it? Is it under the D, over the D? And then we give you only the tip. But yeah, let's yeah, so unit was my last sentence here. I feel I left it very open. For anything but ARs, but especially for ARs, it is effectively only kept in check by exotics. And that is, of course, then where our journey kind of reaches an crescendo, which is looking at that equalizer plus a piece of unit, as we kind of decided a second ago that was the way to kind of go if we're going with two high-end pieces, especially if we're going with an AR and maining it. The point you could still make is that, for instance, if you're using the ACS alongside of it, maybe quite consistently, you could make a choice that you go with something else than unit. But honestly, you're giving up so much on the AR that I would just, if that is the case, yeah, there are other choices as well. For instance, as we see here with some of the exotics. Now, especially what we need to compare it against as we look at it here from the perspective of it being an obliterate striker still. So we're going with that equalizer chest. As we discussed, the equalizer chest, if we're going to obliterate, that's the way to go. What do we pair that with? So yeah, as we saw, a piece of unit is an option. Now, there are, of course, several exotics that we can stick in here. We'll take an Overdogs as an example. We'll take a Tinkerer as an example. And then also Coyote, Exodus / Nimble, which would just be effectively a utility talent because they have weapon damage, crit chance, crit damage, same stats as, for instance, Tinkerer, same stats as, for instance, Overdogs, but then their talent, their exotic talent is much more towards, well, in the case of Nimble, healing, and in the terms of Exodus, just survivability. We'll also look at Bloody Knuckles as that is also always a pretty decent increase as well. But here as well, Bloody Knuckles is total weapon damage. Even though it says weapon damage on the tin, it is actually total weapon damage. Because of that, it is additive to that total weapon damage we get here from Equalizer, so I wanted to include that. And last but not least, we'll take the Tinkerer into here. There is one thing I do want to address here. We're taking Tinkerer with a Lexington. That could, of course, not be. The Lexington is a named item. It wouldn't work with Tinker. Just to keep it in a direct comparison, because, of course, then if you don't have a Lexington, for instance, yeah, you could go with a FAMAS, but then we would need a second table with this, with a FAMAS, for instance, especially to compare directly. So we're just taking a compromise. We're putting Lexington here as its damage numbers and its stats. But then basically, yeah, with a FAMAS, it will be a little bit less. But we can see this as, if we're going with a FAMAS, FAMAS versus FAMAS. Because also, if we're going between FAMAS and Lexington, of course, that's not going to work, yeah. Actually, you know what? If I need this much time to explain it, why not just take FAMAS? Right. Yeah, I'm just going to cut it there. Yeah, little executive the decision. I'm going to change this to FAMAS. Or we change them all to FAMAS. No, why didn't I just do them all with FAMAS? Because that also does, yeah. Partially also because I forgot. Actually, I would do just like that. This isn't going to be this. $217. Oh, yeah. So oh, oh shit, yeah. Hmm. Yeah. I think the crit is different here. We can't go for that 58. It's not an option. Made this exact mistake in the past as well with with Tinkerer. Just sticking a Lexington in there. Because I checked some of the other numbers in the past. But I didn't check the Tinker because we added that today. So because sometimes I catch it in that. Well, oh wait, how does this land? So if I take 1 crit damage here, and then okay, so this is 50. Zero. Okay. And so 127. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Let me get you here. That's yeah. Although I don't know which one it exactly was. It the equalizer plus overdogs? I'm guessing it was back then on. Yeah, overall that is that's gonna be one of the ways I'm gonna recommend this. Basically, this and Tinkerer is the intention, and also we'll have one with Coyote because Coyote is still in a group setting, especially like in a countdown. Like if nobody else has one, it's too valuable to just not have one. Oh yeah, well, I'm doing pretty good. They're cowboy. Where was it? It's just what's sort of thinker, yeah, basically. I think the word in my personal testing. Yeah, and indeed, actually, so even here, because yeah, we're recording actually exactly kind of that video. To a degree that here, I actually a second ago also changed it to be from equalizer plus salvo as our companion piece to equalizer plus unit, just a unit piece as the two high ends, and then like it'll go into exotics after. But yeah, let's actually finish this up, and then yeah, we're gonna go recording. But here I made a choice out of laziness, but here I'm going like, you know what, let's not be lazy. But I put Lexington as like the base item. But then later on we added in Tinkerer. And that's not real. You can't have Tinkerer on that. Oh shit. Oh, this was just that. Okay. Yeah. So this is T. Okay. I almost forgot about that. Now this. So because I don't want it to work with up and downs. Okay. This needs to be 850. So I'm gonna put it on 60. Okay. Okay. So that's that. And then this needs to be based on 850. So we just do this. Okay. And this one. There we go. Something broke. What broke? Oh. Actually, you know what? I need to buy a break before we record this section. Let me get your view for a second. Oh, yeah. With eggs, indeed. Yeah. Yeah. Don't forget to spay and neuter and equalize your dogs. Yeah, let me take a quick buy break. I'll be right back, and then we'll go record this last segment, record an outro, and then go play some video games. I'll be right back. Ooh. As yeah. Let's do this last one. We'll go back over here. Yeah. Yeah. So, and then Lexington as well. Yeah. And yeah. Set up the in-game. Yeah. It's already set up. Actually, let's not have it be the void. Yeah. And then now with all of those pieces in place, let's reach our crescendo, reach our climax. As we want to look, of course, now that we've seen what equalizer plus unit, especially for ARs, can mean. What can beat it, or what can be equals, or what can unequal the equalizer. Now in this case, we're going with the equalizer on everything anyway, so that's still in there. As we kind of decided after that last section, the way to kind of go, if we're going for a two-piece, is to go equalizer plus unit. And then especially that 20% assault rifle damage is really strong. And yeah, when we're pairing that together, really nothing else from the brands really can compete with it, as long as we are on ARs. But that leaves then a big bunch of exotics as we can go through here. Build-wise here, we're actually taking as our main weapon FAMAS instead. And that's because we're going to introduce the Tinkerer as well into the mix. And of course, the Lexington can't work with the Tinkerer. I do include the Lexington as well in there, but just to keep the comparison mostly in the build, we're just taking an Lexington, or we're leaving out the Lexington and taking a FAMAS instead. But we will include the Lexington into that discussion. And yeah, we're going to look at overdogs, especially overdogs as we kind of used as a stand-in throughout. That 30%, even though it is kind of dependent on conditions and is either active or inactive, we can make some guesstimations about it. And we'll actually use an uptime metric here in a second to kind of see if it will hold out against the combined force of just taking an equalizer plus a piece of unit by itself. Now, of course, Coyote, also a great pick. Tinkerer, of course, needs to be discussed alongside of it, especially with the Tinkerer as well. We have to introduce weapon talents into the mix. And yeah, that can make it quite murky quite quickly. But let's go over here and then, yeah, discuss it with our with the spreadsheet, going over especially against some of the exotics. So equalizer plus unit as our 100% point. And what we then have is, oh shit, god damn it. I forgot a thing. Oh, no, actually, that's not this. What? Oh, no, this is self. Okay, no. I thought this was the same as this talent gain here. Oh, no, we can't have that, right? Yeah, because that's gonna, yeah. No, so that was fine, actually. Oh, wait, let's just triple check it here, actually, because I should have done that before. Because also, if I like set this to, because also I wanted to figure out this. So 20, 26, okay. Yeah, that's kind of the thing as well with this is, that's kind of off the screen there. Even at 26% uptime on the overdogs, basically if you have 26% or more, you're ahead of equalizer plus unit. This is how OP overdogs is. So is 1 in 5 shots landing on an active target, which outside of like in some like raids and stuff, you can make a case like, yeah, the raid boss or the incursion boss or the legendary boss isn't, so it's not worth it. But just in general play, like 25% uptime on, you know, the most common archetypes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, let's put this back to 100. Yeah, so take 78. We'll get her then. But that was actually not even like, because I thought this was broken because it with the rest of these at the start of it before I add in talents, it should be all 100%. So I was like, wait, this is broken. I even made it black to make it stand out for myself. That is not the same as those. And I still made the mistake. I predicted the mistake. I set something up to prevent the mistake, and then I still made the mistake. I'm special. Oh yeah, it's fine. Let's get her done. Yeah. And all of that brings us to this final multi-calculator for this video, where we'll pull everything together that we've learned so far and kind of bring it to a crescendo, to a climax. This will be our climax mission, or the first part at least, of Unit. As we discussed in the previous one, in the previous multi-calculator, the equalizer plus unit was kind of our pick. If we're going 2 pieces high-end, effectively, as long as we're running ARs, effectively nothing else really is competitive with it. Nothing is even really close. But that's, of course, 2 pieces high-end. There are exotics, and exotics, of course, can be quite a step above. Now, for general play, Overdogs is definitely my general pick nowadays. With even a decent amount of uptime, it can beat most other competition. And for general play, that uptime is actually pretty high. If you I've spent some time here and there kind of reviewing footage, kind of getting a feel for what the uptime is. It differs quite a lot because, especially for instance, Black Dusk and such, if you're doing a lot of legendaries, for instance, it can drop a little bit lower, but I would say a general uptime of around, well, at the very least 50%. My guesstimation is more towards a 60% uptime, even if you're not paying attention to it at all. And if you're paying attention to it a little bit more, you can actually push that up a little bit. Overdogs, though, has one failing in that, for instance, if we are doing, let's say, legendaries, and if we're going to UA, for instance, it is fine. The last enemy alive on the boss fight will be the boss, and it will be active against that. If we're doing Roosevelt, the Marauders that we want to kill quickly at the start, the Marauders are way high up on that list, and because of that, you won't be bonused against them until you basically kill everything else, and that's not the order of things you want to do it in. So situationally still, there is a case to be made against the Overdogs, but for general play, especially just doing activities and missions, Overdogs has become my go-to, and that's the main one we'll look at here. Of course, Coyote in two ranges here, in the 15 to 25 and the 0 to 15, kind of in the right range and the wrong range, as we've had it set up here. Then we'll also look at Exodus and Nimble, and Exodus and Nimble will be basically our stand-in for exotics. Both of these exotics basically not adding to damage, but they're adding to survivability in other ways. That way as well, we can use that as a baseline, and that's actually what this calculation on the right side is, these black numbers comparing against just the 100% point, basically being that Exodus and Nimble. We can kind of see what either the brand bonuses or the other exotics are above it. So for instance here, if the Overdogs is just active at 100%, 30% amp on it, of course, where it's 30% above. So, but of course, it's kind of handy to see that we have that brand bonus of just unit on top. We're gaining that 7% there, the second piece. So the 20% assault rifle damage we're putting in at 6 red cores, 30 grading. So basically the worst case scenario for it before talents come into play. Yeah, it is. That 20% basically becomes a 7.69% as we have there. And then we have also Bloody, special Bloodies in here, as it also will feed into, as it is total weapon damage. Even though it says it is weapon damage, it is actually total weapon damage, 25% of it when it is active. It is pretty consistent to activate it, and was one of our go-tos actually in the past, and still is for some content. And lastly, Tinkerer. And for Tinkerer as well, we're adding a second row of talents here. Also, actually, if we go to the build in-game, just to show it for a second, it is actually with a FAMAS, and that'll be our main weapon we'll be comparing with. Because we'll be taking in the Tinkerer, of course, cannot use named items, and the Lexington, of course, is a named item and excluded. So, just to keep it mostly a comparison of the build side of things, we're going all with a FAMAS, but I have still actually included an equalizer plus unit with Lexington, because of course with that we can go Lexington if we have one, and the Lexington is in most metrics a little bit better than the FAMAS. There is a reason why it is the go-to AR. But yeah, we'll be including effectively always the equalizer. We're keeping it to an Obliterate Striker. And then, yeah, what exotic can we put here and what metrics can we get out of it? Because especially with that Chest Striker, as we kind of saw, yeah, we can go, for instance, with Overdogs, especially. We can take a unit piece or a Cheska piece, but as we saw, the Cheska piece basically equivalent or better. And that means that the Chest Striker actually will still remain the domain of, for instance, Cheska plus an exotic, or going 2 pieces of unit, just the 2 just high-end pieces, not the names. If we go back to here, if we are looking at this Obliterate Striker, let's first discuss, Overdogs and its uptime. And here is actually one good way of talking about this, because as we saw, actually Equalizer plus unit. If we actually look at Coyote, actually maybe even first, because Coyote was one of our go-tos always. A very consistent piece, but you had basically the right range and the wrong range. If you are mostly in the right range, it was very much higher than most other pieces. And usually, if in the past, like Cheska and Grupo, and if you were in the wrong range, you would be basically a little bit behind, for instance, a Cheska piece or such, or a Grupo piece as a secondary. That's why the Coyote was the go-to always that it was. And we see here actually that equalizer plus unit, the Coyote in the right range actually is ahead on burst. It is actually a tiny bit ahead as well on both burst and sustain here, a bit ahead. And what we lose there, because we're, of course, this is no longer with the salvo, so we're not pushing that much into the rate of fire. That helps it a little bit out to be a little bit closer. That's also why I went with the equalizer plus unit. And also, as we saw, the equalizer plus unit, honestly, the better pick, as we don't give up that much in the damage per mag and in the sustained DPS end of things. Here, the Coyote in the wrong range is then behind it. And this is that gap that always exists for the Coyote. Here's why actually on the weapon, of course, we don't have the option anymore. And that's also why we here have it on 60 instead of 58 we consistently saw throughout. With that FAMAS here, we don't have the option to take 3 crit damage mods. And because of that, we're not laying it out in that way. We're going actually here to 61, capping at 60. And that is a little bit wasteful, but that is actually then the optimal way to set up this FAMAS. Because otherwise the other option is 55, and actually, especially with killer up, well, the 55 would actually be fine, kind of 55, 117, as we would have here with a crit chance flip to crit damage as a balance number. Especially with killer and such, if we introduce those, the 60 is going to work out a little bit better. The Exodus and Nimble that we have here is actually basically losing about as much against the Equalizer plus unit as we normally see forces as well versus Coyote and such. And one thing we can basically say is that Equalizer plus unit, at least just for ARs, because keep in mind that when we're going SMG, when we're going LMG with a Striker, that second bonus wouldn't be active, and all of the exotics would actually effectively be a better choice, because as we saw, the Equalizer plus unit is ahead, for instance, than an Equalizer plus a Cheska that we would use maybe for an LMG or such. And then here, what we have is the Overdogs as well, actually, so above Exodus. But of course, Exodus basically has our brand bonus or brand bonus deactivated kind of item. Not that that's the case, because Exodus and Nimble both actually are really good pieces. Exodus especially can be a really good survivor tool, but they don't add to our damage. They add survivability or healing in the case of Nimble. One thing we can look at is, the unit is basically 7% ahead. That Overdogs is 30% ahead. How much uptime would we need on the Overdogs to kind of match that? Now, I'll already say that I've checked that it's 26, if I remember correctly, where the Overdogs overtakes it from 25 to 26. This is the point where the Overdogs with a 26% uptime, so 20%, 26% of our shots landing on a bonus enemies types. And especially keep in mind that that lowest tier, Grenadiers, Assaults, Snipers, Rushers, all of them are that lowest tier. Always your bonus against them. Some of the most common enemies, basically. And it really depends on the faction, where, for instance, with Black Tusk, a few more mini-tanks, Warhounds and such that are higher tiers. And there it could matter, but especially if you're, for instance, fighting Outcasts or Hyenas especially as well, you see a lot of the enemy types that you are bonused against. So you would need Overdogs to be basically less than 26% uptime for you to consider that unit piece. But also what we have then is Tinkerer. Now for Tinkerer, although actually let's discuss Bloody first. I'm jumping all over the place. But Bloody, adding into the total weapon damage here, we basically don't get a full 25% out of it. As we see, because that Obliterate is there as well, 24% total weapon damage from there, it's basically getting a little bit of diminishing returns. Here, a little bit over 20% remains of that 25% that we basically put in there. Now, Bloody would also line up a little bit more with just the Chest Striker. And there we could, for instance, go, but there it would still be basically Cheska plus a Bloody Knuckles would be my pick for a Chest Striker if we're going Bloody Knuckles. Because as we saw, again, the unit or the salvo is a little bit behind the Cheska when it is basically a single piece plus an exotic. If we put this overdogs actually back to 100% in the meanwhile as well, what we can take here is, yeah, with the Tinkerer, we have to bring in weapon talents. Now, the weapon talents here measured killer streamline, some of the more common picks that I would recommend going with. Killer, of course, one of the better ones for just general play. And here, if we activate Killer for all of them, and the second row is basically just for the Tinkerer. So if we just were to have, for instance, with the Tinkerer, just Killer active, and our secondary was, let's say, something, although fast hands would be supplying us with some reload speed. If we were running preservation, we would be healing with that. But basically, we have Killer plus a utility talent. What would our output be? And then, especially against the Equalizer plus unit, it is actually pretty far behind before if we're just going with one and the same damage talent. But of course, the thing we can do with the Tinkerer is bringing a second damage talent, and especially measured for a very consistent talent is one of my go-to picks. Now, of course, that's measured as a secondary. We're also going as it with the second as into that Tinkerer, because Killer, of course, has an activation rate. So if we're taking measured, but then putting Killer on top, Killer isn't always active. Measured kind of is. We're averaging it out here to smear it basically over the whole magazine as an average number. The Tinkerer does beat out our Equalizer plus unit. Equalizer plus Tinkerer beats that out by a little bit on here with the measured on top with the burst. Our sustain is actually a little bit below. This is the higher RPM that we get a little overall with the measured. And our sustain is also just a little bit above. But yeah, a little over 2.5% with our metrics that we have here, 20% headshot rate. That's decent enough that I would pick, if we're going with Killer first, measure as a second talent. Tinkerer is definitely still competitive to this, but then also this would mean that Equalizer plus Tinkerer, if we're going for an LMG, if we're going for an SMG, definitely still a pick. But then, yeah, the overdogs here with it just being active 100% of the time, way ahead of everybody else. And this is the main reason that, yeah, overdogs has become kind of the general use meta item that we have. If we actually put this to what I said before here, a 60-ish%, maybe even a 50% half uptime, we're still with that overdogs, even versus that really strong 20% assault rifle, we're still ahead by another 6 and a bit percent. And of course, on the sustain end as well, by the same amounts effectively. And this is the reason why I would say that my general meta pick for doing activities, missions, just running around, countdowns and stuff as well, is going to be that overdogs. Tinkerer is definitely a good pick as well. It is also important to keep in mind that, yeah, overdogs now is available in the general loot pool. It is also available through retaliation, through blueprints. Pretty easy, a lot easier to get than last season, where it was basically just one from the season track. Tinkerer, a little bit harder to get. We do need to get that master mission for the manager done to get the Tinkerer. That's still its only source. But very consistent still to get there, because actually, if you do it on master, if you can find the people to do it on master, you will have it guaranteed. And that's, yeah, there is no better guarantee than guaranteed. But yeah, you do need to go through a somewhat difficult mission, but it's not also, with a decent enough team, pretty easy. But that Tinkerer would still be ahead. But as a just general nothing on top, that Equalizer plus unit is actually really strong, as long, again, as it is an AR. Now, actually, here we can kind of see, but this is mostly done showcasing the difference between a FAMAS and a Lexington. But especially if you have a Lexington, you can't go Tinkerer. But you can go with, for instance, here, Equalizer plus just the unit, or Equalizer plus the overdogs. For the places that the overdogs doesn't work out, I would maybe keep a unit piece as just a glove extra. And that's likely what I'm going to do. I'm going to likely save the builds actually even with Equalizer plus unit. If it is an Obliterate Striker, And then I can always put in an overdogs for the places it works out well. And if that doesn't work out, I'll swap it out for a unit. Tinkerer, though, still also has a place in my heart, especially for killer plus fast hands. And even though, as we saw, if we give up that second damage talent on it, it drops quite a bit below, especially as well in the past, even the Coyote and such. And yeah, the Tinkerer then, though, is still, with fast hands, killer fast hands combo. I really enjoy that a lot as it helps me stay upright a lot more consistently. Coyote should also still be considered, especially in group settings. One Coyote in a team is definitely worth it at the very least. So from time to time, it is handy to kind of keep an eye on your buff bar. If you are in a group, then Coyote. But Coyote is no longer the go-to even solo. But yeah, overall, this lays out that, the Equalizer is definitely the big winner. And some of the exotics can compete with the combo as long as it's an AR. But especially as well, if we're not looking at ARs, the exotics kind of have the pick there, because especially they're also so much bigger than, of course, Cheska, because unit already was so much bigger than Equalizer plus Cheska. So yeah, let's take it to a conclusion. I got rambly, and also somewhere along the line, I forgot how to swallow spit. Wait, that was 17? Okay, that got super rambly. Okay, that explains why I forgot how to swallow spit. But honestly, yeah, that's also the crescendo, right? Yeah. That was a lot of talking. Yeah, for those joining, I'm recording some stuff, so in the meantime as well, or in between times recording, I'm catching up. Need the Sharky. Use Equalizer over Cheska. Chess with the one piece being rate of fire, so they'll be able to change the turret side by the great chance now instead of rate of fire, basically a swap. Well, no, so that one I did check already in the PTS. The rate of fire is still good, but now it's basically you could make a case for either that or DTH or DTA. Crit chance itself, though, still no. Like, the crit chance is, like, way more diminished than on tipping scales. So I'm likely going to keep it the rate of fire, because it's still, like, it was just, like, it was that much ahead. Now it's, like, this much ahead. But you could totally make a case, especially if you're not using Tinkerer, to have a DTA and a DTH one. Like, I think that's way more, like, doable now. But yeah, it depends on if you do or don't have Tinkerer, because if you're going overdogs. Oh, and thank you so much there, for the kindness there. Well, you're more than welcome in the figuring out department, and I quite enjoy as well just deep diving into this stuff. But also even there, like as you kind of saw, so I can also enjoy doing a live, because sometimes even in the thing I change my mind, right? Like suddenly we saw how much the units versus salvo combo was, at least for build that was kind of crit starved as much as it was there. But also for me, like it's very much, these things are me figuring it out as well along the way. Like we're gonna make a ton of changes to the build collection. That's all. Yeah, let's get back here where it all started. This video. Actually, wait. So how long was it? Going okay with your 111. It's fine. So it'll be like a 115 with the outro here. What? Wait, actually, no, there's a lot in there. You bastards. Yeah, let's grab this. Oh. Wait, was my general meta pick? Oh, wait, that's okay. No, that's not that. That's the game breaking here. What a okay, that's fine. Wait, is this fine? These missions just running around, countdowns and stuff as well, is gonna be that. Okay. Saying there was like shit. Was that sound broken earlier? Although that was the playback sound. That wasn't me being able to sing. Yep. Jump off a roof, why won't you? Yeah. Yeah, no, that was indeed, yeah. I think that was with the loading screen. Actually, let me make sure that wasn't on the recording there. That wasn't on that when I was recording, right? That was, I think, after the loading screen there. Handy to kind of keep an eye, and if that doesn't work out, I'll swap it out for a unit. A tinker that stands, VOD should at least. So from time to time, it is definitely the pick there, because especially get out of here. Oh, yeah, let me get you. So there's no that. Oh, yeah, yeah. Although, how do we even have it? It's actually here we can have a peek. Because I did in the BTS already. Because what did we land with? Oh, actually, yeah. So that was how it was done. Yeah, because you lose 2 crit chance, and you go to, like, it was already like 60.5, right? With 2 crit damage mods. So yeah, you just take 2 crit chance mods on the weapon, and flip to crit chances on the gear 2, or not the other way around. Right? Or wait, am I saying that right? Wait, this doesn't make sense. Wait, what? I have thinker here. So overdogs 60. Oh, it is 93. Oh, okay. Okay. How did we set it up? What? Okay. Oh, we're going to even see. Okay. We're going even 62, yeah. So we're taking 2 crit chance mods and going 62 even. So we're taking 2 crit chance mods on the weapon, and then we're just flipping 1 crit chance on the gear to a crit damage, which is not very efficient, but the crit damage is so high on the build that I know. Well, actually, yeah, we'll have to look at that if that works out, because if we're wasting, because also if we have the weapon with 3 crit chance mods, then we could go 61 instead of 62. Plus we land on oh yeah, so yeah, we would have the same this, but then we would have a different base damage. Or well, now we would have 12 crit here more. So actually, we'll have to look at that. Although I'm not sure that line, yeah, but yeah, tipping scale is definitely on the docket. Because this first partner is basically the strikers, and then future. Yeah, Heartbreaker, Tech Tank, Umbra, Tipping Scales, and Concentrated Company, and Negotiators. And although Negotiators, yeah, definitely is gonna, but yeah, we'll just do all the builds. Basically. Oh, the Orders build. Mm. Yeah, I need to play around. It depends on how it's laid out, right? But but what I have there is correct, or what I have there, it matches thingy, but it was a 62, which I wasn't expecting. Yeah. Oh wait, what do you wait? How are you hitting on 0.95? Because the thing we were discussing there was tipping skills with the LMG with. Oh, actually, the LMG doesn't have crit chances of third stat there, right? That's where my brain was skipping. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. The one place, of course, where we don't have that, yeah. Oh, okay, but I mean that's yeah. Because I usually, for discussion's sake, you can always fill it up to full, basically. With tipping skills, we'll have to look into it, because it might be worth it to go to a 3-mod weapon. But also, 1 crit chance wouldn't make that difference, I think. But yeah, well, I mean, tipping skill, although it's not the area, but we'll look at it separately. Because it really depends, because it might be better to move to a 3-mod weapon. Basically wasting instead of 2, like 1 crit chance less. It depends on if that base is, how far those bases were apart, but I don't remember actually off the top of my head. But yeah, we'll get there. Yeah, let's go over here. Let's do one last thingy, and then actually, what are future videos? Well, I mean, yeah, thingy. Yeah, so Exotic Journey. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. And all that brings us to the conclusion of this first part of a 2-parter. As yeah, Striker by itself was this much to go over. And yeah, definitely unit is very much it's a weird looking unit chest. I loaded the build, of course, and forgot to record. I look over and try to like read this, sight read this, and just fail miserably. Yeah. And all that brings us to the conclusion of this first part of a 2-parter looking into unit alloys. Of course, here we really needed to go over a lot of ways that, for instance, it could affect Striker, one of the grander builds of the game. In the second part, yeah, we'll go into depths into Heartbreaker, Tipping Scales, Umbra, some of the other gear sets that are well worth running, Hunter's Fury as well. And look how we should look at them and set them up. But especially in this part, we took the bases and put it, you know, we built our castles already a little bit. We just need to furnish them, because a lot of the concepts that we've set up here, I won't reiterate in the second part, and we'll just go over what are some of the more optimal setups to go with and how they land. As that will also be my way of figuring out how I want to change the build collection. As at the core of all of these in-depth looks is always, what will that mean for my own builds, and yeah, hopefully as well for others. But unit, we can definitely conclude, is on the first brand piece, equivalent effectively to a lot of the other brand pieces that are already around. It is a little bit behind Cheska, for instance, but yeah, that can differ depending on the crit chance, crit damage of the build. And then that second bonus, that assault rifle for the 2-piece, is actually extremely strong and honestly only gets surpassed by exotics. And that's actually the thing nowadays. There are several exotics like the overdogs that are exceptionally large, at 30% that is active quite often. When even we put it to, let's say, 50% uptime, it still does do more than a lot of other pieces can. And of course as well, Tinkerer, always a good contender into the mix as well, especially with 2 good damage talents. And that is, I think, the way to look at unit, especially for Striker. Conclusions-wise, for me, I'm going to set up especially, well, first of all Obliterate Strikers are going to be with Equalizer. There is no equal. And yeah, I do hope that actually there isn't some future where the building them up to bring them down turns out to be an actual, a thing that the devs suddenly do. From a perspective of balance, this is definitely a little bit of power creep, but this is also a little bit. I feel actually the overdogs was more power creep, and then, for instance, some of the modifiers, like last season's one, was extremely power creepy. This one, though, yeah, it will definitely go everywhere where Obliterate will go. That conclusion kind of already we can make, even for other builds like Hunter's Fury, like Negotiators, and other places as well. And yeah, that one kind of stands. The Salvo is actually, in some builds, especially here on Striker, not the way to go. And that's actually, I think, what the baseline for me will become. I'll take a Equalizer for an Obliterate Striker. I'll pair that actually with a glove, unit glove. And that way as well, it can go into the glove slot, and I can directly replace it with the overdogs. And of course, as always, I'll grab myself as well a Striker glove so that I can have actually all of the pieces as required to, for instance, also go to Tinkerer. Because I think, though, with the unit and with an overdogs, you can kind of cover the moments that overdogs won't be well worth it. And some places, though, it is still, for me, I quite enjoyed, for instance, taking Tinkerer and then taking, we would have to drop down from Lexington, and it's definitely a drop down to go from that to, for instance, an FAMAS here with a Cetar alongside of it. And especially this killer fast hands combo is one that I really do lean towards with Tinkerer. But I think just having a unit glove and an overdogs will cover most of the situations you would need. But that is true only if you are running ARs. And sometimes I, even on Striker, do enjoy running LMGs, even though that nowadays we, for instance, have tipping skills that is very much a dedicated LMG style of build. And also, Strikers with SMGs works really well, but then again, you wouldn't want that second piece there to be the unit piece, because yeah, the exotics are too large, definitely, in comparison to that. But overall, though, the unit pieces, as kind of expected, overperforming by a little bit. I feel the power creep that they introduced with their 2 brand bonuses in a row that are very strong and of same size as some of the others. As of course, in the past, we have had Walker and Harris, for instance, but there, the weapon damage on the first piece is much smaller than other brands, basically half. And already weapon damage, not the top pick there anyway. And you would take that mostly just to kind of get into the second and third piece. Zvia in the same similar style, where the first piece is, a magazine size leading into weapon damage. Here it is rate of fire leading into damage. And that might have not been the smartest pick. But overall, though, yeah, it is definitely, of course, now that it is here, we'll just have to deal with it and run it. Equalizer is going in all these builds. I'm going to pair it mostly with an overdogs, a second piece unit for ARs, and yeah, that'll take us through at least Striker for now. We'll come back actually in the future, of course, to go through other builds in the part 2, but likely as well, I'll put an exotic, either the chest or the bittersweet rifle in between this and that part. As in the future, we're definitely going to go through those exotics. We're also going to go through concentrated company, and actually pretty close to the start of the season in these first few 2 or 3 weeks, I do want to make a tipping skills build showcase. Now that we have an upgraded, because I was kind of waiting for this new gear to come into the game, as we'll go into that as well. So I hope you join me for those. If this one was informative or enjoyable, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out. So I'll do that little bit of shilling here. As I've said, a lot of words, and my tongue definitely feels like this, guys. But yeah, thank you for joining me. And as always, have a good night. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that outro was for the video. For those watching live, I kind of went in a circle twice, but it's fine. Or in a circle once. But he's fiend, brain fried. I was gonna shoot some shit, and then I'll go and fall asleep. What weapon skin is that? Which one? I'm guessing the waffle, or what? Which other one did I have? It's just Foundation indeed. You can say that again. Yeah, this is the waffle. This is one of my favorite ones as well. Waffle. Oh, I don't remember exactly where this was from, but Famas has a few good ones because you also have dumplings. Where there are some dumpling trucks around that are basically the same, like, branding. But yeah, the waffle definitely, yeah, fugu. Yes, and then scorched and stalker as just, yeah. But yeah, the waffle one is waffly. And either fatal. Sorry, we're getting to that late. That's it. For those coming in, yeah, that was recording for. That's going to be tomorrow's video. I'll stitch it together and have it ready tomorrow to go up. And yeah, that's the first part in looking into units alloys, because it turns out we need 2 parts. That was just striker effectively, but also like going super in depth into all of the segments. And then the second part is going to be just like a bunch of the other builds, other gear sets, even high ends and stuff, and then just mostly focusing on, like, yeah, what is the pick, what can and can't compete. And that'll be a little bit easier and faster. But yeah, this had to go. I mean, it's an in-depth look. Judge on the tin what it is. Yeah, let's go back to Dici. Medici. I'm glad you liked it, definitely. This goes on. Yeah, although, well, it's gonna be. I can spoiler it for you. It's gonna be basically that Cheska chest is gonna become a equalizer, and that's about it. It's likely gonna do the same of like overdogs, but especially with that one, we'll also go just for the build showcase. We'll go tipping skills as well, and especially like Tinkerer, and then like go through some of the talents and stuff. Yeah. What do we want to do? You know what? Let's mess around with the Umbra Tech Tank. That's still a build I don't have that much time on. Haven't ran it as much. Mission and name True Sons. That's all I need for my weekly. So that sounds like the perfect Lincoln. But what do I have here? here, I mean. Oh, actually, let's go to this one. I'll do one activity there for an exotic component, sure. So, yeah, there's been a bunch of good skins on a lot of weapons. I wish they would actually make it so that some they could likely take some of those skins and make them a little bit more universal pretty easily. But yeah, for instance, as well, some of the weapons we don't use so much, but they still have pretty like decent skins. But yeah, some of them more famous than others. Although this still does look good. I was considering actually at some point just buying the few that I'm still missing, because for the rest I have basically all of the skins, and then just going through them one by one as just a separate video. I think that would actually even do likely well. But it's too bad that some of the weapons we don't use as much nowadays. Like I haven't used an AK in forever. Or TKB. Oh yeah, this thing. It's also, so a lot of these were from season tracks. This season and last season, they definitely didn't. When is the last time we had like actually weapon skins on the season track? Like I think 7.1 wasn't, right? Like year 7 season 1 also. So likely 6 was the last one. Because a lot of these are actually pretty cool. And I like these a lot better than like universal ones. Especially, yeah, for instance, this one is still like one of the reasons I love the tech vector as well. And it's bad we don't run M4 that much anymore. Oh yeah. KWR. Keener was right. I'll never use this skin. Keener was wrong. We just dash this out and then Keener was wrong. Yeah, too bad we don't use PDRs. I did like this skin as well. It's very regal. I don't like this for the Mark 16 as well and stuff. Oh yeah, stage left as a as its own. Man, there's a lot of skins. And some of these are like ages old. These are like this gold fall. It's too bad that this fall is so much worse than the para in handling. But even because I feel like transferring this to other weapons wouldn't be that hard, right? Like it isn't just a flat texture, but you could likely make it. It wouldn't take too much modeling. I just was looking. Wait, where's the? What is this? So also, for instance, this is still one of my favorites always. Just the flowers. Not much the pink or anything, but just it does look cool. Yeah. Showcase indeed. Well, maybe one day. I'll definitely want to make that video. It's also going to be like handy for some people to get some. But I think if I make that video, I would want to have like all the weapon skins. And there's basically, I own most of them, but the permanent ones, well, we'll buy semi-sweet as well. But But yeah, there's like, I don't know, actually, it's just, although this is, I mean, I say that, but this is like, you know, 25, 28 bucks still of skins here, of weapons that I'm like never gonna use. There's also even this one that's kind of cool. There's a cooler one that I already have. M249. Oh yeah, let me catch up actually. One is a pistolero. Otherwise, besides goodness spec can use to get more ammo. Especially OD is a good way for just general builds, or well, general weapons, to kind of being able to just use general weapons. Otherwise, using headhunting builds is a good way as well. Either you go pistol style or you go MMR or rifle. And then especially with MMR and rifle, as long as you kind of stay in cover a little bit, you can generate MMR and rifle only ammo for those while being sharpshooter. And yeah, pistols bypass it. So for instance as well, the pistol, like the reason I have that pistol tech tank, this is for 5 directives either way. And then the other is really OD, where you basically generate special ammo. Is that it again? Although, well, that's just exotic, like div, like level or stuff. But it's these two. Because actually, yeah, the rarities that they have, that doesn't mean much. It's the same, like there's on the gear dies and stuff, there's rarity, but like it doesn't per se mean much. Yeah, let's go shoot something in the stupid faces. Oh, did they? Let's actually have a peek. Did they ever? They haven't still yet. Right. Oh, hey, this got fixed. I haven't even tried this one yet. But they fixed the... Wait, did they fix the other thing? Oh, yeah, it's no longer showing. So this map had actually, like, there were icons here. But that was the New York side of things. So yeah, they finally fixed Brooklyn's. You can just see Brooklyn's targeted from afar. Just go somewhere. Who cares? Let's just go here. Let's go get some bounties. But they should do more weapon skins and season passes and stuff again. Because a lot of those weapon skins, it was always like a few in each season pass and stuff. They haven't been doing that lately. See the garbage zone. Yeah. That's good. Indeed. I literally have a lot of skin in the game. I have a lot of monies in the games. Well, at this point as well, I kind of almost a collector almost. So, enjoying it as that. Oh yeah, Umbra. I'm a charge of my laser. I know this is an Umbra tech tank. This will likely go into the build collection actually. It's already replaced the high-end tech tank that existed in the slot. Yeah, it's gonna replace it in the build collection too. This was a build I had in the past as well, but yeah, they buffed Umbra. Well, they buffed Umbra like ages ago at this point. Oh, the modifier is fully off, isn't it? I'm also okay with it. What about you? Oh, I was gonna go do an activity in Federal for an exotic component. I don't mind this at all. Its cadence is a little weird, but... And I think the Heartbreaker Tech Tank and Striker Tech Tank are objectively better, but... I don't know, this... Oh, okay. No, I am... Okay. Okay. Can I not recruit you in combat? Yeah, and this character hasn't recruited everything. But in this one, actually, I wanna do it with the open world and stuff and see, like, is it actually? Because also, I don't think it's actually that hard, right? You see so many of them. At least just getting the 10s. But this character, I haven't gone around safe houses ever, and I'll just not recruit them in safe houses anymore. Oh, yeah, Federal. They want to select for a second. Because as additions, I think it's just going to be... Because the more I've thought about... Why does it do... Why does it show me... all the blue, all the bunnies. I was kind of looking at it again with concentrated company and then tech tanking it. I might still go for a third drone hybrid with it. But also, I don't think that even that would work. But yeah, I've given up on thinking about a tech tank with it. Especially if we're going tech tank and an artificer plus shield, like, that's not gonna work. Yeah. And yeah, I'm fine with them killing it. I don't want the bounty anyway here. Still half charged. That's a lot of damage. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Do these guys also have a damage buff? They do, right? Actually. Oh, Amanda wasn't per se charged or anything, but did those guys also? No. Or well, this guy gives them damage, right? How much is this guy here? 3 nearby since oh, they had from this as well. Oh yeah, that's red circle, right? Because yeah, those guys did a lot of that. Oh, we didn't fail the thing. Don't say I don't want to fight Black Tusk if I can avoid them. Why nothing spawn? And also, yeah, territory preferably. And how dare they kill a fellow Black Tusk? Can't they see my... Well, actually, in reality, this will be a war crime. Or well, we're not at war, but because you know, wearing the enemy's uniform and then assaulting them, yeah, that's a war crime. That's a paddling. No need to see me. Haha, I'm charged. One thing I feel they could still do for Umbra, just to give you some mobility, is just if you could charge while running, or charge while covering. No. Running would be a bit too good. But if like you would cover to cover and then still charge up, then at least you can kind of like have mobility, because I mean, you just wait, even if it is 5 seconds, it just feels so much longer than. Wait, did you go up? Where are you? Where did you go? Okay. Now over here, let's go get this. Does this guy still spawn sometimes? The hunter here. Oh, well, stalker hunter, not full-on hunter. Because I don't think I've seen footage or like somebody getting him in like forever. Although maybe it's just like people know, so nobody like posts it and stuff. Yeah, that was a priority objective. Got ourselves an exotic. DUA. 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 Let's go BDU8. Oh. Just wanted to see if Pistolero turns on. Yeah, I don't care about XP. You know what? Let's take Tagline. I'll just experience. And you need to do get multi kills with Spearhead. I think or it needs to be like different multi kills than just the accolade. I know, so let's try to get this guy revived. There's a run at the enemy. Companion abilities. Wait, how is this not... Well, how can I have 4 turret kills and not have counted for this? No. Whatever. Oh wait, do I already have some of the blueprints done? Oh, you do have to claim them for this. Oh wait, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. Okay. I'm gonna claim 4, 5, 6, and 7 also to get the passes. But I'm gonna actually leave 7 itself. And 1 and 2 for stretch goals all the way in the future. Yeah, that then still works out, guys. And then I can still have the blueprints. But I kind of do want to reach max blueprints. He's charging his Umbra too. Spread. Oh. Swap. I have no idea why I'm running at. Sweet dreams. It's not the worst, honestly. Although Scorpio is much more useful, but because I just wanted to have a sweet dreams on this scale. Well, actually, it's a lullaby, isn't it? That's why. You know what? This is God roll? Nah. There's an optimization in on there. Disgusting. It's filthy. Why am I not running killer here? Especially Umbra's killer activation rate is killer. Because when the crits are humongous. Might as well be a loot goblin. Oh yeah, the weapon talents. Keep forgetting that I should be keeping an eye out for. Immobilize. Just add it to the library. I always love it. You're chilling. Fire your rocket launcher! You missed! You suck! Oh, okay. That's his fire. Wait, does this guy have flame grenades? Carries and throws incendiary grenades. We don't have really any control over that, do we? But fire grenades could still be... Like, fire grenades is like a lot of... Even... As long as it's kind of thrown in the general vicinity of an enemy. Some can have some decent CC effect. Just face tanking people. Oh, there is. You can disorient them. Oh. Wait, there is friendly fire on that? There's no, like, fire barrel here or anything that got hit by that, right? And let's restore power. Oh, this has a trigger point? Never knew that. I thought it was just timed from the button press. Because usually we just press the button and then run out. Things we discover through... Oh, I put my... Okay, I was like, why is it purple over there? But yeah, that's just my pipe being out. Where did I put my hive at? Wasn't securely attached, it just dropped off my butt. Well, I gotta just hit my scroll wheel or something. Because I have my instant uses up there. Wiggling should also give you more stacks on number. Then it's skill-based, right? You missed. Get somebody else, but you missed. I like being back on a like kind of normal amounts of damage. Although, well, here I don't have the full. I don't have the full passive, so. And you can kill that one without actually aggroing their ass. And then we can really see this guy flip the table. Flip it. Flip it. Actually, we can kill him. The table flips itself. It's one of those self-flipping tables, but Is those lights always here? Yes, they were likely, right? Now, likely we'll finish up this mission. That'll be it for me for today. And tomorrow I can, in the afternoon, after doing some work stuffs, I'll stitch together that video, upload it, thumbnail it, timestamp it, description it. Oh my god, tomorrow we'll pick one of the exotics, likely, and we'll kind of work on that one, and more of the striker, and then likely we'll put the exotic in the middle. I think I'll just, although if the chest is that wonky, I might do the bittersweet first. Buttersweet. Solo. You don't get the upstairs wave solo. Wait, I'm really solo. Where's my dude? Wait, did the mutineer against me at 2? I mean, I can call him in. I see there. What a dick. It's like, I left Anderson for Dash. Screw it. I'm out. This guy's just sitting and covered all. Just building stacks. Yeah. Goddamn 3 cents. Oh yeah, I know that. I see the thing, but why did he disappear? He was there a second ago. I mean, I'm going to call him in the next room. Sorry. You just didn't pick it up. Just the bag. Yeah, indeed. You do want one of these, because that was the thing, right? You didn't have any quick steps. Well, as the name implies, yeah. It makes you step a quick. Did you have a nice bio break? How funny would that be? Just the NPC just goes like, "Hey, can I have a bio break? I'm just gonna be away for like 7 minutes." Charge him a laser. I know. Just blow up the barrels instead of wasting a bajillion rounds on the car. Because also, yeah, if we need the bittersweet, we're not that far off. So we could go bittersweet. Yeah. It's a coming. Hello, it's a coming. Oh yeah, this season actually there's a ton of season stuff to go through. Aren't you gonna charge my Umbra up first? Wait, does he get disoriented in here? Why aren't you disoriented? At least in solidarity. It's basically everything of the season. Quite often, like some stuff of a season is like not even worth looking at, but this time it's basically everything is worth looking at. So, gear set, the brand set, both of the exotics, even the climax exotic, even the modifier. I'm even forgetting something. All of them. Oh yeah. Although there's always one there. Just one part of it. Indeed. I kind of like the more tame modifier this season. But Rupert's Seer was very... Although in the end I ended up almost never running it because I can kind of see it in randoms and stuff, but in most cases having the chest broken is just... It's over at that point. How about you fix your chain? While I'm charging up my Umbra. It was right here. This guy. It's on his lunch break again. How about you fire your missile? How about today? Maybe? No. It's really thinking about it. It's really thinking about it. He's really thinking about it. Stop thinking about it and then fire it. He's just an overthinker, you know. You are, by far, the worst companion. Can I dismiss you now? You're fired. Yeah, let's take this back to base. Let's run the evening at. Come on. Yeah. It was just You know, some people are a little premature. He just likes taking his time. The license again. Oh yeah. That's also why like there's no. Oh, Diesel, you dead too, you inbred son of a bitch. We'll turn it back up again actually because yeah. Also, I had it for the video. I had it that turned down. No, yeah. Let's get on Steam. I mean, you still can always. It's a little wasteful, but if you buy it on Steam, you can link it to an account that already has it. And then you can have the Steam features. I did that. Although, well, actually, well, I didn't buy just a bit. Yeah, I'm not sure how that works. I bought the Ultimate when it came to Steam, and that was just for second account, and then I kind of linked that to second account instead. Oh yeah, the thing is though, yeah, retaliations, I just wouldn't even rely on that guy being there or keeping up. But I hadn't had him disappear as much as that guy did so far.
Agent, priority objective available.
Hannah, I'm disappointed in having voice lines again up instantly. I want to look it up. Nah, you know what? Decrypt. Yeah, you know what? In the future, we'll do a viewpoint. Oh, this character just needs a few more true sons, and then they're actually done with their weekly. Sure. Oh, yeah, I'm well aware with the passive buffs. Thing is, though, the actives are just, I think, for general use, at least solo especially, the passives are, or that's you know, this stuff is kind of good. Like he triggered this a lot, I've noticed, like the crossfire kill and the priority kill and the assist. I know all of them have, you know, decent chunks. Wait, there is no. Indeed. Oh, yeah, maybe we'll even see some of those in the future. But yeah, let's run to that here. I'm gonna go find somebody for us to raid on the Twitch end, so stick around for that if you want to. Otherwise, you can already go raid yourself onto somebody else. But yeah, let's have a look who's available. Depends on how long. Is this legendary? Oh, it is legendary. Okay. And then they still have a ways to go, at least. Yeah, we'll go raid GC. He's been going for a while, but likely at the very least is going this more, wishing more. So, build efficiency. And yeah, I'll be editing what we recorded earlier today together. That'll be tomorrow up for the first part of unit alloys in-depth look, the striker part especially. And then we'll tomorrow start working on, yeah. We'll pick an exotic as the first one, and then also continue working on the unit alloys spreadsheet. One of mine already has as well, making the start to concentrated company, because I'm very curious on what now the backpack situation kind of there is, and how that works out. Because I wouldn't mind actually making a build picture for it not too long in the future, because people want it. The people yearn for that build picture. Yeah. Enough of that. Before I completely lose my mind, let me send you all off. We're gonna go raid GC Rock. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Likely tomorrow I'll jump on a little bit later than I started today, but still we'll go for a pretty long stream. And yeah, enough yapping for me. And thanks again for all the kind words there. And yeah, I'll be around tomorrow again. Catch some, if not all of you then. And as always, have a good night.
Been thinking about getting another tattoo. Something custom, maybe a